My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. Erica Lorraine Spencer here. The following is an audio version of video evidence that is captured for purposes of mass distribution, which is why I am capturing it and sharing it on the podcast for evidentiary purposes and also to reveal the wealth of documentation that extends beyond what it is that I document on podcasts. Much of the video and images will be published onto the YouTube channel, the P.O.C, and it is also shared on the Google Drive. Again, this is for purposes of revealing what I remain subject to, which is federal group stalking and monitoring. It is a demonic system of state surveillance that the government is practicing in concert with the people of the state, and it should be known and well understood that for the government to engage in federal group stalking and monitoring, this is a crime that is committed with a criminal purpose to threaten the life of an American citizen. This is to conspire to murder and or permanently kidnap an American citizen while engaging in a perpetual sex offense in concert with the people of the state. All right, this is that I'm documenting the people of the state in. This is the daytime version of sexual assault and battery while they're driving in engineered light. This is the engineered light that they're driving. You see my shadow appearing on the curb? I'm facing the fake sun that's over my head at this fake church at 11, 12 o'clock in the afternoon. And this is supposedly the sunlight. It's not sunlight. It's all engineered. My shadow's appearing over here on the sidewalk. Okay. They're driving in it. They're touching while their shadows move across. This is the nighttime version of sexual assault and battery. While they are engaged in sexual violence, driving in the engineered light. They're driving in the engineered 9 RCW 191, sexual assault and battery as an entity. This is what the entity does before they murder you. They're committing sexual violence. They're doing so on the roads and the highways. It's federal stalking. It's all state action. None of it's private activity. None of it's protected. They're doing it pursuant to criminal surveillance. And this is the environment that they're doing it in. This is what I'm talking about. Like it lights up like a piano while they drive through it. They're driving through it. It's in the middle of the street. This isn't sunlight. You also know that it's not sunlight as I break down the fake sun documentation, because this engineer light is separate from the fake sun. As I walk down, the fake sun moves as I move, and this engineer light stays. Not only that, the entity has this fake sun over me, like I stated, 5 and 6 hours from now. It's over me at Chevron at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's where the government is stalking. The entity has been engaged in what is gang stalking, and the entity is doing so pursuant to execution of the people that are aiding in surveillance and murder. This is gang violence at Jason Fields. You have Derek Williams. You have what is Mike LORENZ going to be prosecuted for. They're driving an engineer light on the driver's side of their vehicle, facing the fake sun, and it's also on the passenger side. This is my shadow showing what they're driving in. This is the illusion. And these are demons. Those are demons stalking in planes. These are demons that are in all of these buildings. This is the demonic entity that's engaging in what is the system of gang stalking, which is the practice of witchcraft. The shadow of that truck is moving across the field. That's impossible light activity. And this fake sun is still here 5 and 6 hours from now. Not even more than that, I have the video of Southwest Airlines gang stalking while I'm at this intersection after 6 p.m. And this fake sun is on this side of the street, where they are stalking as an entity. These are demons. This is the Nephilim. The Nephilim makes up the gang stalking police department, the gang stalking airport. The Nephilim makes up the gang stalking fire department, the gang stalking population. 70731 handicap P.O.C. Allied storage containers, and that was impossible light. That's an act of terrorism and sexual violence. You're going to prosecute businesses and the demons operating those commercial vehicles. And that's in furtherance of murder. 8 BBM 248, and they're driving in this environment to monitor you, which is stalking. It's stalking by the state. None of them are on private property. None of them are exercising privacy rights under the Constitution. None of them. This is P.O.C. The entity had the fake sun over me. Rapidly, that engineer light drops down. Their shadow of the vehicles are moving across in order to touch. The demons are sex offenders. Also keeping my vagina under surveillance. This is P.O.C. Southwest Airlines pacing. That's P.O.C. Those are the co-conspirators of murder I'm going to prosecute. License 7BRJ921, sharing in that criminal conspiracy to murder. Stalking, engaging in the elements of monitoring. And they accumulate federal charges. License 7MWJ903, light activity, crossing path. 8LZE477. And this is a population. Sexual violence by the hundreds, by the thousands, by the millions, while a population targets you. It's not a police chief, it's a domestic terrorist leader, and Mike LORENZ is going to be federally prosecuted for what the airport's doing, for what the people of the state are doing. I just want to be clear, 85885 George 3 is a sex offender. Not only are they already driving an engineer light, that demon is molesting, touching my thigh area, touching my body with engineer light as a hostile psychopath. That's going toward that company. That's going toward that demon, that sex offender that's operating that vehicle. It's an act of the demonic. It's not a reflection of sunlight. And the fake sun is here. They're doing so while they're driving under what is a fake sun. It's an intentional sex offense that Southwest Airlines is sharing in, while those demons at 2500 Airport Drive have no planes that would be taking off. Okay? Remember what UPS is doing at the Ontario Town Square after 4 p.m., hovering behind the town square like they're taking off, or excuse me, like they're landing. Doing so while I'm remaining at that town square, engaging in cartwheels where I do. This is what they're doing at the Wells Fargo, like I documented during the 9 a.m. hour. Their entities obviously engaging in this stalking conduct, and I've been capturing them doing it for years. This is mental illness. Those are the demons that crash planes and murder American citizens. That's murder while they're engaging in surveillance. Here's my shadow over here. Here's my shadow back here. Omnitrans is gang stalking. License 8PMX858. This is P.O.C. This is light activity. Driving in it is monitoring. And the sun doesn't remain in the window of that vehicle. Omnitrans is a gang stalker affiliated with the terrorist leader that I would prosecute, Alan D. WAPNER. P.O.C. And those are demons. You need to understand the Nephilim are the ones that are gang stalking, engaging in the surveillance system. That's not even an arrival or a landing. And the published flights from the airport are showing that they're engaged in no sort of landing. It has nothing to do with the stalking where I'm at, where the fake sun is over me all day long on the same street, rising and setting, where these demons are engaging in cartwheels in the planes, hovering over this street, flying miles away from the airport and doing so. They're even doing it outside of what's published because it's not any landing or takeoff. They're stalking. Those are the demons that engage in what is intentional crashes. Those are murders that this government is engaging in. They're acts of terrorism. And the commercial airline planes are enemies of this country as the entity makes a business to engage in surveillance. That's what Chevron is. It's a business engaging in surveillance. P.O.C. It is currently 7:01 a.m. That's 8:01 a.m. The entity's engaging in this conduct, this cartwheels. That's what they're doing in alignment, stalking under the fake sun at the town square, stalking under the fake sun as I walk toward Wells Fargo. This is what these demons are doing while they're stalking with impossible light, while they're crossing path, gang stalking. This is that concerted system. 97068Z2 is going to be prosecuted as a terrorist. And they're going on a published list so that the world essentially can know who they are and know what they've done in the United States. P.O.C. It is currently, and Mike LORENZ is being prosecuted for the population. That includes every level of government engaging in terrorizing you, stalking you, because this is all stalking. The environment follows, and the stalkers follow in that environment. It is gang stalking, and this is the demonic. These are mentally ill. Mental illness is of a population. This is the demon possessed. This is a whole demonic environment, and the mental illness, the behavior, is manifesting in what it is that is pursuant to their condition, the demon possessed. P.O.C. It is currently 7:02 a.m. That's psychopathic pacing while one plane after another. This is psychopathic pacing, one vehicle after another, in the engineered light under the fake sun. And this fake sun is setting right here on this street in alignment to me. And this fake sun is over me again, also in the afternoon. Chevron at 1 o'clock. Bethel congregation at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. 11:30 a.m. 11:30. That's the P.O.C. This is ongoing aerial surveillance. This is the pattern of conduct. The entity that's gang stalking by the Ontario Police Department, engaging in criminal summoning with the demons who are gang stalking. Those demons are going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. P.O.C. There's airport. The entity is controlling the traffic lights. The entity is also fearful of me capturing what I've already captured. They're stalking in alignment to the path that I'm walking in, so the fake sun. And these demons are crossing path. Holding back, they're still in the path, they're still monitoring. Don't be deceived, because they are crossing path right now. These demons are closer, they are fearful of license plates being captured. These are the cowards who are monitoring vagina and bathrooms on behalf of Mike LORENZ, Jason Fields, terrorist leaders who are going to prison. Shadow here, stalking with the government that's maintaining aerial surveillance. Pay attention to the shadows of their vehicles along the sidewalk. Unlawful touching, 6RFA021, 9UIC016, 4Y, I can't see that one, 9KYM745. These demons are stalking together. That's the gang stalking airport acting in furtherance of murder. That's the gang stalking population maintaining surveillance above me while they pace all around. And this is, again, the entity that's gang stalking all the businesses. They're crossing paths. The fake sun remains over you everywhere that you're going. You're traveling. They're maintaining residences. They're maintaining businesses. They're all engaged in psychopathic pacing in what is not the sun, underneath what is not the sun, and also what is not sunlight, pertaining to monitoring that's happening amongst an entity that is targeting American citizens and knows when you're in the street, knows when you are engaged in 9FMS 150 is stalking with activity, monitoring in the path with Mike LORENZ. Mike LORENZ is being prosecuted. He's a terrorist leader, proving this pattern of conduct, and so is Jason Isaac Fields. And the mental illness that is exhibited by this entity is shared by Mike LORENZ. This mental illness exhibited by these demons is shared by Jason Isaac Fields, and this is somebody that's going to federal prison mandated by law, and also for the protection of the public and the protection of the target individual that those terrorist leaders sought to murder, because that's exactly why they're gang stalking me. Okay? Doing so in concert with the people of the state. That includes Tracy Banks. 98835 call 3. Your shadow's not going to reach across. This is impossible light activity. Evidence of their obsession. The demons don't speak of it. The environment tells you that they're obsessed and that they're stalking and that they're demons. P.O.C. Ongoing psychopathic pacing. There are no planes taking off over here. And the entities engaged, that's UPS. That's that murdering company, UPS. The entities engaged in this pattern of conduct and doing so in concert with the people that are maintaining presence under this fake sun. The video that's attached, that I will attach, showing the fake sun, like I captured yesterday, the video that I have of the fake sun setting at this Starbucks, over me in the afternoon at 1 o'clock, over me in the evening at 6, where this airport is deviating, flying over me here while I'm over here, and this fake sun. This is the entity that's engaging in what is evidence of targeting one specific person, and doing so in concert with the population that surrounds that person to keep that person under surveillance, and that person is one that they intend to murder. This is P.O.C. It's 7:08 a.m. All right, the videos you listened to, it is, again, like I stated, Tuesday, November 11, 2025. The entity engages in the demonic pacing, because that's the context. Not only am I showing stalking by the government and all of those government actors and the government that's acting through a population who are third parties, not private citizens, that government's engaged in what is demonic. So they're not just stalking by flying a commercial plane in what is a position that's relevant to where I'm located, which is stalking. You're following where I'm going, and you're doing so as a group, meaning an individual doesn't follow you, an entity is following you, proven through that environment that is always following. That's how you're aware of the fact that that's not the sun, because it's following all day long. It's remaining wherever I go all day long. The entity, and it's also coexisting with what is engineered light, not even sunlight. The entirety of that environment is exposing stalking by an entity. The entity that's engaging in that, the proper context is that, first of all, they're not just in that environment engaging in what is presence and stalking. These are demons, and they are engaged in what is actually pacing very demented behavior. Demons that want to appear on the surface at your point of perspective, want to appear as normal as you. They don't want to appear as a dark goblin, a gargoyle that's slimy and is psychotic, while they are engaged in very peculiar and demented behavior all around. They don't want you to see them in that manner. But this is what they're doing as a population that are engaging in trying to mimic human beings. These are the demon possessed that are engaged in what is demonic behavior, in the way in which they're creating activity, and in the way in which they're engaging in stalking as a population. And this is the entity that's engaging in that using planes. As you can see at the end of the video that I just captured, the Ontario police are stalking on a motorcycle. They're crossing paths, and these are demons that are all together as one. They're not separate. Okay, that's also what they want you to appear as with regard to what is actually one entity that has one mind, uniform mind, and also one focus, which is me. And this is an entity that's acting cooperatively. So you're dealing with the same demonic agenda. You're dealing with the same demonic obsession. You're dealing with the same criminal pattern of conduct while you're going across many faces. For example, what you see on the freeway. And you are separating normally and understandably and reasonably, okay? Because especially under the Constitution, we have individual rights. This is an entity of demons that are exploiting that Constitution and relying upon that premise. But this is an entity by virtue of its pattern of conduct, and moreover, it's an entity by virtue of the condition that these are demons. And that pattern of conduct is how you're prosecuting that conspiracy that is committed as one entity, a corrupt one. And also, their pattern of conduct is exposing what is demonic, and that's where you're getting the ongoing additional context regarding what is group conduct, what is demonic conduct, what is one unified mind, and that mind is sick and demented and twisted. That mind is hideous. That mind is repugnant. That mind is grotesque, okay? And it's absolutely abnormal. And those whose name you know, they pose and cheese and they stand next to kids like the fire department, like Mike LORENZ of the Ontario Police Department, like even this demon, Jason Isaac Fields. This is a corrupt official. These are psychopaths. This is the Nephilim. And they're engaging in that pattern of conduct, and they're doing so while they are being documented. So you're not looking at, well, you are looking at what is traffic as one iteration of pacing. You're also looking at pacing while the entity is using plane after plane. And remember, the stalking is proven in the physical. The stalking is also proven in the spiritual. These are demons that are monitoring, proven through that engineered light, that impossible light activity that's on the curb, my shadow appearing while the entity is present in planes. That's a direct correlation regarding the stalking by that airport in that environment that's always around as well. It's not just some randomness, some anomaly. It's a pattern, and it's the entity's
pattern is also deviating from what is going on with the operations of that airport that's not going to have that plane volume, let alone that elevation, and it's vacillating in elevation. You're hovering at the town square, you're hovering over my economy inn hotel room, you're hovering over the parking lot of Woodside Senior Apartments, you're hovering over 325 West G Street while I'm at the Topor Professional Building, which you have to fly even farther than they are stalking while I'm on Euclid Avenue this morning. This is on the record. You're hovering, flying over the top of my head when I am walking south on Euclid Avenue, and the entities engaging in this while they are under all circumstances seeking to be claiming takeoffs, flights from the same airport, from the same only 2 terminals, okay? And doing so pursuant to what are published sites as well, published flights as well. The entities, and that's just, again, that's the multiple ways of assessing what is stalking. In addition to that, there is takeoffs and landings. Pilots are trained, and there is a universal understanding. That's why they all communicate using the technology that they have step by step when they're taking off and when they're landing, when they're preparing to take off, etc. These demons are engaged in all manner of what is stalking, proven through the conduct of targeting by the presence of those planes in the city over me in that environment, including as I documented, the entity engages in more conduct that is showing targeting. But nonetheless, the entities engaged in what is pacing. While they're in the sky space and one plane after another is engaging in that, in this environment, that's what's giving you context. Not only is it just, oh, there's another plane, there's another plane. Yes, they are stalking as you're prosecuting that. That's the physical aspect of the analysis. This is pacing. Satan is the spirit of mental illness. This is actually the spirit of Satan that's going back and forth around me, obsessing over me, and literally like a Looney Tune, very crazy. That's what Satan is doing. Satan is doing it and trying his best to appropriate it in a manner that doesn't look as weird as it would look to everyone if you saw one person in front of me just going around in circles around me. As I walk, as I sit still, just going around in circles, because that's all Satan is doing. It's a ritual. They're just cycling all around me, cycling all around me. And how are they accomplishing that? No matter where I remain and as I travel, they're pacing back and forth. As a group, how are you going back and forth and back and forth? You have one person after another to cross path with you. That's what they're doing in traffic. That's what they're doing in the buildings as I travel. That's what they're doing in a building where I remain, like in the OVITT Family Community Library. That's where I'm showing you the psychopaths of the administration that work at that venue. They pace in and out of that's the significance of what they are. These are demons, and their mental illness comes out in their behavior, their pattern of conduct of monitoring me. Their mental illness is going to be both diagnosed, and you're going to be prosecuted for stalking me and furtherance of murder on behalf of the state. That's also pacing over that library, but not while I'm at what is Euclid. Now they're deviating, flying even farther. It's the same 2 terminals, by the way. So the entity is coming from 2 terminals, but you're hovering, which is coming north from, you're necessarily flying in some direction away from the airport to be flying then west adjacent to where I'm at the Ontario Airport Inn, which I captured on video. You're necessarily flying, a direction miles away from the airport to then fly and hover west over the Woodside Senior Apartments, and that's a hover because you flew miles away from the airport and you're still at a sky. I could see the logo, I could see the paint on the plane. I'm listening to it. I can hear it roaring inside of my hotel room. I can hear it roaring inside of the Tracy Banks' apartment. The entities engaged in hovering over the parking lot of the Pizza Hut when I'm ordering pizza, and the people in the state are stalking. The entities engaged in that, and this is where Mike Lorenz is always stalking. The entity is stalking by that police department on an ongoing ceaseless basis. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and they share that pattern of conduct, and what they are engaging in is what you need to know. Literally, while they're engaging in this stalking, it is the coexisting evidence of mental illness. While the exaggerated light activity, the shadow of your car, these demons that are obsessed with me, they're touching in some manner, either through the engineered light or through what is an unlawful touching, which again is assault and battery. The entities engaged in what is always touching with that engineered light while they're stalking, and it's serving a criminal purpose. 9LLR518 is obsessed with me, is stalking, and the government needs them to be at this traffic light that the government controls under a fake sun that's still here 10 hours later, and the entities engaged in what is maintaining that environment over me for the purposes of a whole gang stalking population of demons, pacing. Exhibit A, serial stalker, Latino male, 9 Thomas, Uncle Apple 417. The Civic that's gang stalking with ARCO employee 9 Thomas, Indiana Henry 520. Gang stalking with the demons at the gas station ARCO, the demons at the gas station Chevron, the demons at the Starbucks, the demons at the UNICARE, the same intersection where I'm documenting the sunset. The same intersection where I'm arriving in the middle of the afternoon. This is speaking to a population's same identical pattern of conduct, because the sun never progresses to be in another state. The sun's in constant movement, but when I come back to this same location in the afternoon and in the evening, it's still here because a population is stalking. 8YEG806, a population of demons who are actually pacing. When you are understanding, I'm showing you the pattern of conduct of them stalking as a population, I'm diagnosing simultaneously their mental illness. They're engaging in what is together concerted pacing, which is mentally demented. It is absurdly psychopathic. Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth is what they're doing. The entity's engaging in this as an entity that doesn't want to show, but it's already showing. This is what the entity is doing in helicopter when they're flying in circles. This is what an entity is doing in planes when they're flying one plane after another after another. This is what an entity is doing when they are on the freeways. They're under the fake sun. These are demons that are together pacing. Okay, that's the pattern of conduct. The entities engage in that through businesses that you need to know are satanic, that you need to know are engaged in monitoring you, that are targeting you, in other words, that are conspiring your murder while the government's practicing a system of surveillance and not telling American citizens. And then at the same time, maintaining a whole illusion regarding things like law enforcement, investigations, where they have to gather facts and information that they don't already have access to, and as though they don't already know. They're playing cops and robbers when you're watching them showing a police chase on the news. They're keeping themselves employed. They're keeping themselves, with regard to the existence of this surveillance system, they're keeping themselves in a position where they can maintain what is a sense of, I don't want to say innocence, but for lack of a better term, innocence with regard to the demise of American citizens that go missing, the demise of American citizens that suffer what is harm, loss of life, that is murder, by the entity that's engaging in surveillance. They know what's happening with everybody. They're engaging in surveillance, and amongst the surveillance system, which I have proven to you, they have proven while I've shown it to you, they engage in it. Stalking by an airport, stalking one person by an airport, that's surveillance. They know where I'm at. They know what I'm doing. They begin the psychopathic pacing as I begin capturing video on my devices. They begin the psychopathic pacing using helicopter as I begin documenting the same entity, the people of the state. They do so under a fake sun, which I could return to the same address 6 hours from now, and that fake sun will still be here. Not over anybody else, it'll be over me. And why is it me and not the demon that's inside of Starbucks? Because when that demon drives off, that fake sun doesn't drag in the sky above them over. It stays over me. That's how you're understanding that. The entity's engaged in what is surveillance, and this surveillance system is showing the demons that they are and the mentally ill people that they are, who are a threat to the public. The Nephilim is calling itself a police chief, and that is actually a psychopath, a maniacal psychopath, and a violent sex offender, obsessed with my vagina while having a wife and kids. That's the illusion. That's the illusion that Satan wants to maintain. Having a wife and kids and having a stable position in law enforcement for years, having a college degree, and totally disrespecting, defecating on the Constitution at the same time while they have that college degree in that relevant field with regard to being a police chief. The same with Robert Luna. Okay, the entity's engaged in this pattern of conduct, and they're engaged in what is surveillance. Murder that's happening by the LAPD is intentionally and at the outset addressed as an accident by that agency that's engaged in surveillance. They're not accidentally running over anybody in the middle of the street with their sirens on while they're engaging in surveillance that they're also not telling you about. This is an entity that's both stalking as an airport and then is engaged in criminal summoning, as though you don't know that those three demons wearing those police uniforms are already engaged in detailed knowledge about what I'm doing and where I'm going. They're going to federal prison. That's the entity that engages in that to take your life and then claim a narrative regarding what happened to you. 9SDA070 is stalking with that airport and furtherance of murdering you to that criminal end. 8P14310, stalking with ARCO. License 9LLR518, stalking with ARCO and the airport. This serial stalker, this witch with the clown face, she looks like Bozo the Clown. Her license plate, serially stalking. Serially engaged in what is conspiring my murder, license 7 Mary Apple Mary 913. Okay, she's engaged in serial stalking, systematically every morning, going into this parking lot over here and engaging in what is gang stalking me with the police, gang stalking me with the people of the state, the hundreds of people that are sharing in surveillance at this intersection every day, which is an unlawful threat. The terrorist leader, Mike Lorenz, remember, you're a terrorist leader over companies, you're a terrorist leader over law enforcement agencies that are engaged in surveillance. And they are exposed as domestic enemies that are engaging in criminal surveillance, not law enforcement. You're a threat to this country because you've maintained that secret identity while you're masquerading as someone that has authority that should be respected, that should be given unfettered discretion to abuse that Constitution and murder people and get away with it. Control it by things such as we're going to investigate and you know exactly what happened. You have something to do with it. You have everything to do with it. You're engaging in surveillance. You know who did it. You know who committed it. You're monitoring demons. They know what's going on with my vagina. They know what you're doing. They're not accidentally crashing planes. They're not ignorant about what's in the sky space when they're crashing into each other in the sky space. They're not accidentally running you over with their sirens on in the middle of the street. It's premeditated. That's premeditated murder. This is what they are teaching you while they're gang stalking still. The demons of the Ontario Police are going to prison. Their fate is sealed. They are still gang stalking as the mentally ill by definition. Because the normal person that doesn't want to be caught for being corrupt would never continue providing this evidence on the internet. 8B14310, because this is not a matter of he said, she said. This is not a matter of what's going to be any controversy in a courtroom either. And there will be no Satan-serving puppet sitting in this federal court. It's not going to happen. Jason Fields is going to federal prison. He is a terrorist leader. He's engaged in the same threat to my life. You've conspired as a terrorist leader to kill me. And that is proven through this pattern of conduct that you are engaging in with the people of the state, and you're going to federal prison. Not only that, this is what you need to know, relevant context. These demons are still spiritually attacking. And they're spiritually attacking me because they're afraid of what's coming. Because spiritually attacking me isn't going to stop the case that's coming against you. Spiritually attacking me in ways in which you're not hurting me, and I'm going to tell everybody that you're a demon. And they also know in the way in which that I've proven the pattern of conduct, I'm not imagining anything, and I don't have to make up anything about you. I could not care less about you. You want to be a demon? You want to serve Satan? Any one of you, any celebrity, any politician, you want to stalk and spiritually attack me, I'm going to identify you. I'm going to break down your name in syllables and expose you as the demons that you are. I want to be clear. These demons are spiritually attacking. It includes this psychopath. He is a demon, and his demon possession proven through his criminal pattern of conduct. Okay, I'm not talking about what I'm speaking to, what he's doing in the spiritual realm. He's spiritually attacking. He is very severely mentally ill. His criminal conduct is evidence already of his severe mental instability and the necessity of what are regular mental examinations, which he's going to be subject to. Any and all gang stalkers are going to be subject to mental examinations. You need to understand how this specific environment, how their criminal pattern of conduct is their outward demonstration of instability that's a threat to themselves and the public. Not only that, this is a demon that is spiritually attacking out of delusion because he is so miserable, because he is so fearful, because he is terrified of the consequences that are based on decisions that he made. When you thought that I was going to be 6 feet under and you were going to have anal sex with Tracy Banks on top of a pile of money that you stole from me, and engaging in what is living your life and going to Bahamas every 6 months, and while you're engaged in what is gay sex, your sex, which was all of this satanic conduct that he planned, that he thought was going to be accomplished by killing me, by gang stalking and defaming my character. Understand this is exactly what is inspiring the criminal acts that he's committed. He's going to be subject to prison, and he's also going to be subject to mental examinations. This is somebody that maintained a fraudulent marriage to me, him and Tracy Banks, in order to steal money from me. This is no victim. This is a highly mentally unstable, demon-possessed person who is not only guilty in the physical with tangible evidence, but he is spiritually attacking. He is demon-possessed. His mind is gone. And he's also subject to what are mental examinations based on the criminal conduct that he's created. But I want to let you know that he is a demon, and he's still spiritually attacking because he is in denial, and he is very fearful. He doesn't even sleep at night. He's spiritually attacking me while I'm peacefully sleeping, knocked out. Okay, I have the peace of God. I can sleep anywhere under any circumstances. These demons don't get any rest. They're up monitoring me all night long, obsessing over me, and it's not helping because you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison, and not only that, the whole world's going to know in the same way that I told them beforehand that you're demons and that you're stalking as well. I'm going to prove both, and it's done. And they also know that you are the demons that that I've proven you to be, and you're engaged in the criminal activity that I've proven you to be engaged in. And I don't have to make up anything. I'm not interested in that. You are the one obsessed with me, and you want to obsess over me? You want to obsess over my vagina and stalking? You think that that's going to be kept a secret? It's not. It's not. You will be worldwide recognized as a terrorist. You will be prosecuted and put in federal prison. You will be permanently labeled as a violent sex offender so that everybody knows what you are and what you did. That's what Jason Isaac Fields' problem is. He's a demon. He is of the Nephilim. He's spiritually attacking, and he's also criminally responsible for this. He conspired my murder, and that's why Mike Lorenz is gang stalking me. That's why Alan D. Wapner is gang stalking me. That's why Tracy Banks thought that she could get away with gang stalking me with a high school degree and a high sexual appetite for weird and demonic and perverted acts that she'll engage in for anything to gang stalk me. That's why. These are demons. Okay? I want to make sure that you understand that. The people of the state, the population that's gang stalking, OVITT Family Community Library, Mickey that's gang stalking me with the Ontario Police, it's because of Jason Isaac Fields and he's going to prison. This is a statewide system. This is nothing other than one puppet whose name I know. Moreover, that puppet is going to federal prison. Okay, it doesn't rely on Fields. Long before this nymphomaniac was born, this system was in existence. He's going to prison for engaging in it against me. 9DGM 636, 8UQJ 910, 7FRU 786, stalking at E Street in Euclid. With ARCO, with Chevron, Balbir is gang stalking. She's inside, gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport. Balbir is being deported. Okay? Balbir is sharing in the same pattern of conduct with the same entity. That's why the fake sentence, Balbir is surrounded with evidence, in other words. She's going to be deported, or she's not a natural born citizen. She's going to be deported. And there's no baby making. There's no job creation. There's no veteran status. There's no term in the U.S. that's going to keep you here. You're being deported out of this country. In the same way that you disregard American citizens who you thought that you could target and murder because the gang stalking police department are the ones that get everyone. No, the gang stalking police department go to prison. That's where Mike Lorenz is going. That's where the puppets of the Ontario Police Department are going. They're going to federal prison. And so are you. You're going to federal prison. These are the demons that are engaged in that, and their mental illness is at the forefront of their prosecution. This is pacing behavior. How are you going back and forth? How are you determining that? Because the environment doesn't go anywhere. The environment remains around me so that they can engage in that same ritual, the same crime scene. The engineer light covers everything, and all they're doing is pacing all around me. These are psychopaths. Okay? You are also identified as mentally ill when you do things such as stalk one person as a whole population, a whole group, such as stalk one person in using instruments such as planes, such as helicopters, which is what the psychopaths have engaged in. More relevant context, more detail, more intel, more detailed analysis is that they're not just psychopaths. You need to know that they're demons. And what does that mean to you, federal court? What does that mean to you with regard to legislation? That's relevant for mental illness. That'll be synonymous with behavioral health issues, demon possession. Okay? You don't have to legislate and talk about demons and demon possession and talk about Satanism. Oh no, we don't have to address those things in federal law. We don't have to address it. It's going to be addressed as what it is. The intersection where we as organized society are concerned with it, where your religious freedom becomes a violation of others' constitutional rights, is your behavioral health, okay? The behavioral health that's a threat to you and the public. Your mental illness is going to be addressed while your demon possession is proven through your criminal pattern of conduct. And that is shared by Jason Fields, it's shared by Mike Lorenz, it's shared by Alan D. Wapner, Ronald Loveridge, Jim Bowman, Kurt Hagman, Julia Gu, Otif El-Khadi, the entirety of that Ontario board, Michael GERKEN, the demons that are operating American Medical Response ambulances, and the puppet that's over that gang stalking organization, making money and doing so. And what you need to know is that it's the same condition of these CEOs, these shareholders, these company owners. They're demons. And in the United States, with regard to the way in which domestic terrorism is operating, the way it works in this system, in this country, which is a system, they are domestic terrorist leaders. They are domestic terrorist leaders, and they make a lot of money, and they exercise a lot of influence. You see Facebook, you see Instagram. They are leading in what is the monitoring that's underway on the internet. This demonic system of surveillance underway on the internet, on social media, via social media. And what do they have? They are working hand in hand with the government. The government that's engaging in surveillance that they are not telling you about, surveillance that you are a part of, subject to, and also participating in, because you volunteer all of your information onto that. And we are under surveillance by those in other countries. In fact, those that are immigrating to this country are a part of surveillance that's underway in other countries. You're going to federal prison for being a domestic terrorist leader, conspiring murder while you're abusing a position in law enforcement as a police chief, and you're exposed as a domestic enemy, a gang stalking a gang stalking terrorist leader. You're going to prison because you personally are conspiring the murder of that targeted individual, and you're going to prison for it where that pattern of conduct is proven. And the Ontario Police Department passed that threshold a long time ago. And they engage in more evidence against Mike LORENZ and themselves and everybody else, including the Ontario Airport, including Starbucks, including Economy Inn, including Tracy Banks and Woodside Senior Apartments, including at the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, all the places, in other words, that they engaged in kidnapping, all the places that they engaged in kidnapping with San Antonio Regional Hospital, pursuant to that same agency, you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. So is everybody else. The entities, that's a terrorist leader that's engaged in what is the abuse of law enforcement, because law enforcement is what is a part of the executive branch. They're the ones that are given authority by a contract with the American people. We did not contract or agree to surveillance. And they are not telling us about surveillance that they are engaged in, which is proven. This is not I'm litigating on the internet. This is not some controversy. It's not going to be he said, she said. It's not going to be some, oh, but we don't, no. It's proven. And they're going to be prosecuted, and they're going to prison for surveillance, period. While you're still engaging in this outdated tactic of criminal summoning. You're going to prison. Okay? They're engaging in what is criminal summoning with regard to surveillance, and the police that are surveilling you and not telling you, those are police that are surveilling you while they intend to murder you. They intend to take your life and then control the narrative as to what happened to you. And chiefly, most of the time, it is always something that is your fault because you're a drug addict, because you're suicidal, because you're mentally ill, because you're unstable, because you did something wrong to somebody else, because you were dangerous, you were reckless in the middle of the street on a skateboard. You got ran over by the police who didn't know you were there. While they're engaged in surveillance, and they're engaged in surveillance while they tone those sirens on. It's light activity, audible activity. They know exactly where you're at. It's premeditated murder. It's not second degree. It's premeditated. And I'm referring to LAPD, okay? It is currently, and LAPD shares the same pattern of conduct of what Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison for. 8 URV 150 of what Dominic Choi is subject to a federal prosecution for federal prison, because I'm documenting him terrorizing me, leading that entire agency while I'm at Alvarado Gardens. The speaker companies is engaged in conspiring my murder with the city of LA in the same way that the city of Ontario is. And their evidence is prosecuting each other, while these psychopaths engage in more evidence, prosecuting each other. P.O.C. Okay? It is currently Starbucks is gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department. Let me show you that. This is P.O.C. That's stalking. The entity is stalking. Like commercial plane, they're stalking. There's no player. And here's the Ontario Police stalking, listening to every syllable. A coward's hiding behind. You can see the white top on that vehicle. Ontario Police are gang stalking with the people of the state that they conspire murder with, while the people are engaged in surveillance and they don't tell you. They're stalking in the path at a gas station. You're going to prosecute. That's a federal RICO case. While companies engage in criminal surveillance, while they are engaging in that pattern of conduct, the conspiracy to murder, that's also criminal action, while companies are making money. License 937C, 937C. J3, I believe. And this is the fake son here. ARCO is in there. 9TIH 520 Balbier over here, gang stalking. This is a demon stalking in the path. Okay? Never mind that she's an old white biddy with a cute puppy. She's stalking. You already know there's engineer light in the shade over there. I've already captured what the P.O.C. is at this venue at all places, and the fake son is still over me at 1 o'clock. That's how you know the Ontario police are stalking. They sound their sirens pursuant to knowledge about who you are, what you're doing, and what you regularly do, like ride your skateboard in the middle of the street. Waiting until you do that to turn their sirens on. What do you think is in LA? It's a fake sun. How's it ever sunny in LA? You ever been to Los Angeles? It's always sunny every single day. It's the same state of California. LAPD are a bunch of gang stalking demons, stalking with the Los Angeles International Airport, stalking with the Los Angeles Police Department and Los Angeles County Sheriff. All of whom I have documented gang stalking me in LA. Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison. So is Jason Fields. So are the kidnappers, the psychopaths of the Ontario police. They're psychopaths, and they're very highly unintelligent, and they're gang stalking with the people of the state. 9PKG 577 and license 502-85J2, co-conspirators of murder, keeping my vagina under surveillance as well. Going into places like the library to engage in surveillance. Pacing inside of a library filled with engineer light with those employees. The fake son is still here. The library is right back there. This is stalking. Okay, and this appears to be a third party. Asian male, whatever their race is. I want to be clear, in the United States, immigration status is what applies because so many people immigrate to the state. if you're not even a natural born citizen. On top of that, you're being deported. License EH85Z34 P.O.C. This is ongoing surrounding conduct. That's the pattern of conduct. That's how you're recognizing a stalker. And the entity engages in this pattern of conduct and thought that they were going to be able to defame you. And they are being mentally diagnosed while their stalking system is being proven. Not only through my public investigation, but science itself. License 7SJK928. Scripture itself will tell you the truth as well. The sun and the stars and the moon that Lord God created himself, they obeyed him. This is a fake sun. This is Satan's demonic and unintelligent imitation where the demon-possessed are gang stalking and murdering. It's public corruption. This is P.O.C. It is currently 7:38 a.m. Alrighty, I'm capturing video of the Ontario Police stalking. That's the agency that's being deported. There are demons that are working for that agency. That's what they're going to be deported. The entity's engaging in what is surveillance while crossing paths by the police and the Ontario International Airport together, still stalking me obsessively. That's where you see those state actors in concert with the people of the state. The fake sun's at the same intersection over me at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, over me in alignment while stalking by that same airport at 6 o'clock in the evening. License 89383W3, stalking home team, gang stalking again. We documented that business. They like to engage in surveillance. They're going to be prosecuted accordingly. All right, the entities engage in this, and then we want to be clear, their mental illness is what causes them to engage in very foolish behavior, that normal, sane people that have a bigger perspective than the right now, that's the entity that's engaging in that, and it's going to be very much regretful in what is court, and also in the court of public opinion, and also with regard to what is civil court, okay? But these are demons that are mentally ill even as they engage in that. Then the federal judge is going to prosecute, because you're not only prosecuting for the pattern of conduct is speaking to 7MXM432's knowledge about the fact that they are being documented, stalking somebody that knows about it and proves it, and you're going to in their face threaten them by stalking them. So you're just going to come at me with a butcher knife and tell me, yeah, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. That's essentially what they're doing. I'm stalking you, I'm going to take your life, and I'm going to do it while you're looking dead at me. I'm not even going to do it while you're ignorant about it. I'm still going to do it while you are even telling everybody about it. You're delusional. You're going to prison. You're going to be locked up in asylums. That's exactly what is the entity of demons. And I want to be clear, the knowledge that Mike LORENZ is mentally ill is the pattern of conduct including by that agency. That agency that's on the record stalking me with impossible light activity, on the record molesting me, monitoring my vagina in the bathrooms. That entity that's on the record stalking me in absurd manners such as using helicopters day and night, including while I expose the fact that they're engaging in surveillance in bathrooms, the mental illness of Mike LORENZ, which is automatic. Speaking to what is, you're not even stable to be in that position. Moreover, the criminal activity that you are engaging in and that agency's pattern of conduct that you are also engaging in, including having a fake sun over that police department. At what time is that happening? While it's rising and setting on Euclid Avenue. All right, that's the entity that's gang stalking. 45666A1. All right, that's the P.O.C. That's the entity that's engaging in that conduct, and the entity is engaged in what is criminal summoning at the OVITT Family Community Library. And if you paid attention to that video, that's during the 8 a.m. hour, 8:38 a.m. is when that video ends. The entity is maintaining what is the fake sun at that same entrance as I step out, and I just show you that. I show you that because I'm letting you know what's that. They're going to prison. I told them that to their face because that's exactly what's happening. That's exactly what's going to happen to domestic terrorist leaders that get away with state-sponsored murder. Because that's what police officers are engaging in, and kidnapping pursuant to surveillance and not law enforcement by design of this unconstitutional and inhumane system of surveillance that the government has not told you that gang stalking police departments are engaging in. While they, in other words, are talking about maintaining investigations, and they're also at the same time engaging in heavy-duty surveillance, which is speaking to deceitfulness. You know exactly what's happening. You're monitoring my vagina is letting everybody know that you know exactly what's happening. You know exactly what's happening. They're not only engaging in surveillance using technology, they're monitoring light-slinging gargoyles who know exactly what's happening. They're engaged in heavy-duty surveillance with a whole population of gargoyles. A whole population of them. Okay? They're engaging in what is murder. They're engaging in what is a whole production regarding wanting to appear as engaging with protecting and serving and being heroes. It's disgusting what Satan wants to appear as and what Satan actually is. It's disgusting. It's not law enforcement. It's not policing. It's not even close. Now that you know what the pattern of conduct, and then you look back at what they're doing, calling themselves police departments, you're going to prison, Mike LORENZ. You're going to federal prison while these puppets that are highly unintelligent continuously accumulate ongoing charges and speak to the fact of what you've been doing for years as gang stalking police departments in this state. You're exposing yourself and your own character. And I want to be clear, as much of as high of a cost as federal prison is, it's going to be even more than that with regard to the world's knowledge about what you're doing in the state of California, what you've done in the city of Ontario, and what you've done as corrupt law enforcement agencies. Because Mike LORENZ, Derek Williams, they're not the first at all. Okay? This gang stalking Mayor Paul Leon in office for 20 years, but he's not the first. Not the first. This has been going on for decades. Decades. Okay? Like I said, the police departments, they're gangs. These are cults. They're demons. It's the Nephilim. That's exactly where Satan has them strategically placed. Strategically. It's not just policing, it's law enforcement, period. It's with regard to having authority, which is what Satan wants, while he's engaging in what is entirely unlawful, and doing so under the guise of being literally the authority with regard to law and order in this country. Those very ones that are supposed to be upholding it, those are the ones that are engaging in this pattern of conduct. That's by design, okay? That's for serving Satan's purposes. And not only that, the entities engaging in this through the court system, through also the military. My documentation shows gang stalking Marines, gang stalking Army, the gang stalking Navy, the gang stalking federal officials, okay? Federal license plates. The P.O.C. Okay, it does not change. There's no exception. And Jason Isaac Fields is exposing that. Just want to let you know that. This is a demon. This is a puppet who's controlled by his genitalia. That's another way of stating that he's a demon. The spirit of Jezebel. That's a demon-possessed person. And he's mentally ill. Jezebel is also very sick in the mind. 7ESG430, and this demon's going to prison, and he's still spiritually attacking. And what Jason Isaac Fields is doing, he's doing as an entity. This is a spirit. This is a spirit. These demons are spiritually attacking, and they're doing so because they're all scared. They know what's coming. They know deportation is coming, deportation of the masses. They know that federal prison is coming. They know there's a laundry list of people that are going to federal prison. They know. They know the truth of what it is that they're looking at me exposed every day while they're still going. You know why? Because they're dead. They are already under a curse. You have the government engaging in conduct that the government would never, ever want to be associated with. You're supposed to want to make sure that anybody making these types of allegations, these tall allegations, you want to make sure that they're written off as crazy. Oh yeah, nobody's listening to that. It wouldn't even get any sort of, you wouldn't even hear about it. That's how absurd that's supposed to be. That's not what this is. And the evidence speaks for itself, and it's undeniable. It's undeniable. But what it is that I'm telling you would engage in that in front of everyone at this juncture in the evidence. I'm telling you now, they are demons. They're already dead. They're engaging in they are essentially what is like a dark hamster on that wheel. And because they are cursed, because they're subject to the demonic spirits that they've been serving and killing other people while they've been animated by them, those demonic spirits are keeping them on that same hamster wheel to their own demise until they are dragged into court, until they are raided, until they are succumbing to the demonic spirit of death that they send out, that they typically kill other people with. And then it's reported on the news to you, a healthy, vital, beautiful 23-year-old woman just turns up dead from heart failure. That's witchcraft. Just want to let you know that. That's witchcraft. Okay, that's the work of these demons that are engaging in surveillance in this country. 91475-Larry-3 with a minor child who's being raised up as a demon. Okay, this is an entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct, and they're doing so as the dead. They know exactly what's coming. They gang stalked me because they thought that going against God, that because they're dead, they thought that going against God, like you can raise war against Lord God. Oh my goodness. They thought that you're going to raise war against Christ Jesus, the one that already decreed your demise. And you thought that that was going to help you, that that was going to give you more time, that that was going to avoid what is your inevitable destruction. I want to be clear, this is an entity that is suicidal. There's been a lot of false information, propaganda, especially in this country that's engaging in surveillance and wanting to make sure that society is tailored in a particular way in order to foster and facilitate what is injustice and corruption, such as kidnapping people that are perfectly sane to falsely depict their character while they've been targeted by the system. That's why you have propaganda regarding what is actually the mentally ill who are engaging in that conduct. This is a suicidal population. That's why you have the government engaging in what is criminal activity. It goes right up on the internet. I want to let you know what I already know. The federal government, those associated with the Pentagon, the White House, I'm going to let you know right now, they know what's going on with regard to me documenting and publishing this. And they're watching these fools in the city of Ontario expose the government. They're watching it. I just want to let you know that. They know. They know. And the entities engaging in the reason why you're watching them engage, that's suicidal behavior. It's prosecutorial suicide, and it's literally suicidal behavior. Contrary to the things that you've been told about being suicidal. Oh, you're suicidal because you're listening to voices that are telling you to slit your wrist and to shoot yourself in the head. You're being spiritually attacked. You are not suicidal. The devil is a liar. The devil is telling you that. The demonic spirits that are controlling 6 U.S.C 997, a demon-possessed person, the Nephilim, they spiritually attack you because you're ignorant about the spiritual realm. So you don't know that demons are able to communicate and tell you things, thoughts that don't belong to you. You ever heard of that? You're not mentally ill. You're being spiritually attacked. Satan is telling you to hurt yourself. And in your ignorance, okay, while I understand that it's still equally tragic and unfortunate, but in your ignorance, you listen to that, and you even listen to the fact that you're suicidal, and the answer is a prescription and nothing else. You just need drugs? That's not, as you know, those of you that have been subject to that, you know that doesn't stop Satan from telling you to keep hurting yourself. That doesn't stop it. It's giving those demons a buzz. Those are demons telling you to hurt yourself. And you are not suicidal. The devil is a liar. These demons, they're suicidal. This is actually suicidal conduct. They know. Because of what they are, they're demons that engage in witchcraft, they engage in divination, they engage in monitor. This is how they knew the threat that I am. This is why I'm subject to this targeting. And I didn't do anything. I didn't even do anything to put myself on the map. Like, I'm a very low-key, like, to myself. I could not be any more minding my business and finding out that I've been targeted by the state. And then all of a sudden, the moment that I move away from those that I knew, such as Tracy Banks, she's living in my apartment, I'm paying rent, taking care of my mother that I think needs my help, and I don't have a problem because I love her. I'm finding out she's a demon, and I'm not freaking out, oh, you're a demon. Oh, no. I just quietly packed my stuff up very quickly, and I filed my 30-day notice, and what did she start doing? P.O.C, criminal summoning. And all of a sudden, I'm crazy now. And all of a sudden, she's physically attacking me. And I have to document her. And I have to prove the fact that she's conspiring against me. And that's a pattern of conduct shared by this entity that engages in this against American citizens. She's going to prison. The Upland Police Department are engaged in gang stalking, as you're seeing underway in Ontario. That's May of 2018. And the entities engaged in what is attacking people, and then engaging in what is the entity that's a part of this pattern of conduct, abusing the medical profession, because that's not mental illness while you're being targeted and you are choosing to move away from your family, while you're being targeted and you are choosing not to communicate with them. Who says as an adult you have to talk to anybody, including that medical professional? All right? Why are you even in my presence outside of the Ontario police kidnapping me while they're stalking, which I proved through evidence? What is this? Where does this even come from? You're talking about an entity that is at the outset on the wrong side of the law, but because they're corrupt and they're accustomed to getting away with it, and these suicidal fools thought that they were going to raise war with God himself. When I'm doing what he told me to do, I need to let you know that the Nephilim is here. I need to let you know that they're violent. They're homicidal, bloodthirsty, violent sex offenders who have sex routinely with children, who are serial killers, and they're psychopaths who will commit murder and claim that they did it accidentally as one that's actually one protecting and serving us in law enforcement. Those are the serial killers. That's the Nephilim. They're engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they do so with a straight face. They want to present as normal, sane, compassionate, loving people that would never do what they're doing, like you and I. They're not. That's Satan. And you will know them by their deeds. They can't hide themselves because they're stalking with impossible light. They can't hide themselves because they are all stalking, as the law defines that. Monitoring is pursuant to stalking under a fake sun. They can't hide it because you're looking at them engaging in it while they are triggered by me. They start stalking in planes. Those are the ones that are crashing into people in Kentucky. UPS is a murderer. That's the Nephilim that did that. The Nephilim is operating under a commercial identification. It's called UPS. Okay? They're engaging in this pattern of conduct, and these demons do so while they sit back obsessively stalking. This is a delusional behavior. Delusional. And the demons are engaging in this to their own demise. No sane person, and I want to be clear, no government. The government is very much upset because these demons lost control. They lost control, and they lose control. That's Satan. That's the spirit of Satan. Satan loses control when I tell you what they're doing, because Satan is one that has a very high, but it's delusional, a high sense of pride and a delusional sense of self. And that's a spirit that's operating in people. So they have these large egos about who they think they are, and nobody can say this and nobody can do that. And I'll run you down in the middle of the street and I'll walk away and get away with it. That's an ego. And no, you're not, by the way. You're not going to get away with it. But the entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're engaging in that pattern of conduct while they are triggered as I speak the truth. The only one that's telling you this is what they're doing. This is what they are. Those demons act out the truth of what it is that I'm stating in real time because they cannot control themselves. It's a demonic spirit. This is why you have the psychopathic pacing by helicopter. This is why you have the psychopathic pacing by commercial planes. This is why you have the psychopathic pacing amongst the impossible light activity. I've shown you the pattern. When I start documenting and I start speaking of what these demons are doing, that light activity becomes more spectacular, which is a threat. You're going to analyze the stalker. It becomes more threatening. The stalker becomes more aggressive. The stalker becomes more hostile, which is a threat to your life. You're analyzing the stalker that happens to be demon possessed, that is acting as an entity. It's the government. You're going to prosecute. And then you're going to mentally assess for that demon possession, which is proven through their same pattern, the same evidence. Because under legislation, we're not going to be talking about ghouls and goblins and demon possession. No, we're going to be talking about mental health. The way in which demon possession affects people, their behavioral health. And it's a public safety concern because they are engaging in psychopathic behavioral patterns that threaten themselves and other people. And that will automatically subject you to not only a federal prosecution as a terrorist in this country, but it will be it will subject you to what is inherent to that prosecution, mental examinations. And that's what's happening to gang stalking police, gang stalking firefighters, gang stalking pilots, gang stalking government officials. This is the entity that's engaging in what is targeting American citizens and defaming their character while they are perfectly sane. They're so sane, they maintain their own investigation to expose the Nephilim that are masquerading as a government system, and a government body. 6RIV 718 is targeting with that government, in the shoes of that government and not a private citizen. You are, by definition, the public entity, not an individual protected under the First Amendment when you are engaging in the government's pattern of conduct. You're delusional. And your delusion is part of the reason because you're ignorant. You're ignorant, and you attack the person that's going to prosecute you for it. You're going to federal prison. In other words, that's relevant behind the entity's pattern of conduct. The government's watching, and the government's watching the demons lose control in Ontario, California, and the state of California, and the government is forced to respond because that government has unclean hands itself. But the government is also ignorant in many regards, and you're watching me connect those dots for you. Okay, these are demons that engage in that, and there is no iteration of flying over E Street in Euclid with that at the elevation that I've shown. The cartwheels, the hovering, the sunrise and sunset over me at this intersection anywhere in Ontario. That's going to be anything less than stalking by an airport, and that's again the mentally ill that are inherently intellectually inferior. And why? It's because of their demon possession. Their obsession with stalking me supersedes and precludes the ability for them to, under any circumstances, and you cannot stalk me when you're coming from the airport miles away. You're always coming from the same terminal. You're always coming from the same airport, the same property. You are always flying the same miles to get to ARCO at Euclid and E Street. It will never be anything other than stalking, which also the evidence proven through what is an investigation so that everybody knows what's incorporated in the pilots that are uniformly, not creatively, not engaged in some ad hoc, creative, different, new, radical means of taking off from, we're going to do it different out here. And no, that's not what's going on. They're engaged in stalking under all circumstances, and also science is showing that they're stalking because they're doing it in the way that any government body is going to be prosecuted. You're engaged in surveillance while you are engaging in what is surveilling an American citizen in that specific environment in your city, mayor, sir or madam. You are engaged in surveillance through that airport, through that police department, through that fire department, through that population, as everybody's able to see that ongoing, consistent formula. And you're also recognizing what you need to be be aware of. They are slimy cockroaches hiding under boulders, a population, an infestation. They're dirty, filthy creatures. They do wicked, sick things. And they want to exist in plain sight. And they engage in this while you are now aware of them, and you're aware of everything else that is threatened by virtue of their presence. License 6CTT808G5, I believe. Hold on, let me read this demon's license plate again. 6CTT885. 7ZNH854. It is currently 7:58 a.m. The entity has the fake sun over the same intersection where it is right now at ARCO and CHEVRON, which I'm taking a picture of. And the entities engaged in this pattern of conduct, and where the library is closed today, there will be no sun over the OVITT Family Community Library, like where they engaged in criminal summoning yesterday. Under that fake sun, those demons are going to prison. Those demons that are engaged in federal stalking on the roads and the highways, which is what I'm documenting at 7:58 a.m. That's that same mentally ill spirit. There is no covering up the fake sun that's going to deviate from what is already captured as a matter of record. There is no nightfall, no circumstance at night in that same engineer light under the fake moon where the entity is already shown to be stalking. 8ZGY321 is maintaining vicarious presence with that agency, the terrorist leader, Mike LORENZ, who's going to federal prison for conspiring my murder. That's how personal it becomes upon the pattern of conduct proven by a city within a state pursuant to the U.S. government's pattern of conduct, because this is national. That's why you have a fake sun in Florida. Okay, the entities engaging in this and the agency's terrorist leader, it is personal with regard to conspiring your murder while that agency engages in a pattern of conduct which the unintelligent imps of the Ontario police, lacking in intelligence, but also overwhelming evidence of severe mental instability. That's what provided me the evidence, the overwhelming wealth of evidence of having a pattern of conduct of targeting me, including by blatant lying that I also documented. Broke it down in syllables for you while they are gang stalking under things like a fake sun. They're going to prison, and Mike LORENZ is going to prison as a terrorist leader. He is personally conspiring my murder while in a position of leadership, and this lawlessness is happening under his watch while he's engaging in that pattern of conduct like any other terrorist leader. P.O.C. is currently 7:59 a.m. and like I stated, there's no sun over the OVITT Family Community Library today. It's Veterans Day, where veterans are engaged in the pattern of conduct in California. Veterans are of the Nephilim. Veterans are engaged in the P.O.C. Veterans are disrespected, by the way, while the government is violating the U.S. Constitution, gang stalking American citizens through demons that call themselves a police department like the Ontario Police in the same manner. 9BVS516, 4MZP906. Not the Ontario Police Department, but also Jason Anthony is going to prison. He represents the corrupt military, the corrupt federal government. He's going to federal prison, and this is the demon that's engaging in what is ongoing spiritually attacking, and that's representing this whole entity. These are demons that are spiritually attacking while they're obsessing over me, and they are fully aware. So that's what's relevant. They are fully aware, and the fact that they're gang stalking and their pattern of conduct shows their knowledge. But they are fully aware of what it is that I'm exposing about them and what's going to come, and they're still obsessively stalking. That's going to color how many years you're getting in prison. That's going to color, with regard to your criminal record, it's going to color what are the prospects for you after you serve those penalties. With regard to deportation, there is no coming back. You're not coming back to this country. It's currently 8:01. License 6JNX261, stalking me with impossible light activity, and so is the Ontario Veterinary Hospital. This is right here adjacent to the Chevron. This is built into prosecution, but I want to go, they're engaging in gang stalking me and terrorizing me. I'm going to, in real time, identify and speak to the terrorists themselves, even though when you're documenting, and any American citizen that would report that the government is targeting them, which is a real-time emergency to their life, for so long as that ongoing pattern of conduct remains underway. Remember, the entity is going to be prosecuted because an emergency with regard to the government trying to murder me has existed for years. Okay? So, and that's the government's pattern of conduct. That's the government's criminal act. not only gang stalking, targeting me, but seeking to obstruct justice, conceal it, keep it in a bubble. And doing so through all means, through kidnapping me, through criminally defaming me, through stealing from me to keep me in an impoverished state, and then using their criminal acts of targeting me as the evidence of mental illness while you're abusing the laws as they exist for this corrupt purpose, which is exactly why those laws are going to change, because those laws don't consider the fact that the entities engaged, the government's engaged in surveillance, and the government's engaged in also targeting American citizens, and while violating their privacy and augmenting their personal and professional circumstances in order to manufacture an illusion of mental illness. That's not mental illness at all. And if you can tailor it and design it like that, then that is not what is constitutional with regard to any sort of adjudication, and that's going to change. All right, but nonetheless, this is relevant to what those laws do not consider, that surveillance is underway. Surveillance is directly relevant to an entity that's talking about mental illness and the ability to, against someone's right, augment their liberty rights, their property rights, against their will, take their property and preside over it even against the will of another that would contend against that would state that they don't want that to be the case. No, the government's not engaging. That's absurd. It's absurd, it's corrupt, and it's pursuant to this system that's been in operation for that corrupt purpose. It's not a coincidence that the entity's both gang stalking and you have these laws, which I find on the surface to be not only illogical. When you are 9 LAF 406 gang stalking, and then you can just go into a courtroom and say, oh yeah, they're crazy. She was touching on my kids, and I had to call the police that are gang stalking with her right now, and engaging in what is stating and making up information altogether. That's not justice. That's not the execution of any sort of justice system that is protecting and enforcing the property rights of an American citizen who has a right to keep their money, their property, and spend it in whatever manner they want. In fact, even the entity that sought to manufacture, while they're lying about me, even what they lied about is not relevant. It's none of the government's business. If you are promiscuous, which I want to be clear, these celebrities that are out here basically having sex on the internet in front of you to sell music, why is that not a basis of mental illness, but you can go into a courtroom and claim that somebody's promiscuity is why you should get their house and their money? Why is that even in a courtroom before a judge, a gang stalking, demon-possessed gargoyle, in other words, after they've already committed that act? Which is under no circumstances going to legitimize the fact that I wasn't there, my due process rights being violated. Why do I have to break this down? Because the ordinary target individual doesn't even have that legal skill set. They don't even know. They're just subject to it. And I don't care who you are. You could be a celebrity, a very well-paid one, like Britney Spears. And you do whatever your lawyers tell you that you should do because you don't know any better. You are subject to being abused by this system and targeted no matter what your status is. That's why the law is going to change, period. To provide uniform protection. The government also has proven it cannot be trusted. And because the government, in other words, says it's XYZ, that clearly does not mean at all that it's XYZ. It doesn't even mean that it's part of the alphabet at all. It could be color red and they talking about X, Y, and Z. That's how much of a liar, that's how illegitimate the government has shown itself to be. It's not even X, Y, and Z. It's yellow. What are you talking about, Satan? What are you talking about? And you don't know that until you're looking at and witnessing an investigation against that corrupt government. That's then being forced to do its job and forced to admit what it is and what it's doing. And that's going to speak to what is a whole rollout regarding the laws that have to change because American citizens are under surveillance and that's violating your rights in so many ways. And that's just one example. P.O.C. you can go, that's the pattern of conduct that's facilitated. And they're gang stalking at the Ontario Veterinary Hospital while the demons of the Ontario Police are gang stalking with them. That's what's relevant while you're gang stalking at the traffic lights in an Ontario Police Department vehicle. And those demons are monitoring my vagina, stalking me, the same Nephilim under a fake sun with the people, the light-slinging gargoyles, CJK 3989 Washington, a white female, a homosexual predator, stalking me, molesting as a sex offender that's obsessively wanting to touch me with the same gargoyles. All they do is drive around in Ontario Police vehicles. That's it. There's no difference. An Ontario Veterinary Clinic is gang stalking, and I believe it's 121, I want to say C Street, but it's 121 Lemon Avenue, I believe. But I have their address because I routinely document them in relevant position. And what I'm also speaking to is the fact of when you're being gang stalked at any location. I'm being gang stalked at Starbucks. The Ontario Veterinary Hospital is across the street. They're engaged in all of the pattern of conduct. Okay, it's relevant positioning. It's a citywide pattern of conduct. It's a statewide pattern of conduct. You are being prosecuted. I don't have to go to the veterinary clinic. I don't have to go find a puppy and then go in there and have them gang stalk me in my face in order to prosecute them and prove that. I've already shown that. The fake sun is over this intersection, which includes this veterinary hospital. That has also gone out of its way to appear in the middle of the night for a demon to aim light, gang stalking me with the police. It's on the record. Going onto that property, you're engaged in the pattern of conduct even when it's closed. And the people that say go on your property to molest me with light. The government's gang stalking me by helicopter over the sky space of your property while you are around, and that's called relevant position. You're being prosecuted, including that property, and your work schedule and your vacation schedule is no defense. You're going to be prosecuted. If this is the pattern of conduct by a government, and that's just speaking to the inherent structure of that system, you're being prosecuted, period. Just want to let you know that. These are delusional demons that sling light around. They're not well. And this is a reality that they're in denial of, but it doesn't matter. You can go kicking and screaming into hell. You're still going to hell. It doesn't change that, okay? It is currently 8:18 a.m. And that Ontario Veterinary Hospital, the address is 121 East, E as in Edward, Street, Ontario, California, 91764. This is P.O.C. It's 8:19 a.m. That's the Ontario Veterinary Hospital, gang stalking with audible activity, pacing in the parking lot under the fake sun. This is the pattern of conduct by demons. You know that they're engaged in stalking with impossible light while they pace in a parking lot under the fake sun. And you also know that they engage in those psychopathic patterns using commercial means. That's nothing other than a demon with a logo on the vehicle. And the fake sun remains over me as I go across the street to get this demon's license plate, 39788N3. P.O.C. It's uploaded to the Google Drive. This is Mobile Animal Court, California 444944. Mobile Animal CT. They're gang stalking demons, okay? And they're gang stalking at 121 East Street under the 8:22 a.m. fake sun. This is P.O.C. License 7NYL852, 7YTL479. Gang stalking at gas stalls number 1 and 5 at Chevron. That's engaged in criminal monitoring. And Balbir is gang stalking with the City of Ontario as an employee at that facilitating venue. That's malice regarding terrorism in this country. License 9SSM109, 6VHR657. And the ARCO employee, they're in relevant positions. So is the Ontario Veterinary Hospital. So is Starbucks, a 507, fully established on the record. You've seen the evidence of Starbucks gang stalking, and they are gang stalking me while I'm outside, while I go and make a purchase at Chevron, while the Ontario police are gang stalking, the Ontario International Airport's gang stalking at this intersection. They are all sharing relevant positioning. Heavy-duty surveillance is underway. It is currently 8:29 a.m. This is P.O.C. I do capture video of the entity stalking by the Ontario Police as I'm documenting the people of the state. That's the evidence to prosecute the people of the state. And that is the evidence prosecuting the Ontario International Airport, in addition to what is already the evidence focusing in on only the Ontario International Airport stalking as a corrupt business, a corrupt that's also City of Ontario, but those commercial airlines, the federal government's engaged in what is the criminal conduct of that airport as well. So is the entity. They're engaged in what is systematically funding terrorism by that airport. That's relevant to the gang stalking conduct while an intersection is filled with engineer light, and the entity has a fake sun that's present in the afternoon, in the evening, and the entity is targeting by the Ontario Police. And those demons that are triggered engage in real-time criminal activity. And that's psychopathic pacing, by the way, while they are under the fake sun at this intersection stalking as a population. Doing so by communicating a threat because you're analyzing the stalker. You're doing so stalking by the police to communicate that threat. And you're doing that foolishly as the psychopath that you are. You're like a feces eating, mentally ill patient that's in need of assistance, and they're getting it while they're gang stalking me on video, because that's exactly what they just accomplished by doing it on video. The entities engaging in that while they are listening to me expose them, and they're doing that with the people of the state, doing so under a fake sun that's still present 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 7 hours later. And that's just with regard to my video that I captured yesterday afternoon after 3 p.m. The entities engaging in that while they are in other words, gang stalking in concert with the people whose license plates I'm reciting. That doesn't take the focus off of the people of the state. That's speaking to federal prison for the people of the state. Because what are the people of the state doing at the OVITT Family Community Library? Kidnapping. While they're gang stalking together under that fake sun that remains over me at that entrance, aimed in alignment to me after 5 p.m. Where they're engaging what is stalking me and monitoring my vagina with that agency that cross path at this intersection as I refer to them, regarding their mental illness and their criminal activity and their outdated tactics, which is going to serve to have them subject to regular mental examinations and prison. For Mike Lorenz as well, while his pattern of conduct is proven by the puppets of the Ontario Police Department. That's a gang. That's a cult. That's the Nephilim. They're not police officers, and they're not engaged in law enforcement. Let me see. The entity is stalking now, flying over the 320 North Euclid Avenue apartments, and not over the parking lot anymore. Stalking. That's also going to be proven through what is the, yeah. Here's the entity stalking, where I'm at. And where I'm at is the OVITT Family Community Library. And this is where the entity is progressing as I progress, and that's also where the Ontario police are stalking. That's engineer light that I showed you that they're driving, and it's luminescing on their cars instead of like sunlight creating a shade. That impossible light that they're driving in is pursuant to monitoring, and the demons include the Ontario police. This is Mike Lorenz's pattern of conduct as an agency, and he has conspired my death while that agency is stalking me in concert with the people and the airport, flying over the apartment building. Everybody in that apartment building is gang stalking, and I've also surrounded this apartment building, which is the people of the state, with the evidence. Psychopathic pacing while the fake sun remains at this entrance, like I documented on video at 3:18 yesterday. The population conspiring in murder while Mike Lorenz is going to be prosecuted for MMA 625. These are the demons that the people of the state, as they're recognized as, are the ones that the demons who are gang stalking as a police department are sitting around focusing only their visual attention on. It's called criminal summoning, and they go to prison, and so do the demons of the Ontario Police Department. All right, that's the unintelligent iteration of the P.O.C. It's referred to as criminal summoning, while the police that are gang stalking and the people of the state that are gang stalking engage in that malicious iteration together. It's merely malicious, meaning engaging in that which they think that the average onlooker is ignorant about, and it's supposed to make only the target individual appear mentally ill, but even that is illogical and unintelligent, because I'm showing you what they're actually doing is harassing and triggering and psychologically torturing, which is not mental illness. And in the ignorance of that onlooker, you are engaging in what is aiding more harm. You're actually enabling the corruption of the medical field that's engaging in kidnapping with this corrupt system that's going to be subject to federal prison, from the police to the sheriff to the court to the gang stalking medical professionals, federal prison. This is P.O.C. It's currently 8:41 a.m. The Ontario International Airport is stalking. They were flying over the parking lot while I'm at ARCO. They were flying over the intersection while I was at the bus stop. While I was on Euclid Avenue, they're stalking in the direction that I go, and so is the fake sign, P.O.C. Alrighty, I captured video of that, as you can hear in the background. This is the entity that is engaging in that pattern of conduct, and the people of the state that are gang stalking are the ones that are going to prison for criminal summoning. They are the population that the gang stalkers of that corrupt law enforcement agency rely on, and that reliance is shown through the malicious iteration of a traffic stop, a health check, which is occurring where the target individual is being gang stalked by those same actors. That's mental illness 101. You're talking about, if you have a picture of it, if you have a mini film of it, it's the evidence of the Ontario Police Department gang stalking, mental illness. So the entity is engaging in that, and they're doing so with regard to who is going to prison. The entity that's relied on this corruption that they typically do as a corrupt government to engage in what is kidnapping, ultimately murder, okay? This is why Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks have already attempted to murder me before. This is why they've engaged in seeking to defame my character by putting me on the internet internet, not me putting myself on the internet, not me having knowledge about being on the internet, not me stripping nude and putting my genitalia on the internet. That's Jason Fields and Tracy Banks engaging in that as an entity. Those sex offenders are acting as an entity, and they're going to prison while they've been engaged in defaming my character along with the gang stalking tactics of the Ontario Police Department. They're going to federal prison. Along with the gang stalking of that Ontario International Airport, that doesn't make any American citizen look mentally ill when you are proving that it is stalking. They're going to federal prison with regard to that conspiracy to murder. That's the very purpose of a gang stalking police department, a gang stalking population, a gang stalking airport. The absurdity and the mental illness inherent to engaging that in the first place. Okay, they're the ones that are going to be clinically diagnosed, and they're the ones that are going to be convicted, and that's just the reality. It's 8:42 a.m., and like I stated, the entity was maintaining that fake sun over me while I was remaining at the OVITT Family Community Library, and doing so while I was capturing it yesterday. And the video ends at 8:38 a.m. It's 8:43 a.m. The entity has the fake sun over this intersection where Ontario police are gang stalking. The demons that are triggered, they engage in that. And when they engage in that triggered conduct, like flying over my head, as I speak to the fact of psychological torture as the tactic to trigger someone, and that's not mental illness, that's the evidence of stalking and ongoing torture and torment and harassment. The two are not even the same. And it's also not the practice of medicine. And legitimate and competent medical professionals know that. This is the entity that is together kidnapping and defaming. They're going to federal prison. The entity flew over my head by helicopter at the Ontario Town Square where that fake sun remained over me yesterday. As I'm documenting, analyzing for you psychological torture 101. The entity is triggered and engages in gang stalking in real time in my face. That's a threat to you, to your life, while that demon crosses path with the people of the state in that engineer light, under that fake sun, bearing weapons in a police vehicle, threatening your life. That agency before engaging in what is just making up information to kidnap me, batter me, and defame my character in doing so, harassing me amongst these demons that are gang stalking with them. So you are very much communicating a threat, and that threat is heard by the federal government. Since you think that you're going to wear those uniforms and threaten somebody, you're going to prison for that. That's what the mentally ill don't recognize. And their mental illness is psychopathic and delusional, not mental illness where they don't recognize the illegality of what they're doing. Not only do they recognize it, they're incompetent. Contrary to what Satan has them thinking, their demons have them thinking that they're, first of all, above the law and nobody can see them. That was a lie out of the pit of hell. And that they're also elite and intelligent. That's definitely a lie out of the pit of hell. You're not even crafty. You're not even slick. You're not smart whatsoever. That's why I'm breaking down the stupidity, the asininity behind the fake sun and this engineer light in the first place. And you're sitting there driving in a police vehicle, you're going to prison. And you're putting your boss in prison as well. That's the demon, Mike Lorenz, whose mental illness is put at the outset while that pattern of conduct is underway by that agency. Where I'm showing you stalking me today and stalking me yesterday, proving so under a fake sun. That inconsistent environment that remains around me while the Nephilim dress up as police officers who are engaging in conspiring my murder together with the population of demons who are stalking. Okay, it is that video that you'll see that criminal summoning is at 8:38 and 56 seconds. That's the timestamp. That's this other camera. That the timestamp is when the video ends. So, impossible light across the roof. This is a demon, a fat-faced Asian female, 9KLT674, very chunky face, Asian male, psychopath, stalking, license A2YB9W. That's it's a Tesla with a plate on it with the red and white, looks like a flag, but I'm not sure if that's a California plate. But they're coming out of coming off of the second floor of the parking garage at 320 North Euclid Avenue. That does not mean that they're residents, and it also doesn't mean that they were. That could very much be them driving into the parking garage. They engage in surveillance. They wait for me to come by, and then they cross path. That's lying in wait, mentally ill behavior of the demons that are stalking. But they are very much also likely residents. It doesn't matter what that is because the residents in this apartment building are being prosecuted. Every resident is gang stalking. Every employee is gang stalking. And the gang stalking public just go into the parking garage to engage in that, stalking in the path. So just want to be clear, there's psychopaths that do engage in what is waiting for me to come by while they're engaging in massive surveillance. You can also accomplish that by just going into a drive-thru and making a purchase. While the employees at that restaurant, while the government and the planes and the hell are all keep you under surveillance, they act cooperatively. You're accomplishing the same thing. Just want to be clear on that. These demons are in this parking garage to cross path. They're doing so while they drive out, which is a covered structure. Engineer light is moving all across the ceiling, and you know the truth about what I'm stating because you've seen it on video already. Okay, so you can refer to the evidence where and you also know that that's the case because this is where the airport is stalking right now. The airport that will be proven in court to have no takeoffs from that 2500 and 2900 airport drive. That would include hovering over this apartment building, hovering over the parking lot, hovering over the Ontario City Hall, hovering over or hovering behind the Ontario Town Square Amphitheater, hovering over the ARCO parking lot, hovering over the Bethel congregation and the 537 RAYBON Mortgage Premier venue, the bus stop. None of that's going to include hovering in order to hear or even see what is Woodside Senior Apartments, hovering over the venue of third-party facilitating venue 325 West G Street, flying south over my head in the parking lot of Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, hovering over my hotel rooms, all of them at that Economy Inn as of 2000 I was staying there over the years in 2019, 2020, 2021, and documenting in 2025 as well. The stalking by flying over my head in that parking lot, flying over my room repeatedly, and engaging what is ongoing pacing outside of my room in that sky space of Economy Inn, which is adjacent to the 60 freeway. None of that is incorporated in what is going to be proven targeting by an airport that is not merely maintaining takeoffs and landings. They are engaged in stalking as an agency, in concert with the agency that is conspiring my murder by stalking as a police department. And that is Mike LORENZ, who is a terrorist leader. And so are the demons in leadership positions of that airport. So is the terrorist leader over the fire department. Yes, but the demons that are conspiring your murder, kidnapping, and defaming you, 8RNY950, as a corrupt police department, Mike LORENZ, that pattern of conduct is putting terrorist leaders in prison. Okay, Michael GERKEN is a terrorist leader engaging in kidnapping. They do so under the Welfare and Institutions Code, which I've shown that they abuse while they're actually mentally ill, by the way. Michael GERKEN that's a removal. They engaged in kidnapping in 2019 with T.O.C. He's going to prison. He's engaged in criminal summoning at the OVITT Family Community Library under the 11 a.m. fake sun. He's engaged in kidnapping with Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer and Tommy Allen Banks. They're engaged in what is the unlawful search of my vehicle, while San Antonio Regional Hospital, they're the ones that committed that kidnapping with T.O.C. and Kessel on August of 2019. They're going to prison. There's no statute of limitations. And T.O.C. is waiting. He's waiting. He's watching his partners provide more evidence about the gang stalking he was doing back in 2019. He's going to federal prison. Okay, and they're engaging in that as a citywide pattern of conduct. And Alan D. Wapner of the Ontario International Airport monitoring me with that agency. You can see T.O.C. gang stalking me while pursuant to criminal summoning by the OVITT Family Community Library under the fake sun that remained yesterday from 8:38 a.m. as a timestamp until after 3:18 p.m. as a timestamp, showing that that venue was targeting while they engage in targeting me with that agency that's stalking me on the roads and the highways. And the entity is doing so while they are targeting with T.O.C. and who's talking about, hey, Erica, how's it going? And you'll see the demons of the Ontario International Airport that have no takeoffs anywhere over here, hovering in the sky space, behind T.O.'s head, engaging in psychological torture. That's psychological torture 101. He's going to prison, and he's going to be subject to routine mental examinations. And T.O.C., another demon, this is the Nephilim, who is, if he is not a natural born citizen, if his wife, if his mother, if any of his family, anybody that's within that unit that's not a natural born citizen, guess what's happening to T.O.C. and his family? They're being deported. But he's going to prison. And the entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct while T.O.C.'s sitting back. He's gang stalking, I want to be clear, but he has not been conspicuously, I haven't seen T.O.C. since I went to pick up my property that this entity stole pursuant to kidnapping. They're going to prison for that as well. All of the harms that you suffer, it's relevant to prison time, okay? This is all the abuse of law enforcement. You're going to prison for that. You're engaging in surveillance. You're abusing what you have been given the discretion to responsibly and fairly and constitutionally administer. You're going to prison for that because you were also in a position to murder people and then control the narrative. You're going to prison. That's what you're slow. You don't get it. You're not elite. You're slow. You're going to federal prison. And T.O.C., he's watching his partners provide ongoing evidence regarding the malice with which he was targeting me in 2019. And while he was gang stalking me at the Ontario Police Department when I went to pick up my property, and that was 2025, he's gang stalking. They're gang stalking at the Ontario Police Department. Like I said, I will prosecute you where you live, where you work. They are engaged in gang stalking me by helicopter under the fake sun at the Ontario Police Department. Okay, Mike LORENZ is not, he's going to prison, okay? He's going to prison. Okay, these demons are psychopathic, and their own mental illness is now causing them to dig a hole deeper and deeper and deeper for themselves. They're going to jump in that hole. They're the ones that are going to be buried there. It's reserved for them. And they thought it was for me. No, that's because you're a fool. It's for you. You're getting right in there. And you're not going, there's nothing that's going to stop you. You're jumping right up in that hole. It's for you. Your name is all over it. And you're going to sit there. And as far as demons like Ticho who engage in kidnapping, Ticho engages in criminal defamation and kidnapping, and he does so in August of 2019, and the Ontario Police Department is still gang stalking to date. I just want to be clear, that's relevant to Ticho's sentencing. Okay? Harms that are multiplied, that are incalculable with regard to that agency still targeting as a whole entire agency, that's relevant to Michael LORENZ and his sentencing. At the criminal conduct that he is engaging with the people of the state, acting on that agency and in concert with that agency. Okay? The entities that's engaging in that pattern of conduct is doing so, and in the same way that they target together, they're watching their demise together. And that's exactly what demons like Ticho are doing. You're sitting back watching me prosecute you, sir, and I don't even have to see your face. You're demons that are psychopaths like you, where you quietly celebrate your mental illness that you think nobody has any evidence of, while you lock people out. Your partners that have that same mental illness, that's what's putting you in prison, because you're all mentally ill and you don't have any sense to stop doing what everybody's now watching you do, and you're going to prison. You're going to prison. And that's called reaping, by the way. It's 8:53 a.m. The fake sun is over the Ontario Town Square. And this is where the people of the state are engaging in surveillance. Carlos, the demon that's wearing the neon jacket with the bike, documented him systematically. This is the entity that's gang stalking, the leaf blower in the background. The entities, that's Brightview gang stalking, the City of Ontario gang. They're engaging in landscaping under the fake sun that's still here after 3 p.m. in other words. Okay? They're engaging in gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport, stalking me as I walk south to this venue under a sun that's in an inconsistent location based on the demons that would like to claim, no, I'm not a psychopath, I'm not a stalker, I'm not conspiring or murder, please, please. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. And you don't have to say a word. And you're going to prison. That's the penalty for it. This is the pattern of conduct, 8:54 a.m. This is P.O.C. at the Ontario Town Square where the fake sun follows. (9:02 a.m.) and flying over the top of my head at the Ontario Town Square. Robert Rivera is gang stalking, crossing path in concert. Carlos is gang stalking, already in position on the bench facing Euclid Avenue. Brightview is engaged in psychopathic pacing. That's what the significance of being under the fake sun and walking, driving, flying. These are demons that are actually pacing, giving you the context. That's the significance of why a fake sun is remaining over me as they are surrounding. And they're surrounding pursuant to stalking. It's 9:02 a.m. This is P.O.C. while the entity is engaged in what is the pattern of conduct at the Ontario Town Square. Can I help you?
Happy birthday, Erica.
It's not my birthday. So I just want to document, the entity is engaged in targeting, as I'm showing that the pacing by this airport, as I began documenting in video the people of the state on Euclid Avenue. This is where the entity is already stalking through the people, okay? License 8, Yolanda Apple Mary 353 is stalking. This is a heavy-set white female with what appears to be minors in the vehicle, conspiring the murder of another and incorporating children in that offense committed as an entity, as the people of the state. This is captured at 6:55 a.m. on Euclid Avenue under the fake sun. I'm on Euclid Avenue still at 9 a.m. The fake sun is still, just giving you big picture analysis. This is the airport that is stalking as science is going to prosecute them. But they are also shown to be stalking as you are then scrutinizing how they are following from place to place while that scientific impossibility remains over me. We're overt stalking and harassment, which is not subtle. It's not passive aggressive. It's also not hidden. It's in plain sight. That's what I mean by conspicuous stalking, also committed while a fake sun is over over your head, it's conspicuous stalking by the government. While the entity is stalking with impossible light, it's conspicuous stalking by the government. That which the government thought was so inconspicuous, so surreptitious, all right, that nobody sees it, and it's going to criminally defame that American citizen who's going to look like they're crazy, and nobody looks like they're imagining anything when you're looking at the pattern of conduct, and you are going to a mental asylum stalking in planes like Southwest Airlines, American Airlines, Amazon Prime, the demons gang stalking using UPS, Alan D. Wapner, Ronald Loveridge, Julia Gu, Otif El Kadi, that entire Ontario executive team, Kurt Hagman, the demons of the Ontario Police Department. They are mentally ill. You're looking at the evidence of their mental illness while they engage in this, and they surmise that the ordinary target individual is subject to this, and they're mentally ill while they inflict that upon American citizens. They're psychopaths, and they are serial killers, and they are the co-conspirators of murder while a corrupt government targets with a bunch of puppets that sit around engaging in surveillance like Carlos and Rivera. Robert Rivera are engaging in at the Ontario Town Square. He's not the only one. Brightview is gang stalking as a business. This demon that I don't know his name, I don't need to know his name, he's gang stalking. They're in position at the benches, and the entity just engages in vacillating faces. And that's very easy to do amongst the population. They pace through with their dogs, they pace through with their kids, they pace through in traffic. They're pacing through as Sarah's Regis is a venue where they're flying over. There is no flights coming from the airport that's going to include flying over the Sarah's Regis apartment complex. That's just one example with regard to prosecuting the mentally ill that are stalking in planes. Okay, that's the P.O.C. Alrighty, the entity is maintaining ongoing aerial surveillance flight over the square, and that's where the fake sun is, right here over me at the square. And this is where the fake sun is, as I'm showing at the Ontario Airport Inn, for example, where it would be 10:06 during daylight savings time on November 1st, and which is when I'm documenting the fake sun over that airport. And that fake sun, regardless of daylight savings time, it's remaining as I'm capturing during the 7 a.m. hour. And then I step outside of that same parking lot after 5 p.m. where the entity is gang stalking at the Ontario Town Square within that time frame where the sun does not move from being over that parking lot I captured on that day at the Ontario Airport Inn. That's the other angle where the entity is already surrounded. And they're also stalking while they're remaining what is over the Ontario Airport, over the Ontario Town Square, maintaining this ongoing systematic aerial flight in concert with the people of the state that are engaged in what is pacing in concert with the demons using planes while they are keeping a fake sun. This is the context. This is mental illness. They're pacing in traffic. They're pacing in the sky space above me. They're pacing on foot around me while they are demons gang stalking together. It's 9:07 a.m. And that's just one example. The LAPD is gang stalking in a way that's proven that Kurt Hagman is a psychopath and a co-conspirator of my murder, and he's going to be prosecuted accordingly in concert with that terrorist leader, Mike Lorenz. Okay, the pattern of conduct while the demons are wasting resources, but it's a criminal waste because the agency Ontario Police are wasting resources on criminal activity with the intent, the investment in murder. They've invested in murdering me while they use the police vehicles, they use their helicopters, they use their technology, their communication devices. They're engaged in all manner of surveillance while masquerading as law enforcement. And not only is that criminal with regard to necessarily removing the gang stalking mayor, where all of the city of Ontario is engaged in that P.O.C., yeah, he's a terrorist and he's not staying in office. But the entity's engaged in that, and that's speaking to what is the mental illness by that entity. They're all under a fake sun, which LAPD is testifying to, where they're gang stalking me at the same time in an irreconcilable environment. And none of that creates the impossible light activity that they're driving in, flying over me within, while they're stalking me with it, molesting with it, harassing with it. This is what they're doing while they're stalking. Their mental illness is at the forefront of their inevitable prosecution. It's 9:08 a.m. This is P.O.C. And that's, again, the entity stalking by plane. All right, this is documentation regarding stalking that is documented by the Ontario International Airport. And I want to make sure that the domestic enemy is not only identified as those maintaining criminal surveillance under the malicious guise. That's speaking to what is a highly nefarious and diabolical purpose, or that malice of surveillance under the guise of maintaining an airport is shown. That is for a purpose to get away with things like stalking, psychological torture, defamation, murder. Okay, the stalking by that airport is instrumental and key in murder that is committed as a entity maintaining surveillance through what the government is shown to be doing in Ontario, surveillance through the airports. Throughout the cities are inside of the states. The states are what is the facilitating venue. Okay, it's bigger than Starbucks. Starbucks is in the city, which is the facilitating venue. The city itself is within the county, which is within the state, which is nothing other than the facilitating venue where proven surveillance is underway, which is proven through the asininity of what is also direct evidence, a fake sun. And the evidence also, they're shown to be targeting while I engage in my documentation, my investigation, and the entity engages in its pattern of conduct. That's also evidence of the targeting, okay? But like I stated, the entity is engaging in this, and I captured it in screenshots, and the domestic enemies themselves do need to be identified. Alan D. WAPNER, Kurt Hagman, Ronald O. Loveridge, Jim Bowman, and Julie Agu. These are domestic enemies of this country. Atif El-Kadi, Karen Kavanaugh, Angela Lauber Conroy, Celeste Heinonen, Charles Miwa, Elisa Gray, James Kessler, Jamal Aviles, Aaron Cello. And remember, these are those that I'm naming with regard to leadership, which is corrupt. Pursuant to the corrupt conduct, pursuant to stalking by an airport is underway because murder is anticipated. It is the conspiracy to commit murder is in progress while that airport is stalking. And the demonic means that the pattern of conduct shows. That's what's relevant regarding hidden domestic enemies in this country that target American citizens in concert with the corrupt the corrupt executive branch, gang stalking police that are keeping us under surveillance and not telling us in violation of our constitutional rights and in violation of the constitutional authority that they have been delegated. They are violating it. Okay? The entities engaging in gang stalking by the airport, and I took screenshots of this. I'm going to give voice to it while the entities engaged in ongoing surveillance with this airport. This is the entire city of Ontario that's gang stalking me while the airport in the city is gang stalking, okay? And I'm going to start from the latest at 9:06 a.m. I do have published what is a long roster that was published yesterday, November 10, 2025. And let me go ahead and cite the time of that as well. The time that I am getting this off of the internet is relevant to what the airlines, what the airport have agreed to, have shared with the public, reasonably reliable. Of course, I've been on planes before and I've been at the airport. Again, this is also relevant, though, to surveillance. So that's also relevant to the times that you're expecting a package, the time that you're expecting your flight to arrive. And there's a whole bigger picture going on regarding surveillance. And so it's not just the fact that people are running behind schedule and the weather. There's a whole surveillance system underway with regard to what time your flight is taking off and arriving as well. But mindful, this is published yesterday, which I got off the internet. The airport is publishing information that passengers, that people that are, have business ventures, are visiting, traveling, whatever, are reasonably relying on, with the anticipation that it may change as well. But understand that this is pursuant to surveillance, and also the entity that's engaging in surveillance is aware of the fact that I am documenting its corrupt practices. But that's not speaking to the fact that you are publishing it, and that's going to be reasonably relied on, and it's relevant to the analysis of targeting under all circumstances of this same airport. So you can change the flights all you want. That's a lot of changing. That's a lot of vacillating with regard to people that are relying on that which is published. And this is, again, the entity is always working with what I'm exposing in the immediate. These are demons that are obsessively stalking. They're never thinking about the bigger picture. I've been documenting and exposing the fact that the entity is operating outside of what's published on the internet, where people that are passengers on these planes that are not engaged in the pattern of conduct with the airport are relying on what is published. And while you're engaging in what is flights and arrivals to that airport, why is Delta Airlines hovering where I'm located in Ontario, and it's not even on your published website? And the published flight for Delta Airlines flight is published on the website. That is under no circumstances going to be hovering over Woodside Senior Apartments, heard inside of this apartment. That's not. And the entity engages in that. There is no making consistent what I'm showing you, all the angles where you're surrounding these demons that are maintaining surveillance through this airport. This is committed in furtherance of murder. So it is relevant to a federal RICO case as well for the gang stalkers who are domestic enemies. Delta Airlines is an enemy to the United States while they commit murder through those same airlines where you pay money to get to a destination on those planes, and you don't know that they're engaged in surveillance and they engage in sacrificing American citizens, which is what that airline is engaged in while it's gang stalking me. They also do that while they are crashing planes intentionally. They're not accidental. They're monitoring my physical movements. They're monitoring my genitalia, meaning they engage in activity creation. They engage in immediate flight, meaning you are a whole psychopathic stalker who was already there to engage in simultaneous hovering flight over me, around me, at the moment that I begin operating my device. Yes, they know what's in the sky space around them. Not only based on technology, but based on the fact that they're monitoring demons. They have supernatural knowledge. They know. They intentionally crash into each other. They intentionally crash into buildings and mountains and bodies of water. They intentionally engage in what is murder. And with your ignorance about surveillance, about monitoring demons that are maintaining commercial airlines, that are maintaining airports, that are maintaining police departments, that are maintaining whole corrupt populations of demons, that are engaging in targeting American citizens, you are looking at the newscast and you're being told that it's an accident, that it's a suspicious disappearance, that it's an unsolved murder, that it's an unsolved homicide. Okay, it's being investigated and an autopsy has to be conducted. We have to find out what happened to this person that disappeared. We don't know what happened to them. We don't know what happened to this child. It's all pursuant to surveillance, and it is conditioning your mind, and it's necessarily relying on your ignorance about this system of surveillance. And the two are not coexisting. The two are not coexisting. They know exactly who you are, where you are, what you're doing. And that's speaking to murder of a skateboarder in the middle of the street. They're perfectly safe in the middle of the street where a demon is monitoring, sounding their sirens. They are perfectly safe because that demon has the ability to avoid them. That's how much knowledge they know about where you are. You are intentionally running the people that stayed over in the middle of the road. That was murder. And yes, these demons are murdering each other. They are targeting and killing each other, setting each other up while they're monitoring, and none of them are speaking to you about the fact that they're monitoring. People like myself. The average targeted individual that doesn't have evidence and proof of it. And I want to be clear, even the targeted individual, which could be a demon that's a part of this system becoming a target, they don't have the intellectual capacity to speak to what they're doing. They have monitoring spirits in them. So they just do what demons cause them to do, okay? But it's not like they don't have brain function. It's not a defense. They choose to do it. They know that American citizens are suffering by it. They derive pleasure from it. This is their mental illness. But they don't have the ability to prove it. And the system is designed where anybody were to speak of it, it's supposed to result in their being diagnosed or assessed, immediately written off, discarded as mentally ill. Those are the demons that are stalking in helicopters under the same fake sun. Carlos is going to prison. You have Robert Rivera over here, federal prison. You have these demons that are engaged in the pattern of conduct. I want to be clear, those that are gang stalking while you hear helicopter activity, those are the demons that are doing so. Guess what was engaged in criminal summoning at the OVITT Family Community Library? And I got all their license plates and the vehicles numbers, and I got their images. And I documented the female gang stalker with Corey Walton. I documented kidnapping. They're all going to prison, all of them. And who are they engaging in exposing? The same terrorist. Mike Lorenz, and before him, the predecessor to terrorism, Derek Williams. And who are they gang stalking? The demons that I'm going to identify right now by airline, by stalking by commercial plane at this, following from Euclid Avenue at the bus stop to what is the Ontario Town Square. We're capturing video at 7 and it's 9:27 and the fake sun is off the same street where those demons are stalking in a helicopter. The demon in the police vehicle at Lemon and D Street stalking. Just like Alex Escobar gang stalking at that same intersection at the U.S. Bank where that police department is flying in circles around me under a fake sun. Where Corey Walton is gang stalking in an Ontario Police Department vehicle. This is all on the record. Federal prison. They're all going to federal prison. This is an entity that engages in that conduct, which I want to be clear, the U.S. government that's watching me expose them are watching the demons that have totally lost control, and I am exposing and telling all of their tactics and exposing them, and they engage in all that they know how to do, be monitoring spirits. And those monitoring spirits in those meat suits that call themselves, that dress up as police officers, are going to prison for it. It's not a defense in court. It's called malice. nefarious conduct that is serving for your murder. And this system of surveillance, which remains unspoken, is the guise under which they get away with it and control that narrative. Ordinarily, that's not going to happen anymore. But I want to be clear, the entity sounding helicopter activity, that's audible activity in the environment. You're going to be prosecuted based on the environment that they maintain around the targeted individual who's being monitored by the audible noise, who's being monitored by criminal presence. Mike LORENZ, that agency doesn't have any warrant to engage in what is proven surveillance, including while they do so centering their attention around these gang stalking demons, these light slinging gargoyles, which the Ontario police are as well. And they sound helicopter activity with regard to, like I stated earlier, the ongoing aggression, the ongoing hostility and animosity while I speak, what they sought to engage in the dark, in secret, in the shadows. You're going to prison for your mentally ill and criminal and corrupt conduct. You're going to prison. And that's not going to be a secret either. But nonetheless, the entity is engaging in that, and that's relevant with regard to what everyone is exposed while the airport is engaged in surveillance with that agency stalking in a helicopter. That's how important you are, by the way. This entity is engaged in surveillance, and they know what you're doing when they engage in that threatening conduct, which is exactly what it is under a fake sun, focusing on me, because it's under the same circumstances on Sunday when the library is not closed on Veterans Day. Like it is today, and on Sunday I'm out here at this town square at 4 and 5, and where's the fake sun? Over the same square where the demons are stalking by helicopter. Okay, the demons are gang stalking, and they're immigrants and they're natural born citizens. They're of all races. They're openly engaging in surveillance and furtherance of murder. Where do you do that under the law? They're not. They're going to be prosecuted. They're conspicuously stalking today, going to prison for it tomorrow, getting deported for it tomorrow, getting arrested and raided for it, and pleading in court regarding federal indictments tomorrow. They're engaged in conspicuous stalking with the government that's no longer secretly engaging in surveillance, and it's demonic. This is giving context regarding running an American citizen down in the middle of the street. While you're stalking, I'm exposing LAPD, both in Los Angeles and in Ontario. Because there's no sun that's ever going to be in LA, while the Ontario police are stalking me in helicopters day and night over a sunrise and a sunset. That's not in alignment. And just to give you context, I'm placing myself in LA, including at the same time of year. And you have what is the sun through my living room window, the sunset through my bedroom window. When is it going to be over the Ontario Town Square for Ontario police to be shown as the demons that they are when you're paying attention and not ignorant about the illusion that they surround you with while they're keeping you under surveillance? Because in the natural environment, it's never happening. It's impossible. This is the entity that's engaging in targeting together, while they are relying on that pattern of conduct as one entity, sharing in that pattern of conduct as one together. All right, the Ontario police are engaged in that pattern of conduct while the Latino male wearing the neon orange jacket, digging in the trash can with the orange hat, engaging in what is kidnapping with Securitas, doing so under the fake sun, doing so with the Ontario Police Department that committed kidnapping on September 28th, doing so with knowledge. Oh, they knew there wasn't any harassment. These demons are engaging in harassing me because they're hostile while they're being documented. And they are necessarily admitting to surveillance while they engage in those tactics of criminal summoning. That's speaking to why you're going to prison, by the way. It automatically, with regard to the threat to an American citizen, it escalates from what is just a threat that already exists by virtue of surveillance, by secret surveillance, by police departments that bear weapons, that are given authority under the law to engage in law enforcement, not surveilling you and then abusing their positions to get rid of you, for example, one way or another, putting criminal charges on you where you didn't commit any crime, taking your life when you didn't commit any crime, and they're violating the law by even being in your presence because it's communicating a threat, and it's also psychologically harmful to you, especially while they're light-slinging gargoyles who are demons and wearing police uniforms, engaging in the supernatural while wanting you to focus on the carnal while they're engaging in criminal surveillance. That is also demonic. This is an entity that's engaging in that, okay? They are engaged in what is threatening your life while they know the details of your genitalia, while they're engaging in what is running you over in the middle of the street and claiming that they didn't know that you were there, or claiming that they were sounding their sirens and they didn't have enough time to veer out of the way. It was an accident. That's the entity that's engaging in that. That's murder. That's what LAPD is engaged in. LAPD is the same entity that's stalking by helicopter right now, and they are surrounded with the evidence of targeting me specifically. Dominic Choi conspiring my murder. Mike LORENZ conspiring my murder. Okay? Michael Moore conspiring my murder. I'm documenting him targeting me while I'm in LA subject to this pattern of conduct, stalking by helicopter, fake sun over my head. 2019, 2020. Including the evidence that I testified to that this entity stole. They stole it. And that's not protecting Michael Moore, it's incriminating Michael Moore, because my evidence shows that I didn't make up anything. And I have no reason, nor would I be irresponsible with my evidence and lose it. Just delete it. The entity did that while they were kidnapping me. These demons that are going to prison that are stalking by helicopter right now. So I want to document that. These demons that are gang stalking, I'm capturing images of them. They're going on the Google Drive. They engaged in kidnapping with the Ontario police that are stalking in helicopter. They engaged in what is criminal summoning on September 28th with the Ontario police. That's federal prison. That's Carlos Robert Rivera. That's the Latino male with the neon orange shirt on. The entity is engaged in what is stalking by helicopter flying in circles. And those are the diaper wearing cowards that run off once I start capturing video of them. And to return the moment that I stop recording. What do you think those demons at the OVITT Family Community Library yesterday under the 8:38 a.m. fake sun are doing? They're stalking me. And you're going to prison because you are a whole psychopath stalking somebody in that malicious manner. You're a psychopath that's plotting murder in a way that you thought nobody was ever going to connect those dots. You're going to prison. And they're on video. The evidence putting them in prison is captured yesterday, November 10, 2025. And they're going to federal prison for it. Yes, they're going to prison for what was documented on September 28, 2025. They're going to federal prison for what was documented September 27, 2022. S. Patty's going to federal prison. T. Cho's going to federal prison. Jason Knighton's going to federal prison. Lester Keys is going to federal prison. Okay? Lisa Rogan is going to federal prison. Kara Hudson, this terrorist from the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, she's going to federal prison. While the entity is engaged in surveillance, they know very well who you are, and they also know that you don't suffer any mental illness. This is the entity that's surrounding you with that pattern of conduct. And as I've shown you, stalking an American citizen and harassing and psychologically torturing them, that's never amounting to any mental illness by that targeted individual, especially the one that documents it. In fact, the demons that engage in that, which are Mike Lorenz and that agency, they are the mentally ill, including the ones that sit in a court utilizing the criminal activity of that gang stalking police department to kidnap you while they don't even have an authority under the law because of surveillance that's underway that's unconstitutional and does not provide any jurisdiction under the Constitution for them to entertain anything in a courtroom. And they know that. That's why the fake sun's over that court. That's why impossible light activity is occurring on that court building. That's why the people of the state are pacing all around stalking me at that courthouse. While Mike Lorenz incriminates that Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Mike Lorenz incriminates that San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department and vice versa. They're going to prison. Just want to be clear, 9:36 a.m. I'm going to upload this right now on the internet. 9:36 a.m. Ontario police flying in circles around me at the Ontario town square. And let me capture that fake sun as well. This is the P.O.C. And this is where the Ontario International Airport, as I'm going to recite those times, are also stalking with that very agency that directly engages in it. They're doing so on the roads and the highways, like I'm documenting that demon at Lemon and D Street, stalking under the fake sun. And like I'm documenting via the tactic of what is conspicuous stalking and psychological torture via criminal summoning of the demons of the Ontario police who are stalking by helicopter now. The ongoing tactic of engaging in more stalking conduct in a helicopter is proving surveillance. Surveillance that LAPD is engaging in when they run that young man over in the middle of the street. That's not speaking to ignorance by the LAPD. They know what you're stating. They know what you're doing. That's why he was perfectly safe, actually, ironically, in the middle of the street, because the demons know where you're at. He didn't have to run him over. He did so with regard to your ignorance about them being demons, your ignorance about them engaging in stalking and monitoring you in the specific environment, which is speaking to detailed, supernatural knowledge about your position, about your activity, about your identity, about your whatever it is that you're doing and where you're going. And that's malice why they turned on their police sirens and lights to speed down the street, to run him over at an accelerated speed. It was premeditated murder. In the same way that the Ontario police have committed repeated kidnappings, that S. Patty and T. Cho and Kessel, that Lester Keys, Melnick, Jason Knighton, they're all going to federal prison for. The gang of them. C. Torres, they're going to federal prison. Criminal defamation is the tactic. Criminal defamation fails miserably upon the exposure of criminal surveillance by this same agency. You're going to prison, and you are a fool to have provided this evidence against yourself, against the state, against that agency, against your own demon-possessed boss, Mike Lorenz. That demon's going to prison. Okay? He's specifically personally threatening my life while that pattern of conduct. They're stalking me, flying in circles around me right now by helicopter while engaging in surveillance with the people of the state. Every single last one of them, prison. And the demon in the helicopter, prison. But this is their system, and they're being dealt with. They're all going to prison. You're not escaping justice. You're not driving off anywhere. You're not flying off anywhere and nobody knows where you're going and you're just going to disappear in a blink. That's not what's happening. They're going to prison. That's the entity's system, however. That's the entity that's engaging in what is the conspiracy to murder. This is what they do on an ongoing basis until they catch you in a circumstance such as being on your skateboard in the middle of the street so that they can create the circumstance such as turning on their lights and sirens, being protected by their position to run you over at an accelerated speed and commit murder, and then depict it by the people of the state that report the news to you about it, the people of the state that are witnessing it, talking about call the ambulance. That's these demons, the people of the state. Call the ambulance, call emergency assistance. These demons are targeting together, and they commit murder together, while those demons turn on their lights and sirens, knowing exactly who you are and what you're doing, murdering together. That's the P.O.C. That's the serial killers. That are the Nephilim. Okay? Those are the demons that are putting themselves in prison. Because that's where you're going, gang stalking. I'm the one that's here exposing you. And nobody's disregarding what I'm stating. You're delusional. And nobody's mistaking what you're doing. You're delusional. Nobody's going to cry for you when you're deported to whatever country you're going back to. Nobody's going to cry for you when you're subject to decades in prison. When you're engaged in what is a career of serial killings, murder, and getting away with it because you wear a badge. I'm taking that badge, and you're also losing your freedom. And nobody is going to cry for you because nobody's going to be able to put food on the table for your gang-stalking, demon-possessed family members who have been benefited from your terrorism in this country, in this city, in this state. It's called justice. It's called reaping. And if you are ignorant, those of you who are listening, Satan that it uses people in warfare, people die. Did you know that? People die in war. This is a part of what are the casualties of war. And war is because of sin. And sin is not God's doing. Sin is not because God is mean. And judgment is not because God is mean and he's unfair. And he's lacking in perspective. People subject their own children to judgment. People subject their own families to judgment. That's their own doing. They decided that for everybody, whether they realized it or not. And in war, people die. People suffer. It's called judgment. And he is not a cruel God. He's a righteous and he's a righteous and just, a God of justice while he executes that. While he's looking and watching people suffer injustice. He is perfect in everything that he does, including while he mercifully watches the demons, watches injustice, and he engages in what is long-suffering, permitting it to occur for a amount of time. And there is a time where it's not going to be permitted anymore. And this is the time. The demons that are stalking via the heliport, via helicopter, they're going to prison. The demons that are stalking as the Ontario International Airport, which I'm going to detail now, because that's the criminal monitoring and furtherance of my murder with that agency that they are engaging in. And the commercial airlines, these are domestic enemies. They're domestic enemies that target us through the use of businesses that we consume. We are their consumers while they're targeting us. They're doing so in the specific environment, and they do so under the guise of what are tragic accidents occurring in the U.S. Where we are engaging in what is, we are subject to this pattern of conduct, and we don't even know it. We don't even realize it. And it's the work of Satan as well. Where it's not only knowledgeable, it's not only concerted, it's not only intentional, it's malicious. It's designed that way. It's not just a loss of life, a homicide, a tragic accident. It's premeditated murder, pursuant to detailed knowledge about everyone and what everybody is doing and who you are, and the threat that you pose to a demon-possessed entity that doesn't want to be exposed. That's what's stalking me in helicopter right now and putting Dominic Choi in prison. Dominic Choi's not walking away scot-free. Nothing changed when I documented that terrorism in LA, conspiring my murder, for it to continue in Ontario, California. And I showed as I went from hotel to hotel, as I went from hotel to hotel, what was the entity doing? Maintaining ongoing gang stalking by Pasadena police, by the state of Nevada, by Monrovia police, by Azusa, by what Azusa Police, by the entity as I'm going from hotel to hotel, city to city, and that fake sun's remaining over me. Where does that fit into the fake sun setting in alignment to my face inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, where the Ontario Police and the Ontario International Airport are proven stalking by science, but also by my evidence of what is a public nuisance, even more detailed and more specific and more nefarious than a public nuisance, because a public nuisance is affecting everyone incidentally. The entity is intentionally focusing on me while the rest of the people of the state are gang stalking me with that government in planes and helicopters under a fake sun. That's the entity that's at that level of exposure through my investigation, and they're in real time. That's showing you how they are serial killers while they are being publicly exposed in real time, still engaging in that conduct. Nobody's mistaking that for mental illness. They are delusional. They're going into asylums, they're going into prison, they're going back to their home country, wherever they came from. All right, this is P.O.C. It's currently 9:44 a.m. Alrighty, so what you just listened to, the entity as I'm describing what is stalking by that Ontario International Airport, it is simultaneously exposing comprehensive surveillance pursuant to, contrary to what is depicted regarding propaganda, what is depicted regarding ignorance about details and identities and knowledge about what happened. And this is the entity that's engaging in surveillance, and not coincidentally by the Ontario Police, who engage in flying in circles around me under this fake sun, which is putting the demons documented yesterday on video in prison as well. My investigation regarding what I captured on video alone is putting them in prison, in addition to the next day stalking under the fake sun while I'm referring to them. Not coincidentally, while I'm engaging in this, and the entity is doing so by helicopter, which you can hear in the background, that's putting the demons on video yesterday and the demons this morning, stalking in this agency and Mike Lorenz is federal prison. All roads lead to federal prison for Cho. He's looking at his ongoing case, and this demon knows he's going to prison, and so do the demons of the Ontario Police. They also know that their system of surveillance is exposed. So the entity's rationale, which is also the reason why they're going to prison and they're going for so long. Third party monitoring. Wells Fargo, license plate 9 Larry Frank Victor 975. Doing so with the demons that are engaged in surveillance. Robert Rivera and Carlos, that's African-American male. You have the entity that's engaged in gang stalking by the population, who is maintaining different. First of all, I want to be clear what Satan is doing. This is demon possession. So Satan is using multiple bodies, and it's the same Satan. It's the same spirit. So I just want to be clear. This is demon possession. That's why you have the identical obsession with me. Through a government that I don't have any relationship with, because I've never been no criminal. What brought me to their attention beyond what is surveillance that is unlawful by the government is because they're demons. So why do you have strangers that are stalking using commercial planes? It's because they're demons. Why do you have what are family members and fake friends that would defame your character pursuant to this pattern of conduct? Showing what is animosity and hostility when I've done nothing to you other than what is in your best interest, because they're demons. Satan is engaging this is exposing demon possession to you. These are demon possessed people, the same spirit of Satan, while you're looking in the physical, what are different faces engaging in the same stalking conduct. That's the demonic entity. The public entity is maintaining a population, crossing paths, stalking as a population while the fake sun remains planted. And that's proven because I've documented the fake sunset here in alignment to me, while the same government is stalking by definition under that fake sun by a population, and putting its own agency members, its own population members, they're going to prison for what they're engaging in. But this is the entity that's, again, this is Satan that doesn't care about the fact that they're going to prison. These are demons these are people who are demon possessed. They don't care about their own well-being because they're demon possessed, and Satan doesn't care about it. So they're more obsessed with me because they're doing the bidding of Satan than they are knowledgeable and cognizant of the fact you're going to prison for this. This is going to be in court. They're not. These are demons, and that's also the evidence of their mental illness, because you would legally analyze that as well. It's impunity. They're monitoring the evidence about themselves, and you're still stalking. That's an unlawful threat by the government and also a psychopathic, obsessed stalker. Okay? You're taking pictures of that stalker. That stalker's looking down at their phone. They're aware of that picture that you took. They're demons that are monitoring. And it's also proven, how do I know that? That's proven through their pattern of conduct. What is the demon doing stalking by helicopter? What is the demon doing flying over the top of my head by helicopter? What are the demons doing when I'm referring to what UPS is hovering behind that Ontario Town Square the other night? Stalking, another UPS plane hovering, and clearly stalking. They have to fly miles over here to then go at a lower elevation. You're not taking off over here, and nobody is retarded. These are demons that are unintelligent, and that's how they're proving real-time knowledge. In addition, their knowledge is proven to you while you're looking at the evidence of the fake sun, the engineered environment, the stalking with the impossible light. The simultaneity of conduct that I'm referring to, which is also not a coincidence, that's speaking to knowledge, and you're mentally ill to do that while it's in an investigation exposing that you are stalking. That's because it's the spirit of Satan. Satan's interests are different from the people who are going to serve these carnal, physical consequences. Understand that. They don't have the same interests, and Satan is laughing at them because they're going to be sitting in a cell, and Satan's going to be using other people. But that's the reality of what this is. These are demon-possessed people, and their mental illness is proven through their behavior, which is also criminal. So the stalking by the airport is evidence of surveillance by the whole state. Okay, and the entities engage in that. And what I documented yesterday, the entities engaged in. Let me refer to that because that's what I was stating. With regard to surveillance and, for example, flights and those types of details that are subject to change, but it's also relevant. More knowledgeable about that, obviously, but you're also aware of the fact that there's surveillance that's underway. So details, in the way I've shown you, stuff changes in the moment based on whatever it is that I describe or expose about this entity, like describing that UPS is stalking, hovering behind the Ontario Town Square amphitheater, like there's an airport right there at B Street and B Street and what is that, Lemon, and there's not. And there's also, when you're flying over the ARCO parking lot, you have what is not rising behind the housing authority on Lemon Avenue. What are they? This is, again, the entity is stalking under all. There's one airport. They're coming from the same airport. They're not coming from San Bernardino Airport hovering over me at ARCO. They're not taking off from the Ontario Airport hovering over me at ARCO. They're not. They're also not taking off or landing at the airport hovering behind the Ontario Town Square amphitheater. Those are the demons engaging in cartwheels, stalking, and stalking is also proven through that fake sun. It's also proven where the entity is sharing in that pattern of conduct, engaging in what is stalking as an police department while those demons are triggered. And they were supposed to be triggering me. And they are the ones that are triggered, and they are exposing their mental illness. I want to be clear. The entity is projecting when they're engaging in this pattern of conduct. This is the demon-possessed who are mentally ill people who are projecting. And what they surmise is going to cause another person to act out as though they're mentally ill. It is exposing how and what is wrong with them. Their mental illness is exposed while they are triggered by the truth of what it is that I'm documenting and exposing about them in this public investigation. They are exposing themselves through their very tactics. And it is mental illness. Just want to make sure that you recognize that, okay? The entity is gang stalking through the population. And these are the demon-possessed people. That's the demonic entity. And it's also the public entity that is acting as one while they're stalking as an entity through the businesses. Remember, the fake sun comes to the Ontario Town Square. So Unique Cafe, the Herradura de Oro, the City of Ontario, the municipality, and all of its iterations of criminal presence as a municipality, light activity as a municipality, and audible activity as a municipality. All the tools that they pull out to engage in monitoring under a fake sun that's exposing the mayor as a terrorist and facilitating terrorism, including immigrants that are engaging in that. The entities engaging in what is stalking through every establishment, through every residential neighborhood, through every person, while that specific environment remains around that target individual. And it remains even when they cover up the fake sun, once they are engaging in surveillance and they know that it's being documented. It's not changing. And it's only the mentally ill that engage in the same exact pattern of conduct, covering up the fake sun as though somebody forgot that. Those are the ones that are eating their own feces. Those are the demon-possessed. Those are the mentally ill. Okay, it's 9:54 a.m. So that's what is relevant with regard to the entity gang stalking, and this is relevant to the stalking by that airport. As you'll recall, the video that I'm capturing today, I captured my first video this morning on Euclid Avenue at 6:55 a.m. in the engineer light that's lighting up the sidewalk. My shadow, impossible light, appearing on that small little curb. It's not even a full-size curb, it's a small curb, showing you the subtlety where you're identifying stalking by a population in that engineer environment, ongoing monitoring that's by a population, as systematic as on the roads and the highways, okay? With the demons of that airport, yes, and of that police department that's stalking me while I expose that, while I document, stalking me by helicopter, okay? Mike LORENZ he's already dealt with under federal law. Jason Isaac Fields is dealt with under federal law, while the entity engages in that, and it's always to its own demise. That's why you're maintaining this level of an investigation, because you're all witnessing the prosecution of Satan. Okay, it is that first video at 6:55 a.m. on Euclid Avenue, and at 9:55 a.m. the entity, while you're listening to stalking by a police department, the fake sun's over the same street, and it's not going to be in Florida, which is 3 hours ahead of us. That in and of itself you're able to prosecute. You're able to recognize it. And everybody at this venue around me is stalking. And that is, again, necessary, mandating federal prison, because that terrorist organization, that terrorist leader, Mike Lorenz, is personally conspiring my murder. While this criminal activity is underway by that agency and is facilitated by that agency, that's sharing in this criminal targeting system with these demons that are engaging in surveillance, conspicuous stalking, as I'm going from place to place documenting that. And this is relevant to the stalking by that Ontario International Airport. And like I stated, what I wanted to share is the evidence that I captured downloading the list of flights and arrivals, which is subject to change. However, it's not changing the probative value with regard to stalking by that airport. And I've been engaging, because this is not just the only angle, but it is relevant how what the entity is doing has nothing to do with anything that's even close to what the entity publishes on the internet. And what the entity publishes is relevant to what is reasonably relied upon those who are catching flights, waiting for flights, picking people up that are landing at the airport, and the pilots. They're all working with the same information. Okay? The entity is engaging in what is stalking as you're analyzing it from that point. And I'm just showing you this is stalking. It's also under the fake sun, stalking. It's also amongst impossible light, which I'm capturing in the middle of the street, stalking. It's also where this fake sun remains and sets at this, including at that same location, stalking. Stalking in concert with that same corrupt agency, the Ontario Police, stalking. It's also where the entity is engaging in what is terrorizing, molesting you with impossible light, the supernatural amongst the demon-possessed, who engage in criminal summoning with the puppets of the Ontario Police, stalking. All of that pattern of conduct and surveillance is proven by the gang stalking of the Ontario International Airport, whose published schedule that I documented yesterday. I captured it at what is 10:59 a.m. Okay, and it shows from November 10th, 10:59 a.m. until what is it shares published flights until November 11th at 3:08 p.m. American Airlines, United Airlines, Delta Airlines, Alaska Airlines, Frontier Airlines, China Airlines, Southwest Airlines. Those are all the airlines. Volaris Airlines. This is all published from November 10th to November 11th at 3 p.m. And that's a substantial list of departures. And what I'm showing you is the entity that's stalking and doing so while it's outside of what is published. And this is published by an airport that's not engaged in surveillance, that's engaging in what is not going to be too substantial of a difference, what is reasonably relied upon those that are traveling in and out of Ontario. You're relying upon what they're publishing about your flight that you paid for, your flight that you're going to pick up your friend or whatever. It's not going to be too far off of what I captured. It's not going to be too far off, okay? If there is a change, it's not going to be so substantial. Oh, none of these flights are occurring anymore. All of them are canceled. The entity hasn't, the federal government has not canceled flights thus far with regard to the city of the Ontario International Airport. They're still engaged under all circumstances. I want to be clear, there's nothing that's making an exception. There is nothing that changes the fake sun. That's why it's there, because they're stalking. I'm giving you an angle of analysis, of an instrumental angle of analysis. This is key. And not only are you demons gang stalking me under the fake sun, you're doing so outside of what you publish to the public about your flights, which none of them are going to be fly over my head on Euclid Avenue, where, by the way, the fake sun rises and sets. And where that agency, a terrorist leader as well, is stalking in helicopters and stalking, using up resources of the city and the county, filling up those gas tanks and those police vehicles, stalking. Engaging in surveillance. It's not law enforcement. And since it's not, it's being disbanded. They're conspiring my murder. They're being disbanded and they're going to prison. Everyone that I documented, encountering them, threatening my life. Engaging in criminal summoning, engaging in stalking. I documented you're going to prison. You kidnap me, you're going to prison. You engage in criminal summoning with the people of the state, you're going to prison. All right, this is the entity that's engaged in that, and that's what's relevant. This was documented. This list is captured yesterday at 10:59 a.m. and it provides extensive documentation up until today at 3 p.m. That's why it's relevant, and this is relevant to the stalking by that airport. In addition to my evidence of that specific environment where these demons are stalking in commercial planes, and doing so outside of what it publishes to the public, that the public is reasonably relying upon while they pay for flights to and from Ontario International Airport. All right, so today, 9:06 a.m., actually, the one that you listen to, currently it's 10 a.m., as you can hear. So I want to document that. It's 10 a.m., the fake sun is over me. I want to document, hold on. The entity is at 9:43 a.m. I was recording so you could hear the plane activity in the background. 9:43 a.m. stalking by a commercial plane maintaining the same beeline across this property. And that is, again, the entity. I'm taking a screenshot, and you're looking at the schedule. That's what I'm publishing online, and that's what I'm going to recite on this podcast. And as I go through that analysis of everything that is implicated behind stalking as an airport, as this is proven, including by science, this is revealing the entirety of that state that practices surveillance. It's exposing the whole city, while the airport is going out of its way to keep me under surveillance, to target me as I'm proving that. And that's exposing the gang stalking police department. That's exposing the entirety of that population. Again, they're acting in concert, including while you're listening to me document, and you hear the demons of the Ontario police fly, and they were flying in circles. As you hear prolonged helicopter activity, that's because they're not going anywhere. That's the evidence of them stalking, literally stalking by not going anywhere, and also stalking by crossing paths. You hearing the helicopter as its audible activity under the fake sun, monitoring, surveillance, stalking, period. And you heard the helicopter prolonged because they're flying in circles around me, as I'm the one that they are threatened by. I'm the one that's not coincidentally maintaining what is a public investigation. Common sense, the rest of the world you are witnessing, that you know that they're targeting me by common sense, because I'm the one publishing all this information. But we have even more evidence than that, because the federal court, there's no he said, she said. There's not going to be any tug of war. There's not going to be any controversy, because I litigated it online for the world to witness, and I'm getting justice. And you're going to witness that as well. And it includes federal prison for terrorist leader Mike Lorenz, Derek Williams, every kidnapper of that agency, and everybody engaged in what is criminal monitoring in furtherance of murder with the people of the state, engaging in criminal summoning like you saw on video yesterday at 8:38 a.m. at this same venue where the fake sun remained, as I documented, at 3:18 p.m. at the same location, where they're stalking me in the morning with a population of demons, the demon-possessed, that are taking shifts stalking me. That's what they're doing. Okay? This is Satan that was always fearful of me doing exactly this, exposing the Nephilim. And Satan is not stopping it. Satan is exposing himself, and Satan's going to prison, while Satan's been using a whole bunch of imbeciles that are more demon-possessed than they are intelligent. And that's what Satan will do to you. He comes to kill, steal, and destroy. That's all he does. All right, so this is the pattern of conduct. Now I'm going to go through and recite the times that I captured in screenshots. This will be uploaded. All right, in the video that I'm capturing starting at 6:55 a.m., this is where, like I stated was the case, the moment that I started capturing that video, this is where the entity started targeting me on Euclid Avenue. And you can even tell by the direction that they're flying and where they're flying over. They're flying over the storefronts, and where the entity is not flying at a diagonal location across the Ontario Town Square, across the ARCO parking lot, and then across the storefront. The entity is targeting where I'm located. Where I'm at this square, they're targeting me at that property. While I'm at ARCO, they're targeting me while I'm at that property by the flight and the direct of the location, where they are stalking by virtue of flying at a distance from the airport to then hover in that sky space over me at that whatever venue where I'm at, where the entity is engaged in surveillance together. 6:58 a.m. Excuse me, that video ends. So 6:55 a.m. I'm capturing the entity, and I'm taking a screenshot. So this is the first screenshot that you'll see with regard to where the entity begins psychopathic pacing. This video will be added to the playlist regarding mental illness, because you need to be aware of it. This is mental illness, and mental illness is originating with regard to a demonic spirit. And this is the spirit of psychopathic pacing, the spirit of obsessive stalking, the spirit of engaging in psychological torture and sexual violence, the spirit of what is being addicted to inflicting harm of an American citizen, one that you don't even necessarily know, but they know you because they're demons that are monitoring you, and they're obsessed with you based on their condition. And that mentally ill state of the mind is proven through their criminal pattern of conduct, through what is actually stalking. Okay, and this first image is captured, and it is showing a flight, and this is speaking to what is again captured 6:55 through 6:58 a.m. That's the video where the entity stalking by plane. And 6:45 a.m. Delta Airlines flight number DL4042 to Seattle. And the next one would be United Airlines 7 a.m. American Airlines 7 a.m., Delta Airlines 7:05, Alaska Airlines 7:20. The entity is engaged in what is a flight over me while I'm capturing this video at 6:55 through 6:58 a.m. And the entity is engaging in that in the engineer light, which I'm capturing on video, doing that pursuant to the same pattern of conduct of what you're hearing now at what is 10:05 a.m. While I'm in the midst of exposing the pattern of conduct, psychopaths engage in more of it. The gang stalkers that are targeting the enemies of the state that are a threat threat, they commit murder under the guise of being called Delta Airlines. They commit murder under the guise of being called American Airlines. They commit murder under the guise of being called Alaska Airlines. They commit murder under the guise of being called UPS, Amazon Prime Air, Frontier Airlines, etc. They're engaged in the same pattern as I am capturing video between 6:55 and 6:58 a.m. outside of what the entity published to the public regarding flights arriving and departing from the Ontario International Airport, which will not include hovering over that street at that location, nor here over the Ontario Town Square. They're engaging in the pattern of gang stalking me by planes, pursuant to knowledge of who I am and what I'm doing. Okay, and that's captured in a screenshot for you. During the video captured at 6:58 a.m., that's the timestamp. The video ends at 7:03 a.m., and I'm capturing the fake sun as well. The entity is stalking by planes, and you will see the plane engaging in a cartwheel over that storefront, engineer light over that storefront. It's not sunlight and it's not sun. I'm at this same location in the middle of the afternoon at 1 o'clock, for example, at 11:30 in the morning during daylight savings time. The same thing after daylight savings time at the intersection of Bethel Congregation. Don't forget the substantial documentation regarding Starbucks. It's the same location. The fake sun set until after 7 p.m. This is the airport by science being prosecuted and by placement over the address where planes are engaging in cartwheels and hovering, engaging in cartwheels, and doing so while I'm capturing video about me being targeted by the entity that's not coincidentally deviating by flying miles. That is stalking by that airport. This is captured at between 6:58 and 7:03 a.m. This is the screenshot. And the entity again, United Airlines, American Airlines, Delta Airlines, 7 a.m., 7:05 a.m. Flights number UA2226 to Chicago. Flight number AA1534 to Dallas Fort Worth. Flight number DL761 to Atlanta. From 7 a.m. to 7:05. This flight, these flights are occurring from 6:58 to 7:03 a.m., which is again speaking to the entity that is targeting, also proven through that fake sun that's still over me at this same intersection till the end of the day, sunset. Okay, that's the airport that's stalking. While I am capturing evidence of them stalking me, that's a threat to your life. Not only am I, this is the stalker's impermissible threat. Not only am I stalking you, I'm going to stalk you more conspicuously, more aggressively, more assertively, more obviously, as I conspire your murder with a whole population of stalkers who are acting against you to your demise together with your knowledge, including while you tell the whole world about it. That's the impermissible threat that the government is posing, while the airport, while the people of the state, while the Ontario police are engaging in stalking together with that real-time knowledge, keeping the evidence under surveillance. You're going to prison for that, okay? The entity, that's the government's pattern of conduct. And I'm capturing, again, this screenshot of stalking by the airport between 6:58 and 7:03 a.m., multiple planes, while I'm capturing that, and that's at the intersection of E and Euclid, where the fake sun is rising. Remember, I'm still on Euclid Avenue right now. It's 10 a.m., and this is where the airport is stalking by science, proving that, and stalking by virtue of hovering miles away from the airport where there's no takeoff that we can hear from the airport here, and there's no plane that took off from the airport that's hovering over this property. It's mutually exclusive. And the entity does more of it as I document. That's the impermissible threat. You're going to prison for the impermissible threat. These airlines are domestic enemies, and they're making money while they're keeping us under surveillance, and they murder us as American citizens while you're paying them to take you to destinations, and you don't know that they plotted your murder. Okay, just want to let that sink in, okay? It is currently 10:09 a.m. At the same video, 6:58 a.m. to 7:03 a.m., where the same flights are scheduled. United Airlines, American Airlines, and Delta Airlines. Southwest Airlines is stalking flight, in the same video, flight west over the storefront, Lavish Oaks, Starbucks. That's about where I'm standing. The fake sun's in alignment to me at 6:58 a.m., and the entity is hovering, and the entity is stalking me in that specific environment, and doing so outside of what is published on the Ontario International Airport website. Okay. This is the next screenshot that I have regarding, that's UPS. I'm taking a screenshot of what is the video that's captured at 7:05 a.m. The video continues from 7:05 to 7:08 a.m. and UPS is gang stalking. Flight over the same, you can see Starbucks, that's where I'm standing, and I'm giving you a screenshot showing you the schedule of flights between 7:05 and 7:08 a.m. 7 a.m. was United, 7 a.m. was American Airlines, 7:05 is Delta Airlines, this is UPS, UPS is, again, United Parcel Service. They deliver packages, and they also engage in murder, like what they did in Kentucky. But they are engaging in what is flight in the same manner that American Airlines and Delta Airlines are, because the entity is using commercial planes generally to engage in stalking in the path, stalk with audible activity, terrorize me by stalking me with these planes in the path wherever I'm going, including as I document, okay? Because UPS is not associated with a particular terminal at that airport like the rest of the airlines are. Okay, I believe it's both Amazon Prime Air and UPS that are not associated with a specific terminal, where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking with those commercial planes in the same manner, however. Okay, that's relevant to UPS gang stalking in the same manner that Southwest Airlines is, and that American Airlines and Delta and every other airline is. Okay, UPS is the particular plane. I'm taking a screenshot of it between 7:05 and 7:08 a.m. and Delta Airlines at 7:05, 7 a.m. and 7 a.m. is United Airlines and America Airlines to Chicago and Dallas Fort Worth. UPS is stalking and doing so, and that's an angle of analysis showing you that. And that is, I'm taking screenshots also, UPS, the people of the state stalking with UPS, the people of the state stalking with Under the Fake Sun. And this is also showing their mental illness, because all they're doing is pacing all around me as a population. So that the population that is at 1 o'clock in the afternoon stalking me under that same fake sun at that same location, that's how you're able to see the evidence of their mental illness that they don't want you to know about. Their mental illness is already going to be established by virtue of proving gang stalking. I'm giving you detailed analysis about the mental illness that you can witness yourself as you analyze what they're actually accomplishing by keeping a fake sun. As I highlight, underscore that to you, I'll be at one address all day long. I'll do that so you can see the fake sun not go anywhere, so that you can see details about what is mental illness. All they're doing is pacing around me over and over and over and over and over again through the multiplicity of faces, the same demonic entity. It's definitely the same police department, the same fire department, the same airport. That's the same population. All they're doing is pacing. This is what Satan is doing, and this is demon possession. Demon possession is the ability to diagnose for mental illness. Okay, so 7:08 a.m., that same video, the entity is engaged in what is cartwheels, and I'm showing you what is, again, no flight to any particular destination, while the entity is just engaging what is cartwheels in alignment to me, and then flying back in the opposite direction, which is what I'm capturing in the screenshots, which is pacing. Okay, pacing accomplished through planes, pacing accomplished through helicopter circles, psychopathic pacing, pacing accomplished through a group of people, traffic, pedestrian traffic as well. The entity that's engaged in what is an establishment, a group of people in that building, engaging in what is psychopathic behavior. And they are desperately wanting to hide it, but they can't hide it. They're also aggressive toward me while I expose it. That's an unlawful threat to your life. Again, during the same video, 7:05 to 7:08, I'm capturing a screenshot. There are multiple crossing of path conduct by the commercial planes in this video, in these videos. And during 7:05 to 7:08, another flight. Again, outside of what's published online, you only have one flight at 7:05 a.m. published on the website, and it's Alaska Airlines, which I don't think is doing any flights from the airport and then engaging in a U-turn to go back to the airport like they're just kidding. Okay, we'll take off for real now and go to what is Portland. That's not the operation of an airport, and that's not the operations of a legitimate airline that's engaging in what is legitimate takeoffs from the airport and flight to the destination nonstop. Okay, this is the entity that's stalking and doing so as I'm capturing that. And that is the entity that's engaging. Again, you'll see the next screenshot at 7. The screenshot is capturing, let me see. Yeah, that's the same video. It's 7. Oh, this is an image that I'm taking a screenshot of at 7:09 a.m., which there are no flights. 7:05, the next flight is Alaska Airlines at 7:20. Flight number Apple Sam 544 to Portland from gate 206. And at 7:09 a.m., where the Delta Airlines flight, again, a Delta Airlines flight that's going to Atlanta does not include engaging in a cartwheel in front of me and then flying back in the opposite direction east toward the airport, I surmise. That's the entity that is stalking, including when, like what Southwest Airlines is doing, just flying straight west over that storefront. That's stalking as well. But you are clearly doing nothing but stalking when you're just engaging in cartwheels in the planes over me while I'm capturing videos of you stalking me as a population. 7:09 a.m. again outside of what's published on that website. 7:35 a.m. on video. The entity is engaged in what is stalking by hovering, and again, you're paying attention to where it's located. As I migrate north, so does that plane activity. I'm never capturing, meaning turning behind, going back behind me, which would be as far as what the entity is doing, looking north and capturing the entity stalking by commercial planes north of me. They're never going behind and continually fly over Starbucks after I am at the Ontario Town Square. I'm never capturing, oh, there they are north of me, flying over the ARCO parking lot while I'm at the Ontario Downtown Luxury Apartments. As I walk toward the Ontario Downtown Luxury Apartments, they're flying over that apartment complex, stalking in the direction south as I travel south. And that's anywhere. Okay, that's what the entity is doing while they're either flying over the top of my head or they're flying south of my person. Okay, the entity is engaged in what is stalking. As I approach E and Euclid, that plane activity is not happening north of my person over Starbucks and over Lavish Oak. Okay, it's happening over the UNICARE Community Center where the fake sun also moves as I move. That's why it's still there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening as I document it, because they're stalking, and they're stalking proven through science as well. Okay, and that's a screenshot showing the schedule at 7:09 a.m. No scheduled flight. 7:05 to 7:20 Delta Airlines, and at 7:20 is Alaska Airlines. At 7:35 a.m. through 7:38 a.m. that's a video that I'm capturing, and the entity is stalking, moving as I move. And doing so, flight over UNICARE Community Center, hovering and doing so, not a takeoff from the airport. And the entity is doing so at 7:35 a.m. where there is no published flights occurring at that time. All right, doing so at what is during the video that I'm capturing at 8:39 through 8:41 a.m. Southwest Airlines is hovering as I am at what is Lemon Avenue and D Street, where the Ontario police are using police vehicles to engage in stalking me. This is state-sponsored criminal activity in furtherance of murder, mandating federal prison for those state actors. They're also doing the same thing with helicopter, mandating federal prison. They're engaging in this with the Ontario International Airport that's hovering over the roof as I capture it on video at 8:39 a.m. From 8:39 to 8:41 a.m. There is no scheduled flights. There is also no Southwest Airlines scheduled flights from the airport that would be not only at this elevation hovering over the roof of that apartment complex, also doing so as I travel south. So does that clear deviation from the airport hovering in the sky space over me where the fake sun goes as I go, and that airport is flying outside of what's published on that website, stalking. Okay, and there's also no Southwest Airlines flight occurring at that time as well. Okay, that's what's captured regarding stalking by plane at 8:39 a.m. And this is again at 8:55 a.m. while I'm at the Ontario Town Square. There are no flights scheduled at 8:55 a.m. 8:45 a.m. is Frontier Airlines flight F91500 to Denver. And at 9:47 a.m. Which again, it's 10:19 a.m. I was documenting them gang stalking me at this square. I believe that was 9:43 a.m. I'm going to get to that flight though. You heard it while I was going through the analysis of the proof of the airport stalking is the proof of the government targeting you, and proof of knowledge about proof of knowledge about who you are and what you're doing while they're targeting you through an airport, which is psychopathic. Before you even analyze the stalking as a population and stalking under a fake sun and stalking amongst this engineer light and stalking in places like bathrooms as a whole group conduct, group act. Okay, there's layers to assessing mental illness. So this is what the entity is doing, and they're doing so while I am capturing that at that's 8:39, the 8:55 at the Ontario Town Square, and yeah, 8:45 is Frontier Airlines and nothing else for over an hour. Alaska Airlines at 9:47 a.m. The entity is stalking me at the Ontario Town Square, so you already know that. That's outside its schedule. 8:57 a.m. The entity is stalking by a commercial plane. Flight over now, the Ontario Town Square, a beeline, and maintaining a beeline as I remain here. The entity is engaged in that stalking conduct and is doing so at what is 8:57 on video, 8:57 a.m. And they're doing so pursuant to what is no published, 8:45 a.m. No flights between 8:45 and 9:47 a.m. This is where the entity is engaged in what is gang stalking as the City of Ontario. The Ontario Town Square is gang stalking with Sarah's Regis Group, the Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments, the Mule Car Smokehouse, the roads and the highways, the people of the state engaging in surveillance, Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue. The corrupt business of that Wells Fargo is aiding in that facilitation of the conspiracy to murder by gang stalking with the population that's going to the ATM to gang stalk me with that entity that's also stalking with the police that you hear. They're engaging in documenting themselves, their faces on surveillance cameras, their faces on the traffic cameras, their transactions with these establishments, their placement of residents at Metro 102 apartments, at the Downtown Ontario Luxury Apartments, their place of employment. They're doing so with regard to Securitas, the gang stalking employee, while the police department, the airport, the people of the state, all manner of surveillance while that entity is stalking at this airport under the fake sun, which I'm documenting, and doing so pursuant to what is outside of what is published by the airport itself. Okay, this is what the entity is engaging in together at 8:50. Excuse me, that's 8:57 a.m. Yeah, on video, and what is also 9:01 a.m. The entity is maintaining flight. There's no flights here that are scheduled by the Ontario International Airport, and I'm showing you what is also happening under the fake sun. This would be 10:01 a.m. during daylight savings time. The fake sun is still here in the evening when the demon-possessed are gang stalking at this same address, which is again exposing Paul Leon, where the City of Ontario is engaged in criminal monitoring. The 9:06 a.m. at the same Ontario Town Square. This is the outside of what between 8:45 a.m. I just want to be clear, and 9:47. No flight scheduled to be departing from the Ontario International Airport, where they are hovering over me at 8:57 a.m., 8:55 a.m., 9:01 a.m., 9:06 a.m. And the entity is engaging in that while they are engaged in what is monitoring the evidence, which is what the Ontario Police Department are doing. Okay, so it's 10:22 a.m. The Ontario Police again pacing around at the Ontario Town Square while I'm exposing that evidence, which makes that evidence more probative. It's exposing the mental illness of that entity that engages in stalking somebody in the very malicious and psychopathic ways, such as criminal summoning, where the people of the state and the police are together combining their gang stalking efforts against a targeted individual, because that's exactly what you're doing when you're stalking with the possible light, as I've shown the demons of the Ontario Police and the people of the state doing. They're stalking under the fake sun, as I've shown the demons of the Ontario Police and the people of the state doing. They're engaging in that together with regard to wanting to focus their attention on each other, when all of the environment, including the evidence exposing the police as you focus in on those demons, and the people of the state as you just focus the evidence that is published about them together, and then they're combining it with regard to criminal summoning. That's the entity targeting you together. And they're engaging in that together at the Ontario Town Square. This is the necessity of removing Paul Leon, the necessity of prosecuting. Paul Leon is subject to a federal prosecution, just want to be clear. While I'm being gang stalked at your office, you are not different from the people of the state at Alvarado Gardens gang stalking me. You're subject to a prosecution, and I've been documenting Paul Leon gang stalking me with the Ontario Police for years. Being targeted by helicopter at the Ontario City Hall. I'm targeted on a daily basis at the Ontario Town Square. Monitoring me in relevant position to the Ontario City Hall. I just want to be clear, as I document Paul Leon by name, the Ontario Police Department, Mike Lorenz, is targeting me by helicopter. In the same way, when I document the immigrant population, the Ontario Police is targeting me by helicopter. It's not helping or distracting from what is being exposed and what's being exposed in a public investigation. You are going to be subject to deportation, and even more so while the terrorist leader, Mike Lorenz, targets me, which shows how much of a threat that you are and how much of an enemy that you are to this country. This is the entity that is, again, they're not engaged in analyzing anything. They're just engaged in what is demon-possessed behavior, mentally ill behavior, criminal activity. It's currently 10:24 a.m. This is Alrighty, as stated is the case, this is capturing gang violence for which Mike LORENZ is going to be federally prosecuted as a terrorist leader, engaged in what is not only kidnapping as an agency, facilitating and enabling it pursuant to a statewide pattern of conduct that belongs to the U.S. government that's engaged in this surveillance system throughout the states. And it's proven because you in Florida have a fake sun over you while I'm showing the ongoing presence of a fake sun on the same Euclid Avenue at 10:25 in the morning that was over me as a matter of video documentation at 6:55 in the morning. This is an entity that's engaging in that, and it defies science and common sense, while the mentally ill are exposed, engaging in criminal activity, for which terrorist leaders like Mike LORENZ are going to be subject to federal prison like any other terrorist leader. Okay, it's a pattern of conduct that you're going to be prosecuted for. That pattern of conduct, it's not just that, if it was just the police that were not engaging in criminal activity with the people, then that would be something that's not, well, it's something that is still a threat to you, but because the police are gang stalking you with the population, that's a whole other level of an unlawful threat, never even before contemplated by the Constitution. You're going to federal prison. You're going to federal prison for that. It's terrorism, it's domestic terrorism, and it's gang violence while I am exposing and documenting in my investigation the stalking by the airport. That's why that's relevant, that's how that's relevant, and that's exactly how it's going to be prosecuted based on any criminal conspiracy where the components of that criminal act are combining together to execute that unlawful objective. They're going to prison for gang stalking. This is P.O.C. and it's currently 10:26 a.m. Those are the mentally ill that are engaging in activity creation. Their music, this is an elderly age demon that's gang stalking with Robert Rivera, playing the oldies music as audible activity. They start and stop it based on my operation of my device. That's the mental illness. Monitoring. Okay, the fake sun is over me, and this is at 10:27 a.m. This is P.O.C, and it is gang violence by the city of Ontario that is conspiring your murder while gang stalking you with the people of the state who are going to prison for criminal summoning, kidnapping with that same agency. P.O.C. All right, Wells Fargo is gang stalking with the people, license 5Z92585, and with Ontario Police Department, engaging in stalking, as you can hear in this podcast, while I'm capturing evidence, and they're engaging in what is criminal surveillance through their transactions with Wells Fargo. 9UPL366, 7HCJ649, and the evidence of that is the fake sun that you can see setting in alignment to me through the doors of the OVITT Family Community Library at 4 o'clock in the evening when Wells Fargo is still under a fake sun gang stalking with the people who engage in harassment with that entity. They engage in what is assault and battery with that entity. They engage in what is gang stalking and further into murder while they are maliciously targeting you, while they engage in transactions with the corrupt establishment like Wells Fargo, who is monitoring you. All right, it is currently 10:23 a.m. This is P.O.C. License 51D769 Nevada. License 8DCJ679, license 8GOC968, license 93382 Charlie 4, stalking with the Ontario Police in furtherance of murder. Mike LORENZ is being prosecuted for all of the gang violence that is underway by the City of Ontario. P.O.C. I just want to be clear, the terrorist leader, Jason Isaac Fields, this is relevant to the military, the federal government, that's engaged in what is conspiring my murder, as the evidence shows, in concert and on behalf of Tracy Banks, some sex partner that can solicit my murder by permitting the government to target me in ways that they don't have jurisdiction or authority under the law. He's going to federal prison for this gang violence that I'm documenting by the state. 87335J3, impossible light activity, P.O.C. (60661V3) Stat Services, gang stalking with downtown Ontario luxury apartments. The ones that the airport are flying over stalking me with. 37525L2. Corrupt businesses gang stalking with the establishment. The downtown Ontario luxury apartments. The fake sun's moving over me as I walk past this apartment complex, and they're gang stalking, and doing so, engaging in their business while it's a malicious means of crossing path light activity. While the entity is doing so on behalf of the terrorist leader, the terrorist organization in this city, which is Ontario Police. It's 10:30 a.m. License 7ZOS 855 74827X3 at the same ARCO where the fake sun was this morning, and the same employee 9TIH 520. In Balbier, the same employee gang stalking while the fake sun remains over you at the same location where it is hours later. That's the entity that's gang stalking with that terrorist organization, conspiring your murder while population engages in keeping you under surveillance through any and everything that it's doing in that environment. And they're not passively engaging in that, meaning ignorantly. They're the ones that are stalking you and molesting you with impossible light, making malicious assertions about things you didn't do, mad because you're documenting them and you're not supposed to know that they're demons stalking you because they keep their back to you, because they're psychopaths. 6PI9555, 6BXX091, Chevron is stalking as well. 87335J3, and so is Starbucks. Where the fake sun is over me at Starbucks at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Starbucks is committing kidnapping on July 4, 2025 at 7:15 a.m. And they're going to prison for it. They're going to prison for gang stalking with the police that are stalking me by helicopter today while I'm at the Ontario Town Square documenting this pattern of conduct. They're going to prison for conspiring my murder with Mike LORENZ. That agency's pattern of conduct is proven while they committed that under a fake son, being absurdly mentally ill and corrupt, engaging in targeting me, proven through that scientific impossibility, which is not going to be disregarded in court, and it's evidence of their mental illness, ironically, while they seek to project mental illness onto an innocent American citizen who has a right to not be targeted in the first place. They're going to prison of Starbucks, they're going to federal prison. 9DUK 269, I believe. That's activity creation. 1735111, that's California exempt, that's a demon. That's a California exempt plate, 380YS. The entities engaged in the pattern of conduct while they are monitoring my body movements, monitoring everything I'm doing, and as though they can't see what's in front of them. And so you need to honk your horn. Those are the demons that are engaged in what is activity creation. The fake sun's over me at the same Bethel congregation where I was at this morning, where you saw the fake sun rise, and at 6:55 where the Ontario International Airport is stalking, and they were stalking, as I'll remind you, because the fake sun is over me at this same address right here. And I'm taking a picture of it right now. And I'm taking a picture of the bus stop, which is across the street, which is the evidence of the non-movement of a necessarily fake sun, showing you that GERKEN is stalking, as the entity does so through a population that you're never supposed to be able to approve or even identify or even acquaint with, coordinate, attach this pattern, any pattern of conduct. And the entity is upset because I did that and more. And that's not mental illness either, because I'm smarter than all the demons put together. 9CLF548, that's the pattern of conduct while the fake sun's over me in the same position it was at 6:55 a.m., where that airport is engaging in facilitating gang violence and furtherance of murder. The government's pattern of conduct, and you're going to prison when you're kidnapping, when you're systematically aiding that government, when you're engaging in what is any sort of threatening. That demon that tried to hit me with her car, she's going to prison. And she knows it. So did everybody else. You're going to prison. You can be in denial all you want. You keep stalking every day in helicopter if you want. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. It's P.O.C. It's 10:35 a.m. All right, it is 12:35 p.m. at 111 North Vineyard, the Starbucks that is already on the record with the fake sun setting. The people of the state engage in the demonic pattern of conduct of pacing inside of a Starbucks while they're gang stalking, doing so while the entity is engaged in harassment and terrorism. Impossible light, you hear this audible activity? These demons are monitoring. The impossible light is all over the walls, cycling all inside of the venue while the pattern of conduct is systematically underway. This is the entity that has made a systematic means of the criminal surveillance system through the sale of coffee, and that's what Starbucks represents. But while you're witnessing that, you're looking at what is the carelessness, the nonchalant nature of conspiring the murder of American citizens who are gang stalked via Starbucks, and the demon-possessed. This is the Nephilim that's maintaining companies like Starbucks that are engaging in this system of terrorism. That's also what you're witnessing when you hear the ease with which the entity is gang stalking, the systematic means whereby you are purchasing your favorite coffee drink and caffeine, and the entity is engaged in what is terrorism at the same time. Doing so with those that are of all ages. License 7ZIW028. 9THA679. The ongoing pattern of conduct is underway under the fake sun with the people of the state that are gang stalking, and that ongoing, I already have the evidence of the entity stalking with impossible light inside of this venue. The circus-like light activity is the direct indicator regarding the mental illness of the demon-possessed that are gang stalking. So you have what is the creation of a business
where that same pattern of conduct, that same mental illness, that same system of terrorism, and it's in a position to create a business, a commercial means of systematically practicing that through selling you coffee, all right? And doing so in what California turns the coolest place to go gang stalk and buy your coffee, the most popular place to gang stalk and purchase your coffee and advertise about it and engage in that and share in that. And this is the Nephilim that are engaging in that. So this is the pattern of conduct. This is again at Euclid Avenue and, no, this is Hope Boulevard and Vineyard. Remember, the entity has the fake sun over me when I'm checking out of my hotel room, where the entity's stalking and keeping the fake sun over my head as I go back to where ARCO has the fake sun over me in the parking lot, 6:55 in the morning on Euclid Avenue, and the entity's maintaining this fake sun, as I've been documenting for years. I'm in Tracy Banks's car, and the Ontario police are stalking on the roads and the highways, and the fake sun is through the passenger side window while the vehicle makes a turn, and the Ontario police are making that turn together, and that fake sun is there. This is in the morning. It's 12:38 p.m. where the entity is stalking. There's a history of not just Starbucks, but the state of California engaging in what is this pattern of conduct. And the entity is literally providing what is the open book with regard to the study of what is corruption that is riddled inside of this country, the United States, where surveillance is underway. All right, it is currently, like I stated, 12:38 p.m. This is P.O.C, where the entity is engaged in criminal surveillance, and this is where you're understanding the actual focus of businesses like Starbucks, where a fake sun remains over you to that whatever address it is, and it does so in clear incongruence with logic, common sense, nature, and science, and that is showing you what the actual focal point is, which is the surveillance system and the targeted individual, where the P.O.C is underway, as opposed to the business priorities of an establishment like Starbucks. They're actually engaged in surveillance in this country, and that is the actual priority. And this is the Nephilim that maintain many businesses in the country that are engaging in surveillance. Okay, American Airlines, Delta Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Starbucks, the same pattern of conduct. Okay, the entities engaging in this with the people of the state. In the city of Ontario, it's exposing the terrorist leader Mike LORENZ. Okay, the entities engaging in surveillance inside of the Starbucks for that terrorist organization that's gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport, and in concert with the people of the state, the demons that maintain presence in that environment, where they're systematically engaging in that pattern of conduct. And this is also speaking to that illusion of what is, first of all, normalcy, and also society where you have privacy in the U.S., and also the illusion of sanity. The demon-possessed are mentally ill while they engage in this pattern of conduct. All right, it's 12:40 p.m. This is P.O.C. It's criminal presence in the path while the entity is maintaining the light activity. So I'm going to go ahead and document license plates. License 9THA679. It's shade on the outside of the Starbucks. The entity has impulsive light vacillating on the inside, targeting and doing so, monitoring, which the people that stand on the roads and the highways, the government that's gang stalking in the sky space is sharing, and that's the necessity, and that's the purpose of the circus-like environment. The entity can't hide that it's monitoring because they're never ceasing to engage in stalking with impulsive light. That's how I'm able to give you the evidence of what is mental illness by stalkers who are engaged in monitoring demonic activity. 9JXU802, and it is the business of Starbucks. P.O.C. All right, Starbucks is going to be prosecuted as a terrorist and the sex offender that it is. You need to understand that UPS, that is a domestic terrorist murdering American citizens that it's keeping under surveillance, that's the same analysis with regard to what Starbucks is. Okay, it's the P.O.C. Hi. Oh, I did not know that this was done. Alrighty, it's the same threat posed by that entity that is gang stalking you while the Starbucks is engaging in it with impunity, while Starbucks' engagement in terrorism is all over the internet. This is the same circumstance, this is the same pattern of conduct where American citizens are murdered. And then it's falsely depicted on the news as an accident, okay? A tragedy that has to be investigated and looked into, and we have to find out what went wrong. Actually, nothing went wrong. It's by design with regard to UPS that is engaged in surveillance, as my evidence also shows, in concert with the people of the state that are engaged in surveillance, like the business of Starbucks shows, and it's an unlawful threat to the lives of American citizens, their safety and their well-being. While they are today and tomorrow, they're going to want to walk this back with regard to exposing yourself as an enemy to the state, because gang stalking, criminal monitoring, surveillance in the U.S. is enemy territory.
And that's what they're doing as a business with the people. 7ZTW028, stalk with impossible light, 9JXU802. While crossing path of these demons inside are monitoring while that demon is pacing, and impossible light fans all through the store. 9SZA350, same pattern of conduct. Black male, white BMW, gang stalking. License 9NKE382, 4KZJ508. They're pacing in the parking lot. The context is the fake sun that's over the Starbucks. These are demons that are pacing. Okay, this is the pattern of conduct where they're engaging in surveillance in places like the bathroom in the facilitating venue. That's the significance of the demons that are stalking as a population. This is a grand departure from being over the OVITT Family Community Library, which is what I've been documenting, prosecuting Starbucks for a prolonged period. The entity that's keeping the fake sun over the Starbucks is exposing every other place that I've been, every other item of evidence as truthful with regard to what is occurring in a specific environment that defies nature, because the two are not the same. I documented the fake sunset here and the entity gang stalking with impossible light on my cup in the depths of the cafe, fanning across the wall while they're pacing inside of this cafe, and the entity is stalking by planes, and the entity is doing so after, and this is back in like before September. This is during the summer, August. And after I check out of Ramada by Wyndham, I've been remaining and documenting the gang stalking at OVITT Family Community Library. I've been prosecuting on the internet this Starbucks, 111 North Vineyard Avenue. The sun is never, again, over this venue while I'm remaining, and the entity's gang stalking me at the Ontario Town Square. Okay? This is the exclusivity of that fake sun, which is a poor imitation of the natural environment. And none of this impossible light activity is going to occur. On top of that, I've been prosecuting Starbucks, and I'm back here showing the same pattern of conduct, and the entity is putting itself where it belongs. I'm going to civilly and criminally prosecute 8YDR246. It's currently 12:44 p.m. This is surveillance and furtherance of murder. This is P.O.C. All right, the surveillance inside by the Nephilim, stalking and diligent study of their communication devices is analogous to the stalking by the demons at the Ontario Town Square inside of the OVITT Family Community Library under the fake sun on behalf of the state. Demons that are monitoring your genitalia while you are disrobed, engaged in private activity inside of a private space. This is the mentally ill demons that are stalking with light, and then they stand next to you, obsessively stalking you in your face. This is the entity that's going to be diagnosed and criminally prosecuted. License plate 7TGN055. The fake sun's captured over the roof of this Starbucks. This is stalking. And Starbucks itself is stalking. Okay? It's currently 12:45 p.m. Alrighty, this is captured in screenshots, but I'm going to go ahead and refer you to it. This is the image of the fake sun at the same time over the Bethel congregation, where they're monitoring in the bathroom. That's a sex offense. While I'm around what are very creepy and overly eager stalkers that creep next to me and sit down and start studying their devices while they're sitting around stalking an impossible light that's also flinging all around inside of the Starbucks. This is the mental illness of the demons that are gang stalking. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct while the fake sun is over the Bethel congregation at, some Sunday, November 9, 2025 at 12:39 p.m. and also today at 12:41 p.m. At 12:41 p.m. at the Starbucks. Where are we located? This is 111 North Vineyard Avenue. This is the P.O.C. You're looking at what is the entity that's engaged in what is surveillance. And while a demon isn't, you can hear the audio background. This demon's stalking the entire time and is all up in my conversation. That's why you're talking about also what is monitoring when in reality the entity is engaged in as though they're oblivious to you, and nothing that they're doing is of my concern on the surface, and nothing that I'm doing is of their concern. This is an entity that's engaging in what is, who are you talking to and what are you talking about while I'm on my phone? This is the entity that's monitoring, okay? Engaging in what is harassment with impossible light while asking questions that you know the answer to, that's the mental illness. They're going to be diagnosed and prosecuted for this conduct. 9 Mary Wendy Rick 654, MW
9MWR654. This is a screenshot that I'm giving you while you're looking at the fake sign over the Starbucks and over the Bethel congregation at the same time. 536 North Euclid Avenue versus 111 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario at the same time, and this is after daylight savings time. You're already recalling what is the evidence of the entity having the fake sign at this Starbucks, as I documented in 2022 when I'm at this venue, and the parking lot is a means of systematic stalking, just like it is now. And the entity has a fake sign over me at this venue at 7 in the morning. Tracy Banks, license 4WN432 at the time, dropping me off, gang stalking me with the City of Ontario and furtherance of murder, and doing so for these demons to engage in this pattern of conduct and furtherance of murdering me. Okay, this is the pattern of conduct that is still underway. 2022 remains relevant. It does not expire. There's no statute of limitations, and as my evidence also shows, it remains the same exact criminal pattern of conduct. That's also why it doesn't expire. But these demons are engaged in what is targeted conduct, knowing who you are, knowing exactly where you're located, and that fake sign documentation is the evidence of it. The demons don't have to say anything, but what they do say is going to be used against them, okay? Because you both want to maintain what is ignorance with regard to, I don't know you, I'm not stalking you, I'm just being a creep, and that's just your opinion while I'm sitting next to you and I'm not addressing you. I'm sitting next to them and I'm not addressing them, and they're engaged in what is targeting me. And so while you're listening to my conversation that is ostensibly not about you, and I don't know your name, the entity is engaged in what is consciousness of guilt, okay? These are the demons that are engaging in the pattern of conduct. In other words, not only are they embarrassed, they're admittedly targeting while they engage in that over and over and over again. Why? Because they're triggered by the truth about what it is that I'm stating. And I don't have to state a word. This is me giving more analysis, because you looking at that screenshot of that fake sign over Bethel and over Starbucks, and you already know about the coexisting impossible light activity, and everyone knows about the stalking by the City of Ontario, the police, and the plane activity. That's what coexists. And so you're talking about what is ongoing mental illness while you're engaged in that targeting conduct inside of a venue where you're terrorizing me and asking me questions that you know the answer to. That's Satan. That's that mental illness that's also manifesting in their behavior. Nonetheless, it is currently 12:57 p.m. Again, what I want to refer you to is the screenshot that I captured, and it's uploaded. You will see the fake sun over what is the intersection of F Street and Euclid, where I captured the fake sunrise this morning at 6:55 in the morning. And at that same intersection, I'm capturing at 12:39 p.m. on November 9, 2025, where Dog Kelly Thomas 632 is gang stalking me. And the fake sun that is over me at this venue, as I'm capturing at 12:41 p.m., that's at or around the same time, a 2-minute difference. That is the same exact time, because the sun is not in 2 minutes going anywhere. That's why it's still over the roof right now. That's why it's still over the Bethel congregation roof at 12:39 p.m. when I'm capturing it at 6:55 in the morning. It's not going anywhere. It's the same time, and it is evidence of non-movement for the gang stalking purposes of a delusional and very severely mentally ill population whose outdated tactics are going to put them in mental asylums. Okay? The entities engaging in the pattern of conduct while they are monitoring evidence, and they're monitoring evidence with regard to what's going to be longer time in federal prison while you are threatening the life of an American citizen on behalf of the government. Those government actors are going to prison, and so the people of the state are going to prison as well. It is currently 12:58 p.m. That's uploaded to the Google Drive. This is P.O.C. This is relevant to the systematic targeting and harassment and conspiracy to murder me by Starbucks. Every single last Starbucks that I walk into, I'm subject to the inhumanity of stalking and molestation with impossible life, of criminal surveillance while they make money from the government, from the people of the state, in order to target me. The federal RICO case, by the way, is evidence of profiting from gang stalking me. I'm literally going to use the federal RICO case to prosecute them for the criminal conspiracy to murder me. They're essentially being compensated to gang stalk me and harass me, because that's the evidence that fills this engineer light. The ongoing harassment by the gang stalking patrons, the ongoing harassment by the gang stalking employees, the ongoing kidnapping, right? The ongoing targeting by that government. I'm going to prosecute Starbucks for targeting me over the years while they are a demonic company engaging in what is terrorism in the United States and hostile to my exposing what they don't even have a right to do. And you're just hostile because I'm exposing your unlawful conduct as a corrupt company. That doesn't give you a right to target me just because you don't like it. It's currently 1:01 p.m. That's what's relevant with regard to the P.O.C. at Starbucks. All right, license 7 Sam Henry Larry 165. This is an African American female with a FedEx uniform on. She's stalking in the path by virtue of her parking spot. They're aware of what it is that I'm stating as I state it. Getting out of her vehicle as I begin recording is the P.O.C. 9 Edward David Paul 146. 9 Frank David Paul 146. And the impossible light activity is coexisting with demonic pacing in the parking lot. This is the entity that's gang stalking and doing so with, on behalf of the government. That is again, I'm at the 111 North Vineyard Avenue. This is a grand departure from remaining over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library, where it's typically opening at 1 o'clock on Sundays, for example, like what I just documented on Sunday, where the fake sun's over my head at 12:39 p.m. and then I walk to that OVITT Family Community Library, and the entity is stalking by maintaining plane activity at that entrance, and the people of the state are lined up at that entrance. License 9M. License 9. Mary. 9 Mary Thomas Charlie 511. They are stalking in the drive-thru while in possible light. Rich, concentrated, impossible light activity is flashing inside a Starbucks. Starbucks that's engaged in terrorism and psychological torture. They're doing so pursuant to knowledge also that documentation about it is underway, and the mental illness is also exhibited in that regard. Not only engaging in it, but engaging in more of it, such as the helicopter activity that the demons of the Ontario Police committed today, such as the stalking by commercial planes that the Ontario International Airport commit. While I commence documentation and I document, for example, oh, they just did XYZ, and then they'll do it again in real time. That's that mental illness conduct. Okay. That's that conduct that's indicative of mental illness concerns. 9ST8351, that is the entity demonstrating its sickness. License 17391M2. License 8EKS 685. It's 1:10 p.m. under the fake sun that's over the roof of the not over the OVITT Family Community Library, contrary to what I documented on Sunday. Contrary to what I documented yesterday, as I'm there, and the entity is gang stalking through a large group of children. If you remember that psychopathic pacing where they use kids to engage in it, and those children are at the entrance, and they're also using those children when I was inside of the library, and they literally are engaging in that as just stalking the whole time. So those demons waited, and the adult age demons waited until I walked toward the elevator while the entity is monitoring. So you're packing up your stuff and getting ready to walk somewhere, such as to the bathroom, and they're monitoring, getting in position with regard to being in the bathroom stall, walking outside of the male restroom, going in and out of the employee, whatever iteration that they engage in stalking in a bathroom. The entity is engaged in what is the same conduct and utilize the children one after another, which is pacing, using those under the age of majority, while the fake sun's over the OVITT Family Community Library, where it remains. This is why I made the point regarding what is not law enforcement and what is gang stalking by demons in police uniforms, while that fake sun's still at 215 East C Street at 3:18 p.m. like I captured on video. The entity in clear deviation from what's not the natural environment, 9RXF616 is stalking while that fake sun's over the entrance of the Starbucks, stalking me. Okay, that's the significance of what the entity would like to claim. Oh, the sun's over everyone. No, it's not. That's the fake sun, and the fake sun moves over me while that demon that would like to and fails at defaming anybody, especially while they are a light-slinging gargoyle, while they go about their gang stalking business for the rest of the day, remaining a part of the entity, the fake sun moves as I move. 8DKS091 proves that. Driving away from the Starbucks does not keep the fake sun over the roof of their car like I'm documenting on the roads and the highways, through the window of the Omnitrans bus, like I'm documenting on those buses, and I'm also documenting when those buses are gang stalking, and that fake sun is stationary before they drove by, and as they continuously drive by, and that fake sun sits there. This is the establishment stalking. 417AYN, that's a Nevada plate. Gang stalking, okay? The terrorism with the impossible light is relevant to specific knowledge and the intent to harass and terrorize, and the employees are all of the entity is sitting up listening to me analyze, provide this documentation, and engages in more harassment. And this is all, remember, in furtherance of murder, not just because they're psychopaths that are stalking with light, but because the entity is conspiring murder. So they're engaging in what is the pattern of conduct. As I am breaking that and literally providing a tutorial to it, they're doing it in furtherance of murder in real time. You're going to be prosecuted for that. That's referred to legally as impunity. It's 1:13 p.m. This is P.O.C. License plate. Crossing path 49589B4. That's a pattern of conduct in a white utility truck. License 8AOD369 out of the drive-thru, a Latino male. None of this conduct results in what is light shooting off of your car. And if you're questioning what it is that I'm referring to, you can refer to the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos regarding impossible light activity that is shooting inside. And by shooting, I mean that it's coexisting with what is impossible to be having any sort of relation. And I'm documenting this pattern inside of Starbucks, by the way. This is what 507 North Euclid Avenue is terrorizing me with. The demons are gang stalking on Euclid Avenue. That's not causing any sunlight inside of the Starbucks, but I'm documenting that coexisting criminal presence and light activity while Starbucks is monitoring. And that's also Starbucks engaging in psychological torture. That's also Starbucks engaging in the criminal conspiracy to murder. That's also Starbucks engaging in what is the perpetual sex offense. This is the entity that's engaging that while federal stalking under Title 18 is underway. It's 1:14 p.m.
I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Say that one more time.
The business wants you trespass from the property.
Why?
Because they don't want to serve you. They have the right to refuse service to you.
Yeah, what happened?
They don't want you on the property. It's a private company, so they have the right to refuse service to you. If they
They're
want.
actually a third party, but can you tell me what happened? Why are they not doing it to them? Well, we're
Because
both
they're
saying
here as customers and you're not.
that. That's not, how do you figure that?
Because that's what they're telling me. So
I just made purchases.
you need to leave the property.
I just made purchases. How am I
You
not a
made the
customer?
purchases?
Yeah,
Can I see the receipt?
sure. Can you tell me who? Because I bought it from Jenny.
From Jenny?
Yeah, who told you that I'm not a customer?
Okay, so we're not going to argue that. You're trespass.
But you just
You're
said
gonna
I'm
need
not
to
a
leave.
customer though.
According to them. But they have the right to refuse service to you. They don't want you coming back.
Impossible light activity. Okay.
They just don't want you coming back. So all you have to do is leave. That's it. And we'll have to fill a trespass order and you're not going to be allowed to come back, okay?
For how long?
Forever.
Forever?
Forever.
How long is forever?
1 year at least. 1
Okay,
year
so that's not forever, it's a year?
Okay.
And that's just because you guys just want to come and kick me out when they want to?
Because
That's the
they're
policy.
choosing that we're here and acting on their behalf. They don't want to serve you. They want you trespass. They don't want you coming back. And if you do come back after this morning, you are going to get arrested.
Okay, so what's your badge number?
21882.
21882, and you're J. Chu? And what's your partner's name?
Rodriguez.
Rodriguez, and what's your badge number? 20642? Rodriguez? Okay, and you guys were here based Starbucks that told you that I'm not a customer and that they just want me to leave, right?
Yep, they just want you to leave. So once you leave, we're just going to fill out a trespass order. And then that's it. All right, and then please don't come back because if you do, you're going to get arrested.
Okay.
You've been warned. Okay.
That's a threat. Okay, is there
It's
anything
not
else? No, it's a threat.
Okay, so
It's
you
a
can
threat. I know, I'm going to get my stuff. I'm going to document it though because this
That's
is
fine.
ongoing
Do you have your ID on you
harassment.
by chance?
For what?
Because we need to put your name down. Or you can just tell me your name.
Oh, you don't know my name?
I don't know you. This is my first time meeting you.
Oh, okay. This is regarding the fact that I'm not a customer, right?
Yeah.
And so I need to give you my ID because I'm not a customer and I'm leaving now?
Yeah, so that way we have it on file. In case you do come back, they give us your name, you'll get arrested that time.
Right. That's if I stay for some trespassing and as opposed
That's
to
if
just
you
leaving?
come back after this morning, yeah.
Okay. This is a threat. I just want to make sure that
Okay,
that's
sure.
correct.
Take it
It
however
is a
you
threat.
want. I don't
No,
really
it's not
care,
taking
but
it
you can
matter.
leave. Okay.
Why are you being so indignant, Chu?
That's fine. You can leave.
Why are you being so indignant though?
So you can go ahead and leave.
I'm getting my stuff and I'm still recording and I'm
Okay, that's
documenting.
great.
Is there okay?
Yeah.
Are you bothered by something?
Nope.
No? Is it the fake sun while you're manifesting like a demon? Is that
what?
is it the fake sun that's over the venue while you're manifesting like a demon?
Sure.
Not having all the facts together that I am a customer?
Sure.
And you're bothered by him stepping outside, coming around inexplicably at another Starbucks when nothing happened?
Okay.
Is that what you're mad about? While I'm getting my stuff and being cooperative?
That's fine. You can just get your stuff.
I am. I am. Are you angry about the fact that you're going to prison? Is that what
Am
you're
I
mad?
going to
Oh, you're going to federal prison. And this is Jenny in here? Jenny? And all the gang members in here stalking with impossible light after I make a purchase? Engaging in what is terrorism and harassment? That's the pattern of conduct while they're engaged in surveillance, okay? They're engaged in that pattern of conduct, MIRAFAM. And this is, again, a threat to engage in kidnapping while they're engaged in that. You guys are going to prison. I just want to let you know that. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, that's the P.O.C. while the entity is engaged in that pattern of conduct. And they're doing so? Yes.
Ma'am, I need your name before you
How many vehicles?
What is it?
I'm counting how many vehicles you guys have here.
Okay.
2?
What's your name?
Of course you don't know my name.
I don't know you because
They
I've
just
never
summoned you
met
here after nothing happened.
I already explained to you.
I'm walking outside and I'm going about my business now.
Ma'am.
This is license plate 1644205, vehicle number
That's vehicle number. That's J2. That's a threat to engage in kidnapping, and you're going to prison for that as well. And your boss, Mike LORENZ, he's going to federal prison. Thank you for proving the existence of surveillance, and they're doing so with the people of the state that are engaging that pattern of conduct together. I want you to see the light selecting off of the vehicle while they try to cover it up. An image of the fake son being here. This is why he's coming in, making inexplicable accusations after nothing happens. Nothing happens. Nobody's monitoring. Nobody's gang stalking. Nothing to see here, folks. Again, another Starbucks engaging what is summoning them while you're sitting there and they're ostensibly minding their business, and so am I. They're going to prison. That's Jay Chu, and the other midget is they're engaged in that pattern of conduct together. They're engaged in what is a threat to kidnap. This is the sidewalk. I know you don't know the law because you're engaged in surveillance, but this is the sidewalk, and I'm going to document you. And you're going to prison. So are the demons that engaged in summoning together. That's P.O.C. Let me give you these license plates. License 1644205-1062. This is the entity that's engaged in gang stalking. The fake sons over this venue. I'll refer you to that screenshot because this is the fear that they are engaging what is showing while they commit more acts of violence, terrorism. License 1614325. The fake son is already here. There it is right there. Okay, this is mental illness. This is the delusion to engage in surveillance while an entity is being documented for it, and then you're going to commit. This is the same iteration where the entity murders people, turns on their sirens, states that, oh, there's an emergency and I had to speed down the street and I didn't know that the third party was in the street. I didn't know, and I'm accidentally hitting them. They're not telling you that they're engaged in surveillance. And this is supposed to be over the OVITT Family Community Library. This is the demon that's a psychopath monitoring with Starbucks. The people of the state that are summoning, they know exactly who I am. That's why the fake son is here. They're engaging in harassment while they're targeting as one. And that's an entity that's engaged in what is threatening to kidnap, while the entity doesn't want me at a Starbucks where they're going to be documented. I want to be clear. They're engaging in the pattern of conduct and go to prison. This venue already has the fake son over me at this Starbucks at 7 in the morning. And this is public corruption. They're monitoring right now, all of them, including through the businesses of Starbucks and Mr. Fry's. This is P.O.C. This is public corruption, and those kidnappers are going to federal prison. LORENZ is going to federal prison for you geniuses' criminal activity. That's P.O.C. That's the pattern of conduct. This is the agency stalking by helicopter day and night, showing up at a Starbucks because I have a body of evidence that they're fearful of. P.O.C. That's 1:25 p.m. Here's the fake son. 125, 111 North Vineyard Avenue. The entity inside of Starbucks, this is what Ocean is engaging in that pattern of conduct. I am a customer, did make a purchase, sitting at there in operation of my device. The entity that's engaged in monitoring on my device, summoning the gang members themselves, they're going to federal prison. That's P.O.C. It is, again, 1:25 p.m.
Alrighty, gang violence at Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, admittedly engaging in surveillance in the intent to obstruct justice while harassing by summoning the gang members themselves. That's criminal summoning. That's what they're doing under the fake son, by the way, while they're speaking to the people of the state and not addressing you. They're conspicuously stalking as well. They're engaging in criminal summoning pursuant to surveillance when they summon the entity on you and while you're documenting them as well. While they are engaging in what is the pattern of conduct and they know you're taking pictures of the fake son, they know you're reading license plates while they drive out of the drive-thru, while they're engaging in surveillance and summon those gang members that are stalking day and night. Gomez and Rodriguez, who you hear and witness being very hostile, that hostility is relevant to threatening my life, bearing a gun and gang stalking me. They're going to prison. And they're engaging in what is vocalizing a threat to commit kidnapping. And this is the pattern of conduct for which Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison. 8WOK773, 8WCT167, 9TMB221. 9MZG130. These are the demons. These are the cowards that are gang stalking, scared to death, defecating in their underwear while they're gang stalking with the gang members themselves. And guess what? Everybody's going to prison. The gang members of the Ontario Police going to federal prison. The light-slinging gargoyles themselves that are gang stalking with those gang members are going to prison. And they're doing so while they concede to criminal surveillance while you have that ongoing pattern. I'm documenting the entity that's engaged in that pattern of conduct focused on me. The psychopath doing so while they look to the left and right. The pattern of conduct of harassment and targeting by the gang members of the Ontario Police is directly revealing that. 9VRZ496. License 8RJM829. License 9MEH963. License 8YMN999. License 9JHP126. Just want to make sure I read those. And while I was inside, I was reading the license plates of the people of the state while they're gang stalking me with impossible light, which is already on the record. The video that I just captured, the fake son over me at 1 o'clock, the entity has the fake son at this same Starbucks after 6 p.m. I already have a case against this particular venue, which is the same the same corporate actor, Starbucks, that's monitoring as a corrupt company headquartered in Seattle. Okay, the entity is engaged in that pattern of conduct while that fake sun that you see shining, immediately, you're talking about immediately with regard to what is, as the gang members of the Ontario Police arrive, you can still see it. It's never going to be here. It's over the OVITT Family Community Library where those demons are gang stalking routinely, but I already have it here. I have them gang stalking me while I'm on the bus coming from here. I have them engaging what is keeping the fake sun at the OVITT. Equally probative evidence prosecuting this Starbucks, both while I'm at OVITT and while I'm here at the venue. Engaging criminal summoning and a threat to engage in kidnapping is an unlawful threat as well while you're engaged in surveillance, and that's because the evidence is going on the internet prosecuting you. This is federal prison under all circumstances as well. It's obstruction while you're conspiring murder, gang stalking with those gang members. 17391M2. The entity is engaging in that while license 8KNT624 gang stalking through the drive-thru. And they're gang stalking as the entity is maintaining surveillance about what I'm documenting. So you summon the gang members. That's what the entity is engaging in. Summon the gang members based on what is, oh my goodness, I don't want to be documented. I don't want it, but I want to be clear. The entity is engaging in that while I'm asking, why are you here? Oh, because you're not a customer. Wait, I just bought a grilled cheese sandwich and I got a cup of ice. What do you mean I'm not a customer? I am a customer, so what are you talking about, Satan? And this is, again, I want to be clear, this is somebody that's stating, oh, this is private property. They're monitoring. No, it's not. And it's surveillance. And I want to be clear, it's more than just bad customer service because you're not looking at it on the surface. It's more than just bad customer service. Ocean doing the same thing. Oh, it's private property, so she could just call the police and have them require me to make a purchase when I'm making purchases all the time. Regularly, this demon, and you're assuming that I'm not going to make a purchase while I'm sitting there, and I'm regularly in that venue. I'm regularly at that venue making purchases at that Starbucks. It's more than just bad customer service because why do you call the police on a potential customer when you could just ask them, okay, would you like to make up, like they're always doing every other day? This is, again, the entity that's hostile to the evidence of documentation. That's the relevant context. Under all circumstances, even as outside of explaining that, the fake sun at 7:15 a.m. is over that venue. This is what the entity did, kidnapping, and then the next day at the 706 West Hall Boulevard in Starbucks, after I make a purchase buying tea, those demons that are very much fearful of the evidence, I go into Starbucks, I don't have to say a word to anybody. My evidence is very probative, and they're scared to death of it. And what does El Estrada do? After, again, no provocation, the provocation is that I'm documenting. That's the provocation. That's the provocation. I'm sitting there minding my business, they're sitting there minding my business as well, knowing that they're being documented. And this is where the entity's engaged in, oh, it's private property, so, you know, we can, they want you gone, then they can have you gone. And it's not private property, actually, and it's pursuant to surveillance as they admittedly engage in that 9EBE 105. That's not a coincidence amongst the gang stalking corporation Starbucks. Okay, this is the entity that's going to prison for that. This is committed in furtherance of murder while gang members come around and conspicuously stalk you pursuant to criminal summoning. Another iteration of the same federal offense. Gomez and Rodriguez also engaging in what is that hostility based on the fact that you are being documented and you're gang stalking with the people of the state who summon you while you are being documented. And you know that ongoing harassment is directly relevant to knowledge about what I'm doing on my device. 8LFL599, directly relevant to knowledge. Okay, and that's knowledge that's unlawful because you are engaged in interstate stalking. You are engaged in federal stalking. And using some sort of trespassing, that's the entity that is seeking to block access to, again, this is the entity that's engaged in seeking to try to block access to the Starbucks where I'm sitting there documenting because Starbucks doesn't want to be exposed. Starbucks is already exposed. I'm going to prosecute them and you're going to prison. You have these baristas that are going to federal prison for targeting with this agency. As I've been documenting, this is what Montclair police are doing while they're gang stalking at the Starbucks in Montclair, California. And they're doing so pursuant to the same pattern of conduct. And I want to make sure that you understand the city of Ontario, they're engaging in specifically targeting while they're engaged in admittedly monitoring my evidence online. So I don't even have to put it online. They're monitoring as I accumulate and document on my phone. Okay, while they're doing so, what's the evidence of the fake sun? The evidence of the impossible light, which I also have on the record, and pursuant to that surveillance, you have the police that are arriving all of a sudden, and this is the type of thing that you're addressing inadequately. People that would put on social media, oh, Starbucks is harassing, or any place, they're harassing me, calling the police on me, and you don't know anything about being targeted with regard to a greater system of surveillance. So you are addressing inadequately what is targeting, what is harassment, but it's pursuant to surveillance by everybody around you. And the entity engages and resorts to harassment by the gang members who are engaging in surveillance and are maintaining what is a means of facilitating that surveillance system. Anything interrupting it. License. 5DXW560 is gang stalking with the Ontario Police. He's trying to force me to give him my license where he doesn't have any reasonable suspicion. He doesn't have any probable cause. There is nothing that happened. You're talking about wanting to expel or excuse me, remove from the establishment upon what is just because we want to pick on you, so we want you gone. That's basically, they admittedly are engaged in that. I'm a customer, what are you talking about? What just happened? Oh, nothing. Well, it's private property, so they have a right to have you removed. They don't want you here. And if you come back, then you're going to get arrested. This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct together. That's fear. That's fear. The harassment by Starbucks is based on the admission that they're monitoring and they're very much fearful. That's not protecting Starbucks. That exposes them. And it exposes that same exact pattern of conduct. What else do you pay attention? You could see that fake sun blazing, shining, while those demons were having a good old time, harassing me, stalking with impossible light activity. I captured that screenshot of Bethel congregation and this Starbucks at the same time. Those demons are engaged in what is criminal summoning. Those demons are engaged in what is dimming that fake sun. This is demonic. And then those demons are right pursuant to the same pattern of conduct. 9HLG 578, I believe. This is the entity that's engaging in what is covering up the fake sun. It's already evident that it's over me. And it's already evident that that's the pattern of conduct logically. And it's also evident, you can still see the fake sun that is subdued all of a sudden. That's not less of a fake sun, it's an equally fake sun. The entities engaged in this pattern of conduct, while they, I want to be clear, are aware of that pattern of conduct. Don't forget when I'm documenting Southwest Airlines gang stalking during daylight savings time. At 10 o'clock in the morning, I'm at the Circle K. I'm at the Circle K at 8. During the 8 a.m. hour in 2022, I'm at this intersection of Vineyard and Holt Boulevard in Tracy Banks' vehicle, like I stated, during the 8 a.m. hour, okay? In 2025, during the 10 a.m. hour at, I believe it's like 10:17 a.m. to be exact, because I was juxtaposing it with the entity gang stalking me at the square with a helicopter. And Southwest Airlines is gang stalking like they're taking off here, but you got UPS hovering behind the Ontario Town Square amphitheater, okay? This is where the entity is already on the record stalking. This is the ongoing surveillance system. Gomez and Rodriguez are going to federal prison based on the pattern of conduct, which is a threat to your life. The entity engages in the same thing in the same way that they are just making up information, anything pursuant to criminal summoning while you're engaged in surveillance and you want to bully somebody while you're engaging in that system of surveillance. That bullying conduct is relevant to what are unlawful acts of homicide, stating all of a sudden you're summoning them and then I'm threatening. You're talking about but for my documentation, okay? All of a sudden I'm threatening you and so you're pulling your guns on me and you're engaged in what is harming me physically, just like Joseph Velasquez is doing. They're doing this at the Ontario Town Square. The entity's talking about I'm harassing someone. And I'm at a public venue and I didn't speak with anybody either. My presence is harassing to demons who are hostile to documentation, who are making up information, including while I'm inside of your cafe and you just make up and engage in what is, oh, well, we don't want you to be here while you're engaging. No, you don't have, first of all, it's not private property. That's going to be prosecuted. First of all, it's not private property. You don't have any private property rights. It's a public, it's a means of public surveillance. The public entity is monitoring. Starbucks is a third party. Second of all, they're engaged in what is exploiting that constitution in furtherance of murder. No, you do not have the right to do that. That's not what that constitutional right and the categorization, how the status of properties, that's not what it's for. You are not a private property owner or a private property occupant while you're using that and exploiting that to engage in the pattern of conduct in concert with the government that's stalking with commercial planes. At the intersection, don't forget, where Gomez and Rodriguez are stating that Starbucks can harass me for whatever reason that they want. No, you can't. No, you can't. They're engaged in surveillance and furtherance of murder. That's an admission, however, and that's an admission going to federal court. The overweight, perhaps he's Latino or Caucasian, the effeminate demon that's engaged in what is gang stalking with the Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. This is the same pattern of conduct of targeting by Ocean, Amelia, Patty, those at 507 North Euclid Avenue, and the same targeting that I documented on July 5th, 2025 at the Starbucks at 706 West Hall. After I'm making a purchase, I'm sitting over there minding my business on my phone. The entity's arriving pursuant to the same pattern. Oh, it's private property. They just want you to go. That's while the entity is monitoring. It's the same airport that's gang stalking where you hear that plane activity. That plane activity is heard over my head while they're stalking as an airport and stalking as a police department, seeking to engage in conspiring your murder and obstructing justice in furtherance of that while they're monitoring your evidence about them gang stalking you. The entities engaging in this, while I want to be clear, they are fully engaged in monitoring the pattern of conduct as I'm publishing the evidence of it. Let me get this serial stalker gang stalking. This is the same one at the ARCO, license 9TUA417, and here's the fake son. This is P.O.C. That's the entity that's gang stalking at ARCO. The entity is engaged in a pattern of conduct. I'm standing in between the Comfort Suites, facing the Jack in the Box at 1840 East Holt, and the Ontario Airport Plaza, which is 111 North Vineyard Avenue. This is where the entity is engaged in what is gang stalking. The fake son that is over this intersection is remaining over pursuant to criminal summoning that the entity just engages in. And the entity is doing so pursuant to Mike Lorenz, who clearly does not mind going to federal prison. Jason Fields, he's going to federal prison. It's not a matter of his vote. I'm talking about these puppets of the same agency are putting each other in prison. This is the pattern of conduct by that agency that has conspired my murder, and Mike Lorenz has personally conspired my murder while that pattern of conduct of targeting me is underway, and they are gang stalking as an entity that's engaged in what is stalking obsessively and harassing and terrorizing, using their helicopters and using their positions as what are stalkers, dressing up as police officers in concert with the people of the state. 9PBN, 9PBW662, 7WOC460, license 8VPZ275, and the entities specifically targeting me inside of these Starbucks because they don't want me inside of the Starbucks. There's some sort of specific fear with regard to me being inside of a venue such as Starbucks as opposed to being inside of a venue of the City of Ontario like the OVITT Family Community Library or the Ontario Town Square, where the entity is more comfortable gang stalking, but as opposed to what is a person that's going to be, and that's again delusional conduct. The entire entity is exposed while Starbucks is gang stalking, and Starbucks is still fully under the law liable, including while they engage in this threat to kidnap, vocalizing a threat to kidnap, while maliciously engaged in gang stalking with the intent to obstruct justice pursuant to an admission, well, an implied admission regarding your harassment is because I'm documenting and you know that. Oh, okay. Because there's absolutely nothing unlawful and there's nothing I'm sitting over there by myself, and you don't have to explain all this. While you are subject to the pattern of conduct, you don't have to explain all this. And this is also the entity that's engaging in targeting you while you don't have to engage in anything other than documenting that. And that also is not the formula regarding any sort of mental illness. This is an entity that's harassing as a population, including the people of the state that are operating establishments that are gang stalking. That's why the fake son, as you see, is over me, while Gomez and Rodriguez are engaging in what is harassment as an entity, bearing weapons, gang stalking, while they're obstructing justice because they're fearful of the probative value of my evidence. License 9LQH521, the same pattern of conduct, okay? That's a third-party license plate. The same pattern of conduct, but you're mindful of the entity that's gang stalking. Gang stalking at this Circle K at 10:17 in the morning, gang stalking at this intersection where I'm present, and the Ontario police in particular are stalking on the roads and the highways while that fake son turns as Tracy Banks' vehicle turns from Holt to Vineyard. That's during the 8 a.m. hour. I'm present at this venue documenting this same venue at 7, 8 in the morning where the fake son is over me, and even the fake son that is seen over on video at this address is not over what is the Chevron where I'm located at 506 North Euclid Avenue, the same Chevron where I was at 6:55 in the morning where the City of Ontario is gang stalking, and the entity is failing at, this is what their effort is to try to contain it. Well, we don't want you, this is the purpose. I've already documented this. I've already documented it. This is already on the record, and you're not containing anything. The pattern of conduct, while I'm in Ontario, it's letting you know what's going on in Kentucky. It's letting you know what's going on in New York. Because the sun is never going to be on even one street or two streets, Euclid and Holt Boulevard, from sunrise until sunset. That's the same with regard to time of year analysis. That's the same whether it's daylight savings time or not. That's the same as you analyze from year to year. The entity has the fake sign over me at the OVITT Family Community Library until sunset. At what point in the day is Gomez and Rodriguez and the people of the state, Jenny, gang stalking at Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue under a natural environment which is directly relevant to the harassment that I'm subject to, the targeting, the admission to targeting and surveillance on my device? How is that not? How is that containing that evidence? Because it's not. It's an admission, and they're going to be prosecuted for the admissions that they provide, helping in this public investigation. And the entities engaging in what is harassment while engaging in criminal summoning with the intent to obstruct justice, and they're doing so while they are harassing me literally through their conduct, their behavior, their demeanor. Gomez is a demon. He's a psychopath. He's a violent sex offender. He's a vagina monitoring gargoyle, and so is Rodriguez. While they're stalking and bearing weapons in doing so, and they're engaging in what is threatening to engage in kidnapping. And all of that audible activity is serving to prosecute what is Mike Lorenz for the pattern of conduct by that agency, which is shared by the state of California. There's no containing when you engage in obstruction of justice because you're fearful of what you know I'm doing on my phone, which is prosecuting you and embarrassing you and exposing you as the Nephilim. The unintelligent resort to gang violence, okay? The corrupt are engaging in gang violence that they are not containing. And the gang violence underway by the Ontario Police equals mandated federal prison. Jason Eisenfield is going to prison for this. The entity is engaging in what is harassing you everywhere, and the entity that's harassing you and engaging in what is targeting you, in other words, is not creating any sort of paper trail or any sort of evidence of mental illness. While I'm asking you, this is also why I ask, so what happened? This is exactly what's happening at 706 West Hall Boulevard, July 5th, 2025. So what happened? I'm sitting there sipping my tea, and today I'm sitting there with my cup of ice. I already ate my grilled cheese that I bought that is overpriced, and Jenny is the demon that's gang stalking at that register while she's terrorizing me and gang stalking Impossible Light, moving all across the wall. All right, moving all across the floors inside, which I also captured on video already, the evidence of that Starbucks gang stalking, because it's over my head in the presence of these gang members, and it's also over my head as I documented during daylight savings times. That's one additional hour. We're at 6 p.m., give or take daylight savings time. That's never the natural environment. Speaking to what is targeting, in addition to the factual circumstances regarding targeting. A pattern, even as you're getting to Starbucks in particular. Starbucks in particular. Okay? This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct. It's analogous to every hotel room where I'm at, and the entity stalking with amplified noise. Every hotel room that you're in, it sounds like they're walking, and the rooms are separated by paper. They're on the elevator and down the hall. You can hear them getting on and off the elevator inside of the room, inside of the bathroom. You can hear the 210 freeway while you are, the freeway's on the opposite side of the, not just the property, but it's at a distance away from the hotel, and you're looking at it, and they can't hear you talking, and you can't hear that freeway inside of your hotel. That's called amplification, where they're targeting you. They are demons. And the entity, this is analogous, so you're looking at what is a pattern of conduct shown amongst an entity as I'm documenting and prosecuting the innkeepers in California, companies that are engaging in surveillance, the entity that's gang stalking amongst Starbucks, even in Ontario, targeting. And Mike Lorenz is going to federal prison for this. Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in that while they are targeting together as one under a fake sun and covering up the fake sun while I'm outside walking out, and then the entity resumes shining that fake sun. You're going to prison. Okay, those are the mentally ill, because that's exactly what they did. But you can still see the fake sun. They're covering it up. It's not a cloudy day. This is not the natural weather. That's why I have the fake sun setting at this Starbucks. The entity is engaging. That's why there's impossible light activity inside of that Starbucks, just like it is everywhere else. They were stalking me in the bathroom of Bethel Congregation. I'm capturing the fake sun in alignment outside of the window of the vehicle that I'm inside, driving to this Hope Boulevard and Vineyard Avenue Starbucks. The fake sun is over the roof of the Starbucks. The demons are inside having a field day, harassing 1 second. I capture that screenshot. Everybody gets silent. The entity's still gang stalking, and I'm sitting there minding my business, reading license plates. And I'm not reading license plates at this volume. I'm sitting. You can hear my podcast, so you can hear my podcast reading those license plates. So the entity's engaged in what is then criminal summoning, walking in like I held up a gun to the demons to steal their little bit of cash money in the register, like you have some sort of purpose while you're engaging in the P.O.C. I want to be clear. Those demons are going to prison. That's the pattern of conduct by what is the entity that is indeed engaged in surveillance. This is P.O.C. And the entity is engaged in what is exercising fictitious authority under the law. This is relevant to prosecuting the gang stalking courts. It's relevant to prosecuting the gang stalking sheriff's departments. Okay, the entire population is engaged in the pattern of conduct. The Ontario Airport Plaza The Child Support Services, that's San Bernardino County, they're gang stalking. And so is the Comfort Suites, the Candlewood, and these adjacent venues that are all engaging in that P.O.C. together while they are looking for the gang members themselves to come and have me removed because I'm documenting their license plates, because they're gang stalking and engaging in a statewide system. And they're looking for these gang members who are going to prison, and so are the people of the state. Okay, license, I want to go ahead and pause this because I'm going to read the license plates in the rest of this parking lot. It's a one. Alrighty, 1:47 p.m. Remember, the entity is also very fearful what I document on video, showing you what's over the OVITT Family Community Library. The entity is engaging, and it is equally probative whether I capture the fake sun at 3 o'clock over this Starbucks or whether I capture it at 8 o'clock in the morning and it's there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's federal prison, the same for Mickey, okay? This is an entity that's engaged in targeting me at Starbucks just like Mickey is at the OVITT Family Community Library, pursuant to surveillance while they are engaged in targeting inexplicably, while they're doing inexplicably, and by inexplicably I mean, why are you pointing me out? What is it that you're in my presence for? What just happened? What happened? When I didn't talk to nobody? Wait, what is it that happened? What are you talking about? Why are you in my face? What happened? This is an entity that's engaged. Oh, well, we were told this and that. Okay, that didn't happen. And this is why you document, because it didn't happen. And while you're doing the same thing at Starbucks, nothing happened. Oh, well, it's private property and we just want you gone. They have a right. It's private property, so they can exclude you if they want to. This poor customer service is gang stalking and furtherance of murder. The license 8THB 272. License plate. And I want to be clear, Biola's Southern Cuisine, Mr. Fry's, Starbucks, San Bernardino, this Candlewood, and this Comfort Suite. The entity is gang stalking while keeping that pattern of conduct underway and sending in the diaper-wearing gang members while they are seeking to expose themselves, while they're admittedly engaged in the pattern of conduct, but they seek to exclude from the venue because they are afraid of being documented. So you're being documented now for targeting upon surveillance like the allegations prove, and you prove that while you're engaged in inexplicable targeting. Nobody's retarded. Nobody is retarded here. You're engaging in, this is also not the pattern of conduct that is showing that I'm going around being a tyrant everywhere. I'm going around and I'm harassing everybody. I'm going around and I'm minding my business. I'm using my phone. I'm capturing images of the fake sun. That shouldn't bother you while I take a picture of the fake sun and over the roof of the venue. While I'm looking at your license plate, you shouldn't be assuming that I'm doing something with your license plate. It's there, right? So is your car. Your car is in movement. I don't want to be hit by it. Why are you they're assuming very specific things pursuant to surveillance. And then the entity is engaged stalking with that police department. 5ZBB422. Okay, this is just a common sense breakdown. EGOB E90 paper. And I've already shown, I just want to be clear, I'm going through this, but the target individual, you don't have to explain all this. This is an entity that is engaged in a campaign while they're stalking you and their failed and outdated system, and they're scared to death. They're not scared enough to stop it, but that's what federal prison is going to accomplish. Federal prison is going to accomplish that. 9WCU 952. And like I stated, they're gang stalking on behalf of that agency. That agency is the one that's arriving pursuant to targeting and harassment while you are discreetly monitoring, right? Not very discreetly monitoring. While you are discreetly documenting, and that entity is monitoring no matter whether you say a word or not, because they're engaged in surveillance. License 37456P3. That's the pattern of conduct. And I read all those license plates. So, County of San Bernardino and Southwest Airlines, let me document this. This is stalking. This is the entity that's engaged in that, and I'm going to show you that. The entity is doing so while flying over the top of the, right over here, Southwest Airlines is engaged in surveillance. This is Southwest, you can see it. The entities, the airport is not anywhere, I want to be clear, the airport's not in that direction. They are engaged in flying in all sort of manner, and when you're engaging in this, want to be clear, as they continuously fly west, the entity is engaged in what is hovering over the Ontario Town Square. Okay, flying over the Ontario Town Square, hovering, hunkering down behind the amphitheater of the Ontario Town Square, and that is the entity that is acting like they're taking off right here, where the entity is hovering down right beside me. This is where they're acting like they're taking off right here, where you can hear that plane activity. And this is, again, Southwest Airlines, the airport that is stalking. Okay, and you are stalking, including on the grounds of that airport while that fake sun is over me. This is an entity that does not have any way out, and these demons just committed criminal summoning. You're going to federal prison every iteration of it. Every iteration of it. This is what they did while they stole my money and property. They engaged in gang stalking me on the job. Then they sought to use that to try to falsely depict my character, to try to legitimize, which that does not legitimize why you stole pursuant to violating my due process rights. I wasn't in the courtroom. While you want to state that I'm mentally ill, well, then you would let that person whose money and property it belongs to, regardless of whether they're mentally ill or not, let them in the courtroom if they're so mentally ill. But I'm going to tell you what it's not going to do. It's not going to make that theft legitimate. And it's also, while you're gang stalking and targeting, that doesn't establish mental illness, which is, by the way, is not some sort of retroactive process. You're engaging in this while the Ontario Police Department is engaged in stalking. Stalking somebody, harassing and targeting them also is not the practice of medicine. That's not creating anybody, any sort of evidence of mental illness. None of this is accomplishing what is the outright corrupt conduct that I've shown by the state. And that was Southwest Airlines flying over. This is Whole Boulevard. The entity is stalking here, hovering like you're taking off. What was that? That's stalking by the entity that thinks that you're not paying attention. The entity is stalking, and everybody is paying attention. I'm pointing it out to you. We're all paying attention. Those demons that arrived, those demons that are inside of the Starbucks, including Jenny, including the effeminate manager, they're going to federal prison. And the entity is going to produce their information. They're going to prison, and so are the puppets that arrived in the Ontario Police vehicles. In those uniforms. They're gang stalking with the city of Ontario under the fake sun, and it is 1:53 p.m. This is P.O.C. That will be 2:53 p.m. during daylight savings time. Don't forget the fake sun is over me at the Ramada by Wyndham while I am gang stalking, and this is not that. That would be over the top of my head on the sidewalk. And remember, on September 1st during daylight savings time, the entity has the fake sun over me while I am at 2. That would be walking down from American Inn to the Ramada by Wyndham on G Street. I walk down that street, down G Street, and that's just giving you a documentation referring it to what it was documented in this area after I check out of Ramada by Wyndham and I come back down and I get on the Hope Boulevard, Route 61 and go back toward the OVITT Family Community Library. The entity is keeping the fake sun while I'm at that hotel room, remaining there September 1st at 2:44 p.m. I'm reminding you about the United States Postal Service. It's on this street at 7:45 a.m. There's all manners. 7:45 in the morning, Burtnick is being documented. This is the same street where the United States Postal Service is located. This is how all this evidence is circulating and relevant to each other. And Southwest Airlines is flying at an elevated location with, again, inaudible stalking, but they're also engaging what is hovering over the Ontario Town Square, and the airport is what is in this direction while the entity is acting like they're taking off right here. Okay, that's the P.O.C. It is currently 1:54 p.m. Inside of the, this is the Ontario Plaza. The Ontario Plaza, where the entity has the fake sun over that same Starbucks as I walk out, and the entity is engaged in criminal summoning pursuant to surveillance that they are engaging in. Okay, that's P.O.C. It's 1:54 p.m. All right, I am capturing video, as you can hear. That video regarding, that's another example of the entity stalking by commercial planes. Doing so where they think that it's less realistic for us to be stalking at a low elevation over here. So we're going to fly at a higher elevation over here, and we're going to maintain and distract the investigator by keeping the plane activity heard over here while we're quote unquote taking off, but we're going to fly at higher elevation over here. There's only one airport. There's 2 terminals, Terminal 2 and Terminal 4. And when you're taking off from that airport, at some point you're engaging in that cartwheel conduct to be flying west over this parking lot, and you're doing so at a heightened elevation. So you're engaging just like you've seen them doing cartwheels, and you're doing so at varying elevations in the sky space when there's one airport, and taking off from that airport. Again, this is as far as sky space and miles, you are taking off and you're hovering, engaged in surveillance using those commercial planes, because you're not going anywhere and you're at a heightened elevation, and they're flying miles away from this location while you are hovering also. This is the exact opposite conduct of feigning as though you're engaged in what are legitimate takeoffs from the airport. In other words, that's my documentation regarding the entity that is engaged in criminal summoning pursuant to surveillance, and doing so with the demons that are gang stalking using commercial planes with the demons that are engaged in gang stalking inside of that Starbucks. Alrighty, as long as you can hear me, hold on. Is that our gang stalking inside of the Starbucks is currently 1:56 p.m. I have my phone in my pocket, so I'm making sure that I can get both of them. All right, license plate. These demons are monitoring in the parking lot while Southwest Airlines is hovering over me, varying elevations, while the fake sun is shining again, while the entity is engaged in that same P.O.C. 9 UWA 139 and Omnitrans is gang stalking. License 7 ROW 536. License 9 ULD 937. 7XBN 160. License 5FZR 314. License plate. They all engaged in criminal summoning together. Okay, just want to be clear. This is relevant positioning. The 111 North Vineyard Avenue, the Ontario Airport Plaza. 8RXX425, 187QNE, that's Oregon. 9NJV858, 9GNU626. License plate. 9NLM557. License Charlie Wendy Charlie 9981, Arizona. License 7N86718. P.O.C. This is the entity that's stalking, flying over my head, Southwest Airlines. And you're going to pay attention to that elevation. They're flying in all manner of direction, as that's what the evidence is showing as you're looking at it as a body of evidence together. Not just today. I've been documented. They're flying in all manner of directions and at varying elevations. There's one airport. There are two terminals where the entity is engaging in that while they're stalking, engaging in surveillance. And that ongoing conduct regarding that airport is directly relevant to the stalking, that they're plain, ongoing, obvious, in other words, conspicuous stalking, in other words. 8WRJ281. P.O.C. This is Comfort Suites. I'm going to go ahead and document that by taking a picture of it. And I'll show you the fake sun that's over me at the Comfort Suites, because there it is at 1:58 p.m. The entity's keeping the fake sun over the OVITT Family Community Library yesterday. Covering up the fake sun, in other words, a subdued fake sun, because you can see it, you can still see it. Engaging in criminal summoning, harassment, because you're scared. All right, because you resort to more violence while you're being proven as a terrorist. That does not stop the evidence of a fake sun that's over the OVITT Family Community Library, and those demons that engaged in criminal summoning yesterday morning, they're still going to prison. These demons that arrived pursuant to criminal summoning today, they're going to federal prison. The entities engaged in what is criminal summoning upon violating no law whatsoever. In fact, in operation of my device, sitting in that restaurant, and this is a pattern also by Starbucks in particular, by the people of the state. Okay, the entity is engaged in that while they are indeed engaged in surveillance. These are the facts and circumstances that also show you, outside of what is the evidence. I've shown you how to dissect and recognize the crime scene. I've shown you how you are able to scrutinize what it is that they're stating when they're lying about the malice, and what's relevant with regard to their lies, based on the criminal activity that they're engaged in and what's relevant in regard to their lives. It's not just that they lie, it's the things that they are deceptive about with regard to engaging in surveillance. Okay, so the entity is engaged in, and what else are you going to state when you've done nothing wrong, and I should be a valued customer like everybody else, especially since I just spent my money, and I'm minding my business like these demons over here, sitting there, talking to each other, chit-chatting. So why are you coming and talking to me? Oh, because they just don't want you here. You're doing that because you are engaged in the very allegations, and that's a pattern of targeting inside of Starbucks. Okay, that's a pattern. While they're engaged in gang stalking, and by the way, it does not make the fake sun disappear. Okay, I still got the evidence. It's still there. That does not make the investigation, in other words, it doesn't make the investigation stop. None of that's stopping the P.O.C. In fact, you're going to prison for that, because what I'm documenting is the ongoing conspiracy to murder me. That's why that agency, that's why that airport, that's why the people say, that's why Starbucks is gang stalking me and harassing and psychologically torturing me in the first place. And while you're being documented, you resort to what is targeting me by the gang members themselves that are bearing weapons and guns. That's not a solution. You're going to prison for that. American citizens are murdered every day because of the very same set of circumstances. When you don't know that targeting, surveillance, gang stalking is underway, that they're being targeted. It wasn't some random unfortunate demise. They're not some mentally ill person that's always harassing at the Starbucks. Okay? The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, that very set of circumstances equals the death of the American citizens every day. Every day. All right? While the mentally ill are the ones that are targeting. The mentally ill are the ones that are engaged in the light slinging, the fake sun, the whole crime scene where they have a whole fake existence. Those are the mentally ill. That's the Nephilim. And they're going to prison. They're going to federal prison for gang stalking, and their gang stalking is that which is proven by myself, and the entity is so intimidated and so fear-stricken, they resort to more criminal conduct. There is no basis under the law, because it's not a private property, and I'm going to prosecute Starbucks, and I'm exposing them for the ongoing targeting that they commit. That's not a basis of trespassing. I just want to be clear on that. The entity is engaged in what the corporate Starbucks would contend is, oh, that's inexplicable targeting, and that's bad service, that's bad for the company. And I'm documenting a pattern of that type of targeting for no reason. Oh, just because Ocean wanted to? She just wanted to call the police? Okay, she just felt like it, because that's exactly what they're stating. Oh, they just wanted to? Well, they can. It's private property, and they can. And actually, they can't. They're engaged in criminal surveillance. No, you cannot, Satan. And you're going in furtherance of murder? No, you cannot. And I'm going to prosecute you for that, for threatening my life in that manner, because you're being exposed, because you're engaged in an investigation regarding conspiring my murder and gang stalking me as a whole corrupt establishment. And no, you cannot, under existing law, and also laws that are going to be formed with regard to detailing prosecution of malicious and corrupt establishments like Starbucks conspiring your murder and then seeking to obstruct justice with as gang members, with the gang leaders, the engaging in gang violence together. That's what's relevant about criminal summoning right now regarding what I just documented. And it's all because of fear. It's all because of what is inferiority. It's all because they are intimidated, and that's the reality. That's the pathetic reality, all right? But that doesn't stop the fact that I'm documenting, and I'm going to upload that, and that's relevant to federal prison. But I want to be clear, Jason Fields is going to prison, Tracy Banks is going to federal prison, they've been gang stalking, this is the government conduct, this is what Mike Lorenz is subject to federal prison for, this is gang violence. This is the gang violence that every business, every resident, every neighborhood is sharing in. And because you're scared and you don't want your house address, you don't want to be documented gang stalking at your house, but yet you're doing that. That's not going to stop that. And criminal summoning is going to intensify the prosecution for you, because you are still going to be prosecuted. You're going to prison. You're going to prison while you want to summon the gang members. And it is them summoning, even though the gang members are already gang stalking before. They are gang stalking you together pursuant to obstruction, harassment, and kidnapping, while they do so, especially while an ongoing investigation that they're all monitoring. You're all monitoring it. You're going to be assessed based on your malicious and hostile audible activity while you're gang stalking. 6Y54207. P.O.C. This is the fake sun at Vineyard and Hope Boulevard, and the entity is gang stalking. The fake sun's over me in the morning, like I stated, the Circle K during the 10 a.m. hour. I'm over at this venue already, as I'm documenting in the summer, and then after I check out of my hotel room at Ramada, the entity's keeping the fake sun over the hotel while I'm at the same time at the OVITT Family Community Library. Day in and day out, the Ontario Town Square, I'm capturing the fake sun over the top of my head at that Starbucks at the same time. When it's stating from sunrise until sunset, within that duration of the day, the sun is not over Starbucks at any time. That is exposing and prosecuting that establishment. These demons are retarded because they don't think about that, because I don't say the name Starbucks. That's literally the level that they're at. If I don't say Starbucks, then they're not, whew. But the moment that I say Starbucks, then they're getting, no, I've been documenting, prosecuting you the whole time, the entire time. This is proving what Dominic Choi and Robert Luna of the Los Angeles Police Department and Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Los Angeles County Fire, what they were doing the entire time. I don't have to state that every single time. Nobody has time to do that. I'm documenting a whole entity. I don't have time to run down through the entire entity because I'm prosecuting the entire state, like I said. LA's already on the record. This is never going to be over the Social Security office off of 8th in Columbia, ever. I don't have to mention that. Neither is driving on 8th Street in Los Angeles under even a fake sun going to create that light activity. But it's the pattern of conduct shared by these demons in San Bernardino County. Speaking to a pattern of conduct of surveillance, where they are stalking me by helicopters in Los Angeles, including where I work and live, and then sought to defame my character while you are terrorizing me on the job. That's called malice. While you know very well that targeted individual, an American citizen, that you're engaging in surveillance criminally, is not mentally ill. In fact, you're targeting them. You're harassing them, including while they are minding their business using my device, not stating a word to anybody. Okay? That's the P.O.C. Everybody, like I stated, acting like they're sitting there minding their business, looking, nothing's going on here. And the next second, the gang members that are wearing diapers, stalking me day and night in helicopters, oh, they're arriving. And well, they just want you gone. Okay, and they can do that because it's private property, and no, they can't. And the reason why is because they are engaged in gang stalking, surveillance, and you're going to prison for that. The entities and gang stalking police officers go to federal prison, and they're subject to mental examinations. This is P.O.C. It is currently 2:06 p.m. The fake sun is over this intersection where Southwest is flying over me, while the entity is maintaining that audible noise that's supposed to be a takeoff, even though they're taking off supposedly at the Ontario Town Square, even though they're taking off over the Stater Brothers parking lot, even though they're taking off as I'm inside of Tracy Banks' apartment at 408 West G Street, and they're supposedly taking off over the Starbucks and the UNICARE Community Center at E Street and Euclid. But this is where they're taking off, says the plane activity. That's where the entity is flying at a heightened elevation where they're satisfying the elements of monitoring, stalking in the sky space over my head, while the fake sun, the engineer light, and the demons are taking off right here at at Holt and Vineyard. P.O.C. And they engage in criminal summoning together. License plate 9NSW876, and the entities engage in stalking with that Ontario International Airport while Gomez and Rodriguez are engaged in criminal summoning. 6GHM384. They do the same thing when they put their hands on you and they steal your property, and they're engaged in what is kidnapping. The airport's engaged in that. That airport's being shut down for terrorism and repeated kidnappings. All right, those are the terrorist leaders that are going to be subject to a federal prosecution with that terrorist leader, Mike Lorenz. P.O.C. 9VHT 996. It's P.O.C. It's 2:07 p.m. That's 3:07 during daylight savings time. Stalking Vineyard and Holt, and it's also stalking at the town square. And this is outside of what's published. Again, remember I have until November 11th after 3 p.m. 8W Frank Thomas 692 stalking. And the entity, again, the ongoing irreconcilable conduct in an irreconcilable environment. You're hovering, taking off here at Holt and Vineyard. Then what are you doing over every other venue, including over the property of the Ontario Town Square? All right, hovering over the 280 North Limit Apartments to take off over the amphitheater, over that property, if that's a takeoff over here, and it's one airport, those same two terminals, what are you doing? And what are you doing under a fake sun? You're stalking. You're stalking. And the fake sun is east of where it was located this morning, and it's still over me in the same city, stalking. License 6AJB498, and they're stalking with regard to criminal summoning. That's the entity that's threatening to kidnap you if you do not leave the establishment where they're fearful of you documenting and prosecuting them for conspiring your murder. They're going to prison for that. That's stalking by the airport at 2:10 p.m. License plate Omnitrans 1302445 bus 1333. And this same demon is stalking again, psychopathic pacing 6 Apple Jack Berry 498. P.O.C. Two 16 p.m. This is UPS. That's supposed to be a takeoff. They're rising in elevation, and this is the fake sun. UPS committed murder in Kentucky, which is the people of the state. The gang stalking entity that's being exposed in California, engaging in surveillance, and this is the fake sun that is never on Hope Boulevard. This is at Corona, in between Vineyard, and this is the P.O.C. This is psychopathic pacing, stalking together with the airport, with the people of the state on the roads and the highways. And this is the Ontario Airport Plaza, where the entity covers up the fake sun while those two demons are engaging in criminal summoning. The entity is engaged in what is hovering right here, rising up behind this hotel right here, and hovering throughout the city, which is, again, stalking. Stalking. When I'm west of this location, the fake sun's over the square, over the library, where they are deviating and flying way over across to the other part of the city, stalking with the same population, 7YQR 141, the people of the state who are under a fake sun, gang stalking. That's the P.O.C. This is not a takeoff also. If you've ever been on a flight, they maintain incline, and this is not the airport right here, because that's what they did. Really rose up an elevator right here. Engaging what is hovering throughout the city is the entity that is stalking. Okay, the entities engage in that, and that is also not how pilots are taking off and maintaining flights to destinations. And it's also outside of what the airport is publishing regarding arrivals and departures. This is P.O.C. It is currently 2:17 p.m. This is the entity that committed criminal summoning, and those demons are the Ontario police that are under the fake sun that's over me at Bethel Congregation and 111 North Vineyard Avenue, Starbucks. At the same exact time, they're going to federal prison, and so are the demons gang stalking inside of that Starbucks. P.O.C. All right, stalking with that same government. This is another third party. This is psychopathic behavior. 8FNV938. P.O.C. They're concentrating the pacing behavior at the corner where I'm at the Comfort Suites, where the fake sun is located, where Southwest Airlines is hovering high above me in the sky space, and the demons are maintaining commercial flight, stalking with amplified noise, and not engaging in any takeoff, including while they engage and demonstrate how they are hovering and stalking while I'm at the Ontario Town Square, which is stalking. And it is not a takeoff, and that is targeting where I'm located and targeting by the way in which they are using those commercial planes throughout the city. This is the entity, again, the failed logic, which is not the exercise of any logic. These are demons that are unintelligent. They presuppose you engage in more of the anomaly, meaning that which is outright abnormal, that which is not protocol. You engage in more and more of that which is not protocol, and they establish what is, oh, nothing to see here because we engage in what is not protocol all the time. We're under a fake sun all the time, so that is the natural environment. That's the entity's failed logic. All right, it's P.O.C, it's 2:20 p.m. Alrighty, I do want to go ahead and capture this because this is relevant to malice. So let me zoom out and show you something. This is the mentally ill that are gang stalking. And a couple of points of analysis. I'm at this Circle K at 10 o'clock in the morning during daylight savings time. It is it's 2:21 in the afternoon. This is capturing the P.O.C. right here. I am capturing the pattern of conduct while the Ontario Police, this is 2022 documentation, are stalking by being in a relevant position at this hotel, stalking in the parking lot, coming out, crossing path. The entity has the fake sun over me. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon outside of daylight savings time. That's another analysis regarding the pattern of conduct of understanding how a population is stalking, including the gang stalking police department that engages in targeting and harassment via criminal summoning. And while I'm at the establishment right here, this is the backside of the same venue, the Starbucks. This is the Mr. Fry's. Adjacent to the Mr. Fry's is the Starbucks. And the entity has the fake sun as I capture at 12:39 p.m. Excuse me, 12:41 p.m. The entity covers up that fake sun. It's subdued. You can still see it, but I want you to see it shining brightly because this is exactly where it was, where the entity is gang stalking. And they, in their minds, they're psychos and they're delusional. And the stalking under the fake sun is the evidence about the mental illness regarding Gomez and Rodriguez, the puppets of the and the demon-possessed Nephilim that are of the Ontario Police that engage in criminal summoning at the Starbucks. The entity is engaged in what is covering up a subdued fake sun, and a brightly shining fake sun is equally a fake sun. And this is not going to be over the entrance, and it is not right now simultaneously over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library, which is in a totally different direction. Okay, and the takeoff from the airport are not engaged in hovering throughout the city to fly over that. Ontario Town Square and fly over at E Street in Euclid, where they're stalking at the 507 North Euclid Avenue Starbucks. And the purpose of this is to show you the fake sun that the demons that engage in criminal summoning wanted to subdue. They are demons, and they are specifically relevant. It's specifically relevant to the subdued fake sun, which they surmise, oh, that's not the pattern of conduct because they dim down the fake sun. And I mean they. These are demons. They're directly tethered to the fake sun. You're looking at psychopathic pacing, one crossing path, another crossing path, another crossing path. This is the demons and going back and forth and back and forth. This is what they're doing under the fake sun. This is ritualistic, this is worship, this is satanic, and it's relevant to criminal activity. And the entity had the fake sun hovering over the Starbucks, where the entity is stalking as an airport. And this is not coexisting at the Ontario Town Square. But that's the pattern of conduct at the Ontario Town Square where the fake sun is present. P.O.C. The entity is engaging in that conduct, and the entity is engaging in this while they are hovering, flying over and behind the Ontario Town Square amphitheater while they're taking off right here. So what was that behind the amphitheater over there? Where were they going, and what was that about? While the entity is showing you that they're stalking under a fake sun that was subdued while the demons walked right in and committed the federal offense for which they're going to federal prison. Okay? Covering up the fake sun is the evidence of knowledge. It's the evidence, the admission regarding surveillance. Covering up the fake sun is never going to make it the natural environment. There's multiple angles of analysis that are already on the record. And the entity is engaging in this while they are intending to go engage in criminal surveillance. And they're gang stalking with the airport. This is P.O.C. It's currently 2:24 p.m. All right, that's the entity that is, again, stalking in the sky space. You see this? But you have UPS that's taking off
taking off right here. The entity is maintaining smaller government planes that are flying in this direction as well. That's aerial surveillance. And the entity is targeting me as I'm showing you the fake sun being over Holt, where I'm never. Okay, I'm on Route 61 going to Fontana in the morning for the fake sun to be over me at Fontana Lewis Library at what I'm documenting 9:59 in the morning. I'm already documenting the fake sun over me on this street while the bus is going in this direction to Fontana in the morning, while it's over me right now at 2:24 p.m. and during daylight savings time it will be 3:24 p.m. and there is no natural environment that's going to reconcile that duration of time, but it's the P.O.C. while you see UPS gang stalking. Okay, stalking right here. This is where they're taking off. This is where the fake sun is in alignment to me. It's P.O.C. It's currently, like I stated, 2:24 p.m. All right, I did capture that video. You can hear it. The entity engages in more stalking conduct, and this is what the entity is engaging in inside of Starbucks, all right? So the entity engaged in what is, I captured that fake sun while before I went inside. You could see it at 12:41 p.m. The entity arrives pursuant to criminal summoning, and as I am capturing that, and I'm going to capture that specific environment, at nightfall too. The demons of the Ontario Police are gang stalking and stalk with Impossible Light at nightfall. Look at the iteration of the P.O.C. at ARCO, where Impossible Light's appearing on the Chevron while they're at the ARCO, which is not any sort of reflection of light that's shooting at those are the demons that are stalked with, like they're monitoring. That's the Nephilim. They're demons that are monitoring while they engage in criminal activity together. And as they arrive at what is 1:25 p.m., the fake sun is at a subdued state, but you can still see it. And I want you to see the moment that I walk outside of that building, the fake sun begins shining again. That's the entity that's again engaging in what is the same exact pattern of conduct. The less brighter shining fake sun is equally the fake sun, and it's no less probative evidence regarding the mental illness of the psychopaths that are stalking wearing police uniforms in concert with the mentally ill demons that are gang stalking inside of a cafe referred to as Starbucks, targeting me pursuant to surveillance that they're engaged in, vagina monitoring that they're engaging in, light slinging, gargoyle conduct inside of that cafe. P.O.C. It's 2:26 p.m. All right, I do want to hone in on the identification of the two gang stalking police officers. This is surveillance that they're engaging in with the establishment Starbucks, engaging in the malicious iteration of the pattern of conduct by criminal summoning while they are gang stalking at the same time. This is where the people of the state and the gang stalking organization that is trying to seek to engage in criminal surveillance masquerading as law enforcement. So that's why he's describing in his video that they're there on their behalf, that they're there pursuant to their request. In other words, maliciously denying the fact that they're engaged in surveillance, that they are together one entity, that they are seeking to obstruct justice with knowledge of my documentation, which is fully protected under the Constitution. And it's also necessary with regard to exposing never before exposed criminal conduct that is not just, it's not some like randomness, nonsensical gibberish, conspiracy theory nonsense. This is criminal conduct that poses a threat to my life. They're threatening my life, including Starbucks, while they are engaging in the iteration of that pattern of conduct. Literally the conversation stating that you're going to remove me from the establishment while I'm ostensibly there under the same circumstances as everyone else. Nobody's there talking about, haha, I'm gang stalking you, and I'm not there, ha ha ha, I'm documenting you gang stalking me. The entity is engaged in this pattern of conduct, and I am sitting there doing the same thing that they are, and they come in targeting me. That's a threat to your life. The entity does the same thing with regard to physically harming you, kidnapping you, while they are making up the circumstances as to why they are masquerading as a police department that is exercising authority under the law that they don't have, pursuant to the malicious pattern of conduct, which is requiring prison. That same purpose is accomplishing murdering you and controlling the narrative after the fact. And gang stalking me is committed in furtherance of murder. And kidnapping, threatening to kidnap, harassing, and removing me from the establishment while you're engaging in that conspiracy to murder by gang stalking is that which is an unlawful act to threaten my life and safety in the same way. Okay, this is relevant to, his name is Jay Chu. That's the officer's name. I was mispronounced. I believe I said Medina or Gomez. This demon, and that must be another demon that I documented before. But this demon's name is Jay, as in Jason, Chu, C-H-E-W, Jay Chu. And his badge number is 21882. The demon that is with him wearing a police uniform while they're engaged in criminal surveillance is a malicious iteration of the conspiracy to murder by gang stalking police officers who are automatically subject to federal prison and mental examinations upon establishing the pattern of conduct which Starbucks is engaging with the people of the state in concert with the Ontario Police. Jay Chu, and this is Rodriguez, and his badge number is
20642. That is 20642.
Rodriguez?
And that fake sun is documented over the roof in that video. That fake sun is documented over my head over the roof at 12:41 p.m. That fake sun is direct evidence of criminal surveillance. Covering up that fake sun is direct evidence of criminal surveillance. The fake sun that's shining at a brighter concentration is evidence of criminal surveillance. And it's that which is occurring while the entity is monitoring my evidence. That fake sun conduct that seeking to obstruct justice by concealing that the circumstances of the environment, in other words, are directly tailored to what it is that I'm doing as I do it, what it is that I've revealed about the entity, and you're going to federal prison for that. These are all tactics where the gang stalking police, they engage in not investigation, they engage in criminal surveillance and find ways in their position that they are abusing to cover up their engagement in it. You're engaged in gang stalking, and you are not smarter than me. You're not engaged in any investigation. I'm the one that's investigating them, and they engaged in what is obstructing justice by coming in and bullying, telling me that I have to leave, or what? You're going to kidnap me. That's the entity that's engaging in what is an unlawful threat. They don't have authority under the law. The fact that I'm subject to that is why Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison. This is the entity that engages in it now. They're going to federal prison for it tomorrow. That is also the same set of circumstances where American citizens are murdered. He's bearing weapons in my face while he is stalking me. He's stalking. And he's stalking with Starbucks, and the evidence of stalking is the fact that they are inexplicably in my presence. Starbucks is not just a bunch of demons that are gang stalking, and the evidence of fake sun and slinging light is present. They are harassing, but the reason why they have what you would ignorantly refer to as just poor customer service, or somebody that was, oh, they're just racist, they just don't like black people. It's not that. They're in their gang stalking with black people, by the way. But it's not racism. It's not the entity that has poor customer service. It's not just poor customer service in Ontario. The entity is engaged in what is surveilling me, and they're again engaging in what is obstruction of justice with the intent to murder and kidnap. If you don't leave, you're going to be kidnapped. And while I'm here in your face telling you that, I'm bearing weapons, and I'm waiting for an opportunity to blow your head, to put a hole in you. While I communicate a threat somehow while you're stalking me. This is the whole set of circumstances that are maliciously threatening the life of an American citizen. So if I move in some certain way, you're going to pull out your gun and you're going to shoot me while you're posing as a police officer that has no authority. This is all manner of an unlawful threat, and they're all gang members stalking me together. They're all in the same way that Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer and Tommy Banks and Shanita McClain and Jason Fields and all those demons that are bearing false witness about my character. While they're gang stalking me, that the agency is showing with the airport, they are poised to be in a position to corroborate what would be murder by that entity. Well, she was mentally ill, we told you. Okay, she's violent, she's crazy, she's going around harassing everybody. That's why she's getting kicked out of all the establishments everywhere. Okay? This is what we've been stating. We've been trying to get her, that's the pattern of conduct. Okay, they're going to prison. That's Jade Chu and Rodriguez. They're going to federal prison. That's an unlawful threat. American citizens are murdered in that same exact manner. Those circumstances where the entity is engaged in threatening you, they're stalking you, they're surveilling you outside of the Constitution, outside of your human rights, and then they are masquerading as police officers who then engage in the use of force while you don't become subservient to their surveillance system, while they're violating your rights. And they don't have authority pursuant to surveillance under the Constitution in the first place. Understand how that absurdity of violation of law, the absurdity of that level of malice, you're going to prison. And so are the co-defendants, those demons inside of that Starbucks under that fake sun, which I already captured. They're going to prison. The entity's going to produce the records, who's on the job. I have my documentation of who's on the video. I have my documentation of the entity targeting in the same manner at every other Starbucks. They're going to prison. This is the entity that commits murder together. In the same way that he's admitting, oh, well, I'm here on their behalf. I'm here representing them. That's the system of criminal summoning. They're gang stalking together. And all manner of gang stalking. Everybody heard that conversation. It's public information while the demons of the airport are stalking, monitoring to it. They're all stalking, listening together. You're dealing with one mind. You're dealing with one actor. While the entity engages in what nothing is said, nothing happens, and all of a sudden the entity arrives in your presence. This is what they're doing at all of the venues where they're engaging in that P.O.C. This is the entity that engages in stalking you by helicopter, harassing and targeting you at establishments, and then using that as the evidence of mental illness, and that's not mental illness, and they're going to federal prison for criminal defamation upon criminal surveillance. That's the pattern of conduct. That's not law enforcement. And that is committed in furtherance of the people of the state. This is a matter of public corruption. And those two demons, Jay Chu and Rodriguez, are going to federal prison. But they're not going to federal prison alone. Everybody in that cafe was engaged in the threat to kidnap. They were threatening together. They're threatening together. They're threatening to falsely depict your character together while they engage in criminal summoning. They're threatening to bear false witness regarding anything that happens pursuant to that criminal iteration together. They're threatening to engage in what is targeting you while they commit criminal summoning. Understand that. They're subject to what is federal prison altogether. And it's not even just the demons inside of that Starbucks. It's the demons that are in relevant position. The Quick Mart, the Spires, the Mr. Fry's, this Comfort Suites Hotel, the demons that are engaging gang stalking by landscaping that you hear in the background, the demons at the Circle K, the fake sons over me at 10 in the morning. Yes, they're gang stalking in relevant position. But I just want to let you know, the entity summoned you to that establishment, you're going to federal prison. All right, it's P.O.C. It's currently 2:45 p.m. where the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct via landscapers, just like Brightview, in the same city where the sun hasn't gone anywhere. Bigger picture, they're gang stalking still. I don't have to be at the Ontario Town Square to prosecute the demon possessed that are gang stalking. And I have the evidence of being at the same intersection as well in the morning. But nonetheless, bigger picture, it's the same city. And it's the same person that's documenting the non-movement of the sun that is not in Florida while it's over me at Holt and Corona, in between Vineyard and Corona on Holt Boulevard. Okay? Those two demons are going to prison, but I want to make sure that you recognize that. That's their badge numbers and their names. And they are engaged in the pattern of conduct that Mike LORENZ is subject to federal prison for. Okay? That's P.O.C. Alrighty, it's currently 2:50 p.m. I want you to pay attention to the images of the fake sun that's over the same Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. This is the Ontario Plaza, Airport Plaza. And the demon with the license plate, 9 Uncle Henry Larry 290, the black Honda Accord. You'll see the fake sun while they are sitting in the parking lot with their hazard lights on. They're sitting in the middle of the parking lot, by the way. Nothing obstructing their ability to go forward or stop or nothing obstructing their ability to park or go forward or anything. This is the entity that is stalking in the path that fakes in at 2:49. That's 3:49 p.m. Daylight savings time, is the evidence of what is surveillance behavior while they are stalking in the path. And they're stalking with the Ontario police that engaged in criminal summoning as an entity that's engaged in surveillance, including while they come to Starbucks to harass me and remove me from the establishment that's engaging in the criminal conspiracy to murder and gang stalking with that agency. They're gang stalking while they made those statements, for which they're going to prison, and the entity is still gang stalking. That demon is sitting in the middle of the parking lot. It's 2:49 and 34 seconds. You'll see the fake sun. This demon is sitting inside of that parking lot engaging in facilitation. This is what Leonida Builders Incorporated is doing. This is what Brightview is doing. This is what Budget is doing at the square. This is what UPS, Amazon, these demons that are engaging in iterations of the pattern of conduct, stalking at Starbucks, leaving their hazard lights in alignment to me at the bus stop, engaging in what is stalking in alignment using the fire trucks. That's light activity. The entity engages in criminal summoning. That's light activity. This is stalking in the path. The flashing of light is occurring also in an environment where the sun is never here, while it's still remaining at the OVITT Family Community Library, which I capture and prove, because what is that supposed to be inside of the OVITT Family Community Library after I walk in at 10, after documenting criminal summoning by this agency at 8:38 in the morning? When I do not leave that library and I stay there, and the fake sun at the same entrance is present after 3 p.m. If that's, which it's not the sun, then what is that light on the inside? Because it's not the product of sunlight either. This is what I'm telling you. This is how you know you can break apart necessarily, because sunlight doesn't appear underneath coverings like that. That's where shade is present. And the sun also isn't going to be at the same entrance from 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1 to 7 hours later. For 7 hours, in other words. And it's also proof to you while the next day I'm at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, where the demons are petrified while I capture very damning evidence of them stalking me, gang stalking me in furtherance of murder. And what do they resort to? Summoning the diaper-wearing, light-slinging, vagina-monitoring gargoyles themselves, who are stalking every day in helicopters and in police vehicles to exhibit mental illness, stating that they're there representing Starbucks, that they're there pursuant to what is a request, pursuant to knowledge that they gained about them just having a right on private property to remove me, and that they're not engaged in surveilling me, that they're not gang stalking, that they're not engaged in what is criminally monitoring me. That's mental illness. That's psychopathic. And it's also delusional while they're keeping the evidence under surveillance. Okay, this demon is in the parking lot. Again, license 9 UHL 290 is stalking in the path, and that fake sun is also the evidence of it. What they're doing is flashing of light conduct. That's surveillance behavior, and that's demonic. It's P.O.C. The entity does that using commercial vehicles as well, because it helps you in your mind subconsciously. You associate, oh, well, they're engaged in landscaping, so that's why the vehicle's there with the hazard lights on while they're illegally parked in the parking lot and they need to access this and access. No, it's light activity. and the fake sun is always going to supersede. And the fake sun is not over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library, where Mickey was still present well after 8 a.m. while that fake sun was at that venue where she works, gang stalking me with the Ontario police while she keeps her back to me while stalking in the path under the fake sun that's still there after 3 p.m., engaging in the same pattern of conduct of Starbucks, criminal summoning, P.O.C. It's 2:54 p.m. Those demons are going to federal prison. Stalking. There's the fake sun. This is 111 North Vineyard Avenue. This is not over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library. It is with simultaneity to the use of my device, logging off of Wi-Fi. And they're concentrating flight right here, not only over my head at a heightened elevation from the same airport, but then acting like they're also taking off, doing so under a fake sun that's still in the same city, off of the same block, over the same person, moreover. And also, this is not in Florida. It's not in Texas. It's not in Las Vegas. It's not in Northern California. Neither is it simultaneously, and it's also not over the OVITT Family Community Library, where I captured video at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of a fake sun that remained over the same venue. And this is where J. Chu and Rodriguez, also more demons going to federal prison, engaging in the malicious pattern of conduct with Starbucks. That's gang stalking, and those demons that are under a fake sun, gang stalking with Mr. Fries, gang stalking with all the people of the state that are fearful of the evidence that I capture, so they call the diaper-wearing gang members themselves, and those demons are going to federal prison, and so are the demons that engage in criminal summoning. This is P.O.C. This is not sunlight. Neither is that the sun, and that's the gang-stalking city of Ontario that's going to be shut down, engaging in conspiracy to murder by the evidence of criminal monitoring. Monitoring is demonic. The demonic is proven through what is a demonic environment, such as a fake sun, that's also documented here after, at 7 in the morning. 2022 documentation is key here, and the entities engage in this while they're monitoring my devices in concert with the people of the state who are stalking in that environment. P.O.C. 2:57 p.m. Alrighty, I'm capturing the entity stalking by a plane, as you can hear. They're taking off where the fake sun is over me, and that's entirely irreconcilable with the entity that's keeping the fake sun, like I stated, over the Family Community Library, while I'm merely referring to what I documented yesterday, and that's the entity that's maintaining noise, okay? The gang stalkers that are immigrants, they're being deported. The gang stalkers that are engaging in any iteration of the pattern of conduct, including kidnapping, such as criminal summoning, they're going to federal prison, and if they're immigrants, they're being deported. But the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct with the immigrant population, and that's what I'm speaking to. There is no exception as you're looking at the pattern of conduct seamlessly executed while an environment follows you. Everybody in every establishment, in any neighborhood, all of them are engaging in that P.O.C. And they engage in the agency that's maintaining surveillance and not law enforcement to reinforce surveillance, a bully system where they don't even have authority under the law and they're intimidated by the one that is exposing them, violating the law. And while they do so, they're going to prison, and so is Mike LORENZ. He's going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. It's 2:58 p.m. All right, that's Juan's gardening, gang stalking with the people, maintaining activity, and doing so at the same venue. Juan's gardening services tree trimming. This is what West Coast arborists engages in, including what is light activity with the government that's stalking under a fake sun together, as the people maintain activity creation around what is now they're gang stalking me, and I'm the one that's exposing and prosecuting them. So they're doing so while an ongoing public investigation is exposing terrorists like Jason Fields, terrorists like Tracy Banks and Eric Spencer and Tommy Allen Banks, the demon-possessed people of the state, whose name I know, who engaged in gang stalking me with this government system, intending to kidnap and murder me, and gang stalking me, which is supposed to create, while they target you obsessively in the way I've shown, that's supposed to manufacture what is the evidence of mental illness, and it's not mental illness. The entities engage in what is harassment while they are all together targeting you in the environment which ties it all together as well. And this is also revealing what is the Nephilim, the practice of the demons that are engaging in the pattern of conduct. And it is the City of Ontario Airport, the City of Ontario Fire Department, the City of Ontario Police Department that are engaging in surveillance with the people of the state while I'm in the city of Ontario. But there's bigger context, like I've stated. The entity's keeping the fake sun over me in Los Angeles while I'm in Orange County, while I am in Kern County documenting the P.O.C. as I go through that county. Bakersfield, the entity kept the fake sun in Kern County Sheriff's Department gang stalking by helicopter, while the entity keeps the fake sun outside of the driver's side window while I'm in Bakersfield, California, which I documented in 2024. Las Vegas, Nevada gang stalking me with the Metropolitan Police Department and Nevada State Police while the fake sun is over me in Las Vegas, Nevada, which is not going to be over me at the same time in Ontario, California, including during the same time of year, including at the same time. Under no circumstances. This is the entity that is demonic, and it exceeds state lines. It exceeds what is city to city, county to county. It is the demon possessed. And it is also exposing public corruption, as I do prosecute the state and federal government that is engaged in that POC. And doing so, repeatedly kidnapping is Mike Lorenz's federal imprisonment. It's a pattern of conduct, and they engaged in kidnapping me while seeking to obstruct justice in the same way that you see them engage in harassment at the Starbucks, and just stating, well, they just feel like excluding you, so that's what they can do, and that's what they're going to do. And you need to understand that that targeting is because of surveillance that they are engaging in, and they are very fearful while I quietly use my device, right? I don't have to talk to anybody to get those damning screenshots, that they're looking at, they're monitoring. They're monitoring, and they're so fearful they send in the diaper wearers. The Ontario police, they send those demons in immediately. But I want to be clear, you're going to prison for that. That's not a solution. That's more problems. Federal prison problems. You're going to prison for that. Okay, I documented all the license plates in this parking lot, and the entity is gang stalking by the establishment itself that's going to produce all of those who are going to be subject to prison for this iteration of criminal summoning today. All right, and this is the mentally ill that engage in that. And Jason Fields is going to prison for all that the state of California has committed against me, while he has conspired my murder, gang stalking me with these puppets, which he is the same condition. He's a puppet. All right, that's POC. It's 3:02 p.m. While Juan's tree trimming is gang stalking, audible activity, the fake sun, the entity stalking in the sky space and pacing all around, and doing so while making purchases. That's the federal RICO case, POC. That's stalking by the airport at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, monitoring my device as I open up different apps, doing so under the fake sun that I just captured in images. So the entity is keeping the fake sun. It's not moving from this Starbucks all of a sudden to be over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library when it wasn't over the entrance when I arrived, and it's still over me at this location. The entity isn't keeping this fake sun here where the entity is concentrating plane activity pursuant to stalking by the airport. You are stalking also at the airport when I show you the fake sun, which I already have. The Ontario International Airport gang stalking me on aboard Omnitrans, and a fake sun remains over me, moving across that property at the same speed of that as that bus into the city of Fontana, and vice versa. So I just want to be clear, that's the stalking, period. The entity is engaged in stalking me while I'm at this 111 North Vineyard out of Ontario Airport Plaza. It's 3:11 p.m. POC. That's 3:12 p.m. And again, the entity is not engaged in perpetually taking off, so they're still sounding the same plane activity at the Ontario Town Square. They're still sounding the same plane activity over not the Ontario Town Square, but the ARCO, the parking lot, as though they're taking off there behind the Housing Authority off of Lemon Avenue. They're taking off over the Chevron, the same plane activity, the same volume. The entities engaging in this while they are monitoring in the same way that they are exposing the Ontario police that are going to prison, including the Starbucks employees. They're going to prison. That's what's relevant, and that's what you're tying together while the entity is stalking with impunity. It's 3:12 p.m. That's Juan's gardening, just engaging in what is pacing, just blowing the leaves around and maintaining presence with the leaf blower. They're monitoring. This is P.O.C. Cintas is gang stalking as well. Got their communication device in hand while they're crossing path. They're monitoring while they're engaging in the P.O.C. Cintas' license plate, by the way, let me document them. CENTOS, license plate 63812A1. P.O.C. That's the entity that's gang stalking with the Ontario Police. P.O.C. Let me give you an image of that. That's the entity that's going to prison, J. Chu. There's nothing surprising about it. J. Chu's going to prison, and so is Rodriguez, and so are the demons inside of Starbucks. The Ontario Police stalking at this intersection, and I want to be clear, CENTOS is gang stalking. Okay, the entities engaging in that pattern of conduct together, and the entity stalking by the Ontario Police Department with helicopter is old news. They were gang stalking, engaging in criminal summoning, and like I stated on video, which is evidence about what is going to happen inevitably, Mike LORENZ is going to prison. Okay, this is a terrorist leader, and this is surveillance that they're engaging in, and they're violating my rights while I'm enforcing them against surveillance that this agency doesn't have the authority under the law to engage in, and they certainly don't have a right to engage in what is kidnapping upon making malicious assertions while you're stalking me as well, and you're engaging in what is kidnapping pursuant to the intent to obstruct justice regarding crimes that they've already committed against me. They've committed these crimes, and they're also engaging in gang stalking pursuant to obstruction of justice. Mike LORENZ is going to prison, and that's what's old news about the entity stalking by helicopter, like I just documented. Those two demons, J. Chu and Rodriguez, are going to prison. So are the demons of the Starbucks, and it is P.O.C. It's 3:17 p.m. I took an image of that. That'll be uploaded to the Google Drive. Okay, so be clear. Starbucks is gang stalking while the entity is stalking by helicopter. Starbucks is gang stalking while the entity enters into the venue to remove me upon targeting me regarding knowledge of surveillance. All right, the hostile demons engage in harassment by that agency, and they're going to prison. There's a fake sun, I'm capturing it, and the entity is stalking by plane. Southwest Airlines is rising over the intersection like they're taking off here while they're flying over the top of my head at with regard to no audible activity while the demons are stalking in the path, okay? 35050M2 and 8 Paul 16202. The entities gang stalking Juan's landscaping, tree services, while they're pacing around with the leaf blowers with the agency that's stalking by helicopter. P.O.C. The demons that are going to prison for gang stalking today with Starbucks. The entity that's gang stalking at Starbucks as employees that engage in criminal summoning, they're going to prison, while the entity is gang stalking by helicopter. That's the same agency. P.O.C. And the fake sun is still here. At the same time, the entity is keeping the fake sun, as I'm documenting. Alrighty, at 3:18 p.m. yesterday, the entity has the fake sun over me at the OVITT Family Community Library. I'm standing at the entrance. The entity has engineer light reaching into the depths on the floor. That absolutely absurd and asinine. Again, ignorance regarding science. The demons are not here to be intelligent. They're not here to be smart and crafty while they are monitoring you. They're here to monitor you through the obsessive character that is shown through impossible light activity. And this is impossible to be the natural environment while this is not even over the venue of the OVITT Family Community Library or the Ontario Town Square or Wells Fargo, nowhere over that property. I'm still along what is Hope Boulevard. This is the same Starbucks. Here's my shadow behind me, speaking to what was not sunlight inside of that library, what would not be the sun anyway at the same venue when you're looking at what is the demonic, the light source that remains over me for the duration of the day were J. Chu and Rodriguez pursuant to gang stalking and furtherance of murder with the Starbucks employees monitoring my devices and engaging in what is the attempted kidnapping and threatening with regard to obstruction of justice while I am enforcing my rights and maintaining an ongoing investigation about this government conspiring my murder with Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks, the people of the state. This fake sun is not over the OVITT Family Community Library, and this is where the entity is taking off. I just took a picture of Southwest Airlines as though they're taking off at the intersection, and then you have the entity flying diagonally over the property. The airport is in this direction, which would be, that would be southeast. The entities engaged in all manner of stalking, and I captured Southwest Airlines flying over my head over here, and the fake sun is in alignment to me. This is speaking to the maintenance of the fake sun where the Ontario Police engage in criminal summoning. That's why the fake sun is here. CENTOS is a demon. That's a demon operating a CENTOS vehicle. He's pacing back and forth. Another demon walking to the vehicle. These are demons that are pacing. And they're not in sunlight. They're in the engineer light that's inside of the OVITT Family Community Library under what is not the sun.
and what would not be the son simultaneously. And they're making purchases while they're gang stalking with the establishment. That's the federal RICO case, and it's federal prison under all circumstances for the employees of Starbucks. 14387B1. And with regards to documentation, before 2025, the entity has a fake son over me at this Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue at 7 and 8 o'clock in the morning, which is speaking to inevitable prison time for the entity that's been documented for years targeting me and conspiring against my life with the gang members, the diaper-wearing minions that were stalking in helicopters. I took a picture of it while this demon of Centos is crossing paths with his communication device. P.O.C. It's 3:21 p.m. All right, I captured video speaking to the entity gang stalking at the OVITT Family Community Library, which is what they were doing at 8:38 in the morning. Those demons engaged in criminal summoning, that's federal prison. Those demons engaged in criminal summoning while the entity is keeping the fake son 3 hours later, which is over the parking lot. So somehow the entity is engaging in what is the fake son that's over the child support services during the 6 p.m. hour while I was here in, I believe, August of 2025. And the entity is keeping the fake son at a diagonal position while it is still present. Okay, now I'm getting to time of day analysis. During the 6 p.m. hour, that will be 5. That will be 2 hours from now outside of daylight savings time. And the entity's fake sun is over the building proper while I'm inside of Starbucks, while it remained over the roof. And then it slowly moves. That's non-movement from the time that I arrive until 6 p.m. where it's set here. The sunset occurred right here where this entity engaged in criminal summoning today, stalking by helicopter today, stalking by the Ontario International Airport, stalking by corrupt businesses like Centos. All right, this is the P.O.C. This is the entity engaged in that. That's already on the record. The entity has a fake sun over me at 7 a.m. like I spoke to in the video. This is the entity that's monitoring what I'm uploading, and that fake sun is indeed fake, and it is not simultaneously over the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library. Neither is that sunlight on the inside, as I've already stated. So I've already shown you, first of all, what is common sense, that would not be sunlight. The extensive covering over that doorway makes it impossible that sunlight's going to appear there. The sun is not beside us. Sunlight's not engaging in gymnastics, coming down from the sun and then reaching underneath objects, appearing even upward above our head, creating shadows above us. And also, it's not the case when the fake sun, not the sun, is in an entirely different location, which is also not the characteristic of the environment, because that's all manner of inconsistent behavior. The natural environment is consistent, predictable on an ongoing basis, not what I'm documenting. And I'm documenting stalking by the LORENZ, that agency, in that environment, where they're engaging in the evidence, admitting that they're engaging in surveillance while they just want to engage in bad customer service just because they feel like it. Well, you know what? We can because it's private property and we just feel like it. No, they're engaged in gang stalking and they're going to prison for criminal summoning today. It's 3:23 p.m. and that's a pattern by the people of the state. P.O.C. The entity gang stalking by the hotel. Let me give you the name where they're stalking in the parking lot. That's the people of the state engaging in criminal summoning today. That's why they're going to prison. They're going to prison right along with the Ontario Police Department demons. They're going to prison with them. It is, let me get this image. They're stalking with amplified noise, monitoring as demons that know what I'm doing on my phone. So the entity's engaged in amplified audible noise around me under the fake sun at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. At the venue where I'm capturing that venue, that hotel is called Comfort Suites. The entity's engaging in what is stalking by the airport, stalking by the people of the state, doing so by stalking identified under the fake sun, doing so while the entity's stalking by helicopter. This is all the hallmarks. And the entity engaged in criminal summoning. The demons that are engaged in criminal summoning are going to prison. Okay, P.O.C. It's 3:33 p.m. 3:44 p.m. Stalking under the fake sun that is at the same venue, 111 North Vineyard Avenue, and not outside of the doors of the OVITT Family Community Library, where they keep a fake sun as I remain at that library well over 9 hours in the day, and stalking while they are keeping it in alignment, even seen through the computer lab area. That's how absurd their stalking is, and that's how easy it is to prove that they're stalking and they're demon stalking while they're engaged in surveillance. And they are engaged in surveillance while you are being harassed at a gang stalking facilitating venue that summons the gang members themselves that use helicopters and bear weapons and abuse positions regarding masquerading as police officers who are enforcing the private property rights of private citizens and private business owners. Starbucks and the people of the state are none of that.
and they're engaged in surveillance with the entity that doesn't have any warrant or probable cause to engage in what is stalking me and monitoring me. That's the significance of it not being a private property. They're vicarious actors. They're third parties. You're going to prison for that. That's malicious. They commit kidnapping by that same combination of facts. And the fake sun is here at 3:45 p.m. and it's not outside of the doors of the OVITT Family Community Library like I documented on video, 3:18 p.m. yesterday, where the entity engaged in criminal summoning 7 hours earlier. Yeah, 7 hours earlier at the same entrance doors. This is 3:45 p.m. pivoting, abandoning what is, again, has nothing to do with any natural environment, and that's where you're looking at demons that are dressing up as police officers, engaging in what is criminal conduct, and they're being told regarding what their sentencing is while I'm maintaining my investigation. They're all going to prison, okay? And so is Mike LORENZ for conspiring my murder as a terrorist leader that's accustomed to getting away with public corruption and targeting me in this way through this agency, and he's going to prison for his impunity as well. It is 3:46 p.m. where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking in concert with all of the city of Ontario.
That is the same entity, say them, Stalking.
Crossing path where you see the fake sun in perfect alignment with the angle where I'm in the parking lot, and you'll see the entity. It's 3:48 p.m. Stalking. The audible noise of that plane activity, that's called stalking with audible activity, and it's amplified, and it's pursuant to what is the demons that are acting like that's not a takeoff. They are surrounding with what is equally demonic. That fake sun is letting you know that the demon-possessed are engaging in what is maintaining noise in the environment, and it's not a plane takeoff. The plane is in the sky space, while the audible noise is actually separate from what you're looking at, where you would attach the sound of plane engines to the visible presence of that plane, and it's not. It's amplified in volume. It's also pursuant to what is logically not a takeoff, because the entity is engaged in what is hovering over here at Holt while they're stalking, and the entity is doing the same thing miles away, such as over the Starbucks at 706 West Holt, the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, the 325 West G Street in Ontario, California, the Woodside Senior Apartments, even inside of Tracy Banks' apartment. The entity is amplifying plane activity, literally amplified in volume, and that's showing you the demonic. Matter of fact, I'm going to refer to that video so you can hear how loud it is. The entity is targeting with amplified noise while they're monitoring, and those are demons that are using those commercial planes and using that airport. It's 3:49 p.m. I am capturing a screenshot, so the significance of the time of that screenshot is captured is what controls, as opposed to when I take pictures and then I take screenshots zooming in on those pictures. The timestamp is not necessarily probative, other than that I took the screenshot at a specific time, which may become relevant for some other purpose. But chiefly, the time that something is happening is captured when I take pictures and images. Excuse me, when I take images and video. I take screenshots with regard to zooming in and honing in on a detail that you're paying attention to. I also am taking screenshots now because of the inability to take pictures. Screenshots is capturing the same exact circumstances, and it's relevant to the timestamp that screenshot is taken. Okay, it's captured. It's 3:50 p.m. This is P.O.C. License plate 9JFH687. License 3SRP396. The entity engaged in also criminal summoning because of the impossible light activity that is occurring inside of buildings, because it's the maintenance of engineer light. The entity is engaged in what is criminal summoning with regard to the same pattern of conduct, more executable, if you will, while I am under the fake sun, which they're keeping around while they're all pacing around, while I'm inside of the cafe, and the entity is engaged in being documented with this psychopathic light shooting inside, because the fake sun is not under them while the entity is shooting this light around. The entity is engaged in what is also relevant with regard to the motivation behind removing from the environment, where it's a very damning evidence that you're stalking with impossible light. It's also damning while the fake sun's over me at your establishment. It's also damning while the entity's stalking me by helicopter at your establishment. It's also damning when the entity's engaged in criminal summoning at your establishment. You're going to prison. Just want to be clear on that. The entity's gang stalking, the same employee's gang stalking. Today, the fake sun is still over the venue. This is the P.O.C. It's 3:55, and it is not in through the windows of the OVITT Family Community Library in alignment to me at computer station number 1. All right, that's not sunlight reaching into the depths on the carpet where Mickey is walking on it, gang stalking me inside, and she's gang stalking me outside at 8:38 a.m. with the same demons of the Ontario Police. She's going to prison. Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in that, and they're doing so while they are witnessing their exposure. And the history, the evidence will show the case is relevant with regard to the prosecution of this government, that the entirety of this investigation, the entity maintained criminal surveillance in furtherance of the objective to murder, and their plan was to just commit the murder and then just disregard all the evidence that was already captured. So they're just going to target an American citizen while they're fully cognizant of it, aware of it, and that's how they engage in murdering people. Okay, it doesn't make it any better when an American citizen is ambushed and they don't know that they're being targeted, but it is coloring the crime while the entity, and I'm documenting, the whole world is watching them, and they're engaging in surveillance in front of the world, and the entity is engaging in conduct such that you're going to complete the criminal objective because you're not gang stalking and targeting for funsies and for no reason. You're going to do that in front of in the face of an American citizen that's enforcing their rights, where you don't even have any right under the law. These are the demons that are going to prison. These are the demons that are terrorists. These are the demons that are engaging in what is gang conduct, and this is the same impunity with which they murder people and you don't know anything about it. They murder people and they are acting with impunity while they disregard their rights. They murder people and they are engaging in that with a notable and relevant level of disregard of the rights of another. Adding in the helicopter activity, the ongoing impunity stalking with the airport, they're going to be hiding and defecating in their pants, seriously, in a courtroom behind this obvious and highly conspicuous targeting in the environment by the airport. And they're doing it while you're documenting, and they are all sitting on the internet watching me publish this documentation, this investigation. And that's also informing where they are making these decisions to engage in and commit those acts of terrorism, criminal summoning, while they're watching, and they make decisions to engage in that. That's literally informing their very poor decisions, while it's poor with regard to what you're going to do and what you're facing in court. And what your partner was doing last week, what your partner was doing yesterday morning, what your partners are doing every night, including this afternoon, in helicopters all around me. That's the entity that's engaging in that. That's the P.O.C. All right, it's currently 3:57 p.m. Okay, the same pattern as the other demon. Stalking in the parking lot. Demon's trying to run while they know I'm getting up a walk. Stalking on the side of the dumpster in the parking lot. It's on Ontario Police. Let's go see who it is. The license plate 1061, engaging in surveillance. Just want you to see that. They were stalking on the side of the road, just like the other demon, license 1675813, stalking on the side over here behind the dumpster where the demons are monitoring, where the fake sun, the amber sky set, over here monitoring, stalking. That's a demon also. You need to understand that. Vehicle 1061 1675813. He begins driving the moment that I get up out of my seat. Okay? This is stalking. I'm capturing a screenshot of it right now at 4:15 p.m. This is the same exact conduct that the demon that's engaging in surveillance vicariously, the demon in the black Accord, that's doing so in the license plate. J. Chu and Rodriguez are going to prison. That are engaging in the license plate, what is, let me read that for you. They're engaging in the same conduct. Pacing in the parking lot, stalking, demon. Vehicle 1061, license 1675813. He's going to prison. He's going to prison. This agency is engaged in surveillance. They're engaged in stalking. And they are so absurdly psychotic, they engage in it while it's being exposed, while an investigation, and this is no less of an official investigation because I'm an American citizen enforcing my rights against a corrupt government. It's very much official. And the entity engaging in kidnapping me is going to prison for interfering with an official investigation. And they're engaging in what is interfering and threatening my life while they're gang stalking and engaging in what is harassing me while they are keeping me under surveillance in order to murder me. They're going to prison for that. The entity is stalking me with impossible light. Well, I'm going to show you what is the impossible light right here on me. While the entity's keeping the fake sun at the OVITT Family Community Library, there's no sunlight over here. And that demon is engaged in stalking on the side of the dumpster. They are stalkers. They are such stalkers. This is mental illness, serious mental illness. And you saw the mental illness exhibited by Rodriguez and Jay Chu today. The mental illness is the ability to engage in cold-blooded murder, keep a straight face, lie about what it is that you were doing, why you did it, and the authority that you had to do it when you did it. And it is all pursuant to what is unlawful conduct while they wear those uniforms, the absence of authority while they wear those uniforms, and they are engaging in what is criminal conduct while wearing those uniforms. They literally are wearing those uniforms to get away with criminal activity. And that is the psychopathic antisocial disorder of the demon possessed that are stalking. This demon was stalking, okay? He begins driving his car while he's monitoring me. My body is being molested with engineer light. While I'm being molested, this demon is stalking on the side of the dumpster over here, just like the black Accord. Let me remind you about that license plate. That is license plate 9LH. That's the beginning of it. Let me look at it. Doing the exact same thing. So I'm capturing for me to be able to capture the license plate, and I'm capturing the screenshot. This is exactly what he was doing. I don't have to make anything up. This is where the entity was stalking by helicopter. No coincidences here. This is where I'm being molested with what is not sunlight. If that's the fake sun that's setting in alignment to Wells Fargo, which is the library, while I'm inside of it, and that's supposedly sunlight at the entrance, it's not. But you're going to prosecute them with their own illusions. Okay? Then you're talking about what is you're stalking while I'm capturing my shadow at a distance on the side of Mr. Fry's at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, the Ontario Plaza. This demon is stalking, and he's engaged in the same stalking as this psychopath is doing earlier as I'm documenting. And the entity is keeping me under surveillance by stalking in the parking lot with flashing light on the side of that dumpster. That was surveillance. That was criminal facilitation. License 9, Uncle Henry Larry 290. Engaging in what is a pattern. They're just stopping in the middle of the parking lot over here by the dumpster, where they are, again, presupposed nobody sees them, while I'm on the opposite side and I don't see them. And then I walk over a little bit, and there you are with your hazard lights on. You're not waiting for a parking spot. You're not parking anywhere. You're just engaged in what is presence in the path, light activity, while you're monitoring me on the opposite side of the parking lot. This is what the Ontario Police Department are doing. They have a communication device in that vehicle. They represent a communication device. They're engaged in surveillance using the resources of a police department, and they're doing so as demons under a fake sun, while the entity is gang stalking me by plane and helicopter, and my body is being molested with engineer light. This is a stalker. This is a stalker. It's 4:19 p.m. That heavy-duty stalking is what Jay Chu is committing in my face, admitting to engaging in what is the federal offense mandating prison, while they commit murder under the same exact circumstances. While I conduct this investigation, which no state actor, no vagina monitoring gargoyle, like anybody of the demon-possessed Mike Lorenz and nobody else is going to interfere with. And while you're not going to interfere with it and stay out of federal prison. Does that make sense, Satan? Because you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison while I'm showing your mental illness all over the world, while you are stalking me, and then you went inside where all the demons are stalking me with you because of you, and you engaged in bearing a gun while you're wearing a badge, engaging in this pattern of conduct. You're going to prison, and you're going to be subject to routine mental examinations. These demons are stalking in the parking lot. The moment that I get up, this demon begins, that's called pacing, moves from where you were standing there for a prolonged period. As soon as I look up and get up and start recording, then you drive off, which is monitoring. You drive forward to the opposite part of the parking lot for you to go into a parking space, revert your pacing, and then you drive out of the parking lot. Monitoring. The Ontario police are doing the same thing while I'm capturing this environment in the morning. The fake sun is here in the morning. This is also how you're looking at their stalking. Because no matter how many years pass, the sunrise is not going to be captured at the same address where you are maintaining the illusion of a natural environment. Okay? Stalking. License plate. African. No, this isn't African. This is a Latino. License 9NDU932. And license plate 8JSC 925. These demons are making purchases while they're stalking with the same agency. P.O.C. The demons inside of Starbucks are going to prison. They engaged in criminal summoning pursuant to surveillance and in the intent to obstruct justice because they are engaged in surveillance, and I am documenting and enforcing my rights while they are conspiring my murder by keeping me under surveillance in Starbucks, where I can't go purchase a grilled cheese sandwich. I can't get a cup of ice without being gang stalked by the Ontario Police Department. They're going to prison for that. Jay Chu and Rodriguez are threatening me in concert with Starbucks, which I stated earlier. I'm going to prosecute that company, and I'm going to civilly prosecute that company with regard to their ongoing documented pattern of conspiring my murder and harassing and targeting me while doing so. Hostile to American citizens, keeping all of us under surveillance, and they hate you, and you're paying them money. You're paying them. You're their consumer, and they serve Satan. They're a demonic company. They're operated by demons, and they're engaging in criminal surveillance, un-American conduct. P.O.C. These are stalkers. It's 4:21 p.m. Molesting, license 9L Nancy Paul 823. These sex offenders, again, as the fake sun sets in alignment to me at a different address where the airport is stalking. The entities engaged in what is pacing around to commit the sex offense with the stalkers of the Ontario Police Department. There are sex offenders and their stalkers, and the airport provides evidence against the demons that are going to prison. J. Chu, Rodriguez, the gang stalking demons, light slinging gargoyles that are serving coffee at Starbucks that you need to stop being a consumer of. They're engaged in terrorizing you. You make a decision where you want to spend your money, but this is evidence exposing to you that not only are they demons, not only is this a demonic with regard to what is your demise, not only is this consumerism that is aiding in what is to your detriment, they're engaged in what is gang stalking, un-American conduct, and they're doing so with regard to what is harmful to any American citizen while I'm exposing it and I'm subject to it. You are subject to it. You are threatened by it. And they're sex offenders while the stalkers of the Ontario Police sitting around stalking me in the parking lot behind the dumpster. It doesn't get any more pathetic. Wait, yes it does. Stalking me day and night in helicopters. Like, you have nothing else to do. I'm your obsession. And the entities engaged in this stalking conduct while the demons are pacing around with planes, as you can hear them. No planes are taking off where they're at the Ontario Town Square at the same volume level, and that's not a takeoff right here either. It's also speaking to what is the pattern of conduct while I just so happen to be documenting another third party. That's not the coincidence, that's the pattern. The entities engaged in this while those you're always going back to, who's going to prison, J. Chu, the demon gang stalking at Lemon Avenue and D Street this morning. The Ontario Police under the fake sun that set in the same city, off of the same street. Look at a map. Holt Boulevard intersects with Euclid Avenue. The fake sun didn't go anywhere, and it remained over the same person as it did not go anywhere. And it remained over a venue where I've already documented the fake sun in the morning, where this agency is gang stalking through the corrupt businesses such as Starbucks, who are engaged in monitoring you. Monitoring is committed in furtherance of murder, surveilling you and your children and your genitalia while they serve you coffee with a smile. This is P.O.C. It's 4:55 p.m. Okay, the mentally ill, they resort to psychopathic, absurd, as in eating your own feces, mental illness. They engage in light slinging while they are stalking you. And mental illness is not funny. And demon possession is not funny. Stalking somebody and conspiring murder is not funny. But the entity is so crazy, you cannot help but laugh at them. License 9 Sam Xavier Robert 780. Another demon, an effeminate. Okay, not a man stalking, not gangster, not a thug, a light slinging gargoyle is molesting with light while stalking. DJ56 Charlie 01, another light slinger, not a gangster rapper, not a thug, not a some sort of hardcore gangster at all. A light slinging gargoyle stalking. And molesting with light while they're stalking. And let me also be clear, he's not a gangster because he's scared to death. That's why he's over here slinging light. That's amplified noise while this demon is slinging light over here while they act together in concert. License 8TXM740. While Best Western is gang stalking, Best Western is already on the record gang stalking. They're monitoring now. And so is the establishment where this demon is stalking in the path pursuant to monitoring. License 8HU F926, 9JHP 126. License, you already know everyone that's gang stalking. This is Spires, this is the Motel 6. The entity has the fake sun over me at the Motel 6, where the Ontario Police are stalking me while I'm staying in that hotel room after they engaged in kidnapping in August of 2021. The entity's gang stalking by helicopter outside of that hotel room, and it's after 5 p.m. while that fake sun is on the opposite side of where it is in this parking lot, and that's relevant to what is daylight savings time. This entity is already surrounded. These are light slingers. No light slinger is any thug or gangster, okay? No stalker is a gangster. Not at all. They're actually scared to death. They're petrified while they engage in criminal summoning. They're trembling. Okay, they're defecating on themselves, and they're the mentally ill, the type that eat their own defecation. That's not a gangster. License 7ZTW028, 9HEG044, license 9USD361, license 9NKE382, and gang stalking at the infamous drive-through window, where the entity is going to federal prison based on the proof of stalk with impossible light through that drive-through window, which I documented. Where the people of the state are gang stalking right now, engaging in what is another iteration of light slinging, license 9LEU115, P.O.C, monitoring with a bunch of demons, a bunch of puppets that are scared to death while they're light slinging, because I'm uploading all the evidence, because I'm publishing the podcast, where the demons that are monitoring my vagina are hiding behind the dumpsters, stalking me in this parking lot. Stalking, okay? Hardcore stalking by light slinging gargoyles. No light slinging gargoyle, no demon that has to lie and make up information in order to be in my face, because you can't overtly speak to the fact of what I already know that you're doing and what I've proven you to be doing, not only being stalkers, but being demons. 9USD361, P.O.C. Light slinging on behalf of the demons that are monitoring altogether the Ontario Police Department, who are going to prison for being light slingers, for being vagina monitors, for engaging in criminal surveillance, for being gargoyles, violating the Constitution while they're absurdly psychotic, so they can sit in federal cells and eat their own feces, because that's how sick they are. They're crazy. And I'm going to put them in the facilities where they belong. It's currently 5:07 p.m. This is P.O.C. Stalking with Starbucks, license 7JIW204 and 9VZH564. Those are demons that are engaging in gang stalking via the drive-through, a means of sexual violence that Starbucks is going to be prosecuted for. Okay, and Starbucks engaged in what is criminal summoning today, engaged in what is the threat to kidnap me as an entity while they're engaged in criminal monitoring, and they are committing the perpetual sex offense with the sex offenders and coming to the drive-thru to commit that sexual violence. That's how gangster they are. The light slingers go to drive-through as passive-aggressive sex offenders who are stalking you, and they're embarrassed to admit they're stalking you. So they do things like hide behind dumpsters, like fly and stalk you in helicopters, like wear police uniforms and then state that somebody told them to come there and they don't know why, or they're making up information as to why, and it doesn't matter whether it's true or not. That's how those that are engaging in the pattern of conduct engage in what is that passive-aggressive means of stalking. This is the entity that's engaged in what is mental illness. They share mental illness, and they're engaged in light slinging via the drive-thru of Starbucks. You already know it's not headlights. Those demons are monitoring me with impossible light activity while they are stalking me at the bus stop. That's how obsessed Jay Chu and Rodriguez are with me and my vagina, while they arrived today wearing uniforms so that they could be in disguise so that you don't recognize them as vagina monitors. But Ontario Police is synonymous with vagina monitoring, okay? They're going to prison for engaging in that conduct and wanting to masquerade as a police department. They're light slinging gargoyles. And these demons are out here pacing around in the parking lot, cockroaches and engineer light, engaging in that sexual violence, exhibiting obsession with me, mental illness, P.O.C. It's 5:10 p.m. All right, stalking, license 9UZM964. License, molesting, this is a sex offender, obsessed, touching. License 9GNZ798. Sex offender, P.O.C. And Starbucks is engaging in that sexual violence, and so is the Ontario Police Department. The entity that's engaged in conduct, which is mentally ill behavior, they're stalking with light, engaging what is sitting around a very sick person, is sitting around aiming light on surfaces, sitting around flashing some method of light, trying to hide the form for stalking with light, engaging in what is stalking in the path while practicing that pattern of conduct, doing so as a whole group of demons. This is the entity that's engaging in what is stalking with light, that's mentally ill behavior. This is P.O.C. These demons are engaging in this. Again, this is the purpose of the fake sun in the first place. This is mental illness that is underscored at nightfall while they're all stalking with light, engaging in the ritualistic conduct of pacing around me, worshiping. And these demons are worshiping and pacing, wearing police uniforms. They want to be taken seriously. They're seriously going to prison. This is the entity that this absurdity, this absurd mental illness, the absurdity of this demented behavior is what is stalking me in helicopters and calling himself a police officer today, Jay Chu, who had the nerve to have an attitude because he's a gargoyle, because he's going to prison and he knows it. Scared to death, came to Starbucks today and had to, don't even have a reason. They just want you gone. You just, because it's private property and, you know, they can do that. That's why. That's the entity that's scared to death, okay? They're going to prison. The entity's scared with regard to what is conspiring my murder. They know exactly what they plotted, and so does the federal court. So does the federal government that's watching me execute this investigation, and they're watching the Ontario police stalking me. They're watching the mental illness while it's being executed, while demons are acting as agents of that terrorist organization. They're going to prison. You're going to prison for that. The fact that you're mentally ill and stalking me, you're going to prison for it. This is P.O.C. It's 5:15 p.m. Those demons are engaging in surveillance on behalf of that agency. That agency that's stalking at that venue under that fake sun in that impossible light activity with planes and helicopters. That's the entity that's the audacity to engage in not only gang stalking, but you're stupid while you do it. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. And so is all the demons inside of Starbucks. They're gang stalking while I'm outside collecting the same information. All I'm doing is showing you that they're psychopaths. They're feces eating, light slinging, vagina monitoring gargoyles, while the engineer light is flying all about inside of that cafe. P.O.C. It's 5:15 p.m. where Starbucks is being a sex offender. P.O.C. This is mental illness. This is targeting also. And this is a sex offense committed on behalf of the state. Here's my shadow back here. And here's another shadow back here. This is the perpetual sex offense, and that's light activity while the demons are targeting together. The amplified noise. And this is where the fake sun is rising and setting. And this is the mentally, I took pictures of him. He's very mentally ill. This is P.O.C. Let me go ahead and get this demon's license plate. Hold on. License 9UZM964. Very mentally ill and conscious of documentation. That's a demon, okay? This is the evidence that it's a demon and that it's surveillance, and they're stalking just like the Ontario police were right behind this dumpster, just like the demon with the black Accord, Honda Accord was behind this dumpster, right where I'm showing you the fake sun is. Those are sex offenders. That's severe mental illness, the stalking with light conduct. A population. Mike LORENZ is going to prison for this. And Starbucks is inside monitoring while these demons are in the parking lot. They're going to prison. They're going to federal prison for what they engaged in today. 8BJL796 shares that mental illness and shares the criminal pattern of conduct. Your shadow will not surround you like that. That's not caused by normal light activity. This is where the fake sun remained in the evening and aborted what is being present at the library, where the Ontario police are gang stalking, as I showed, remaining at that venue. This is stalking in the path with light. One demon replaces another. That's the demon possession. And that's also the entity, the public entity, the population that's gang stalking. And the entity can get J. Chu. He's going to prison. That was malice while they're gang stalking. And so is Rodriguez, federal prison, while they're gang stalking. This is P.O.C. It's currently 5:23 p.m. This is... As a note, at this point in the video, at 1 minute and 38 seconds, you're going to see the demon with the license plate that I just read, 8JBL. He gets out of the vehicle, he walks toward, he waves his arm right there, and then he walks back. He's pacing. He's exhibiting mental illness in the engineer light, stalking with light, obsessing over me, engaging in surveillance, stalking and molesting me with light. The demons want to touch. The demons want to follow. They want to remain. They want to be as close as possible, and they do so in engineer light while they are stalking and obsessively monitoring. This is Satan that is operating over people. They're demon-possessed, and they're also engaged in criminal stalking as a government actor. They are vicariously engaging in the pattern of conduct with the agency that's going to be prosecuted. This is all demon possession, however. And at that video, at 1:38, he's pacing. These are the demons that are engaged in what is stalking with impossible light. While I'm on the opposite side of the street, for example, at Circle K, they're molesting with impossible light activity. Starbucks is monitoring while they're going through the drive-thru. The entity is monitoring while the entity is maintaining aerial surveillance. And this is where they're concentrating their takeoff today. But any other time when I'm at the square, that's where the entity is flying miles away to hover then again back lower in the parking lot to, over the property, sounding what is plane activity, engaging what is audible noise and engineer light. This is surveillance. Best Western, these restaurants are all monitoring while demons are molesting molesting with light. That's the purpose of the fake sun. It's not sunlight, it's not the sun, and it's mental illness. These are diaper-wearing demons that are stalking, never taking a break, stalking me where I sleep, stalking me in the bathroom, and it's a sex offense, okay? This is P.O.C. It is currently, by the way, 5:24 p.m. This demon engaged in the same pattern as the other demon, speeding off, knowing that he's being documented while I'm at a distance, not talking about him. You supposedly can't hear me, but you're trying to avoid being documented, while the entity's, again, focused on me. 8BJL796 is a sex offender and acting as an entity, and it's under business names that you're going to prosecute as well. P.O.C. It's 5:24 p.m. Alrighty, it is currently 5:29 p.m. I just want to be clear, the entity is engaged in surveillance on behalf of the agency that committed criminal summoning today at Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario, California. That is the picture of malice. It is also the picture simultaneously of mental illness, and is also the picture of what the conspiracy to murder by a government that's engaging in all manner of public corruption, what it looks like, appears as, behaves like, and it is mental illness. While the entity is always engaging what is acting. They're acting like it's normal society. They're acting like they're not stalking. They're acting like it's the natural environment, and they're acting like nothing is happening, while all of that illusion is shattered through my public investigation. And they're acting like they're also not watching it on the internet, and they are. They're all watching. They all know exactly what it is that I'm exposing, including about them at the same time. The entity's engaging in that while they commit the sex offense, while they are exposing their obsession with my vagina, while they want to touch me, even with light as a means of stalking me. This is the entity's obsession. Stalking is born of obsession. That's why the demon-possessed are stalking me. This is the entity that's engaging in what is criminal activity, however, and so this is the demon-possessed being prosecuted. This is the government being prosecuted. This is the government that's already committed criminal acts against me outside of gang stalking, meaning this gang stalking conduct is also occurring because this entity stole money from me. This entity engaged in sex crimes against me. This entity stole property, personal property, and my intellectual property on the venue of the internet, also relevant to their knowledge about what I'm documenting. While this entity tried to steal my intellectual property, which is this evidence, and also steal my identity, and doing so acting like you're me, they're going to prison. Jay Chu knows exactly who I am. He's going to prison. You're looking at what, and you're going to analyze the evidence of mental illness while a psychopath is asking you questions like, what's your name? Okay, what's your name? Because they're engaging in the pattern of conduct under the guise of being a police officer who's not supposed to have that information. That agency has already slipped up on a plethora of occasions where they are generating information where they are not supposed to know my name. Oh, but supposedly you do know who I am. While you're engaged in stealing my car, where this entity removed the VIN number, the license plates. They stripped my vehicle while Jay Burnett and Sequoia Payton, that agency, committed kidnapping while they are targeting me with Tracy Banks at her apartment under the fake sun. And my vehicle is left parked outside of Woodside Senior Apartments, and this entity removed my VIN number from the vehicle. I didn't remove that. I didn't remove my license plate. I don't damage my own property like that. This entity, these demons, ruined my property, and the entity would claim, oh, we don't have we don't have your license plate. The entity placed tickets on my vehicle as though you didn't know who I was. But while I'm kidnapped, the entity is engaged in stripping my vehicle. And then with regard to the intent to obstruct justice, that same agency is in order to steal my car and fill out the information with third-party gang stalker Bill and Wags Incorporated. You have what is filling out all the information regarding my name, my address, the latest address. You have what the entity that's fully aware of who I am, as that case shows that the entity provided that information and also simultaneously denied what is my statutory right to a hearing within 3 days in order to challenge what was theft of my car. But again, while they're exercising authority under the law that they don't have, a hearing with regard to challenging the tow in the first place, the entity did that with the intent to steal my property, doing so because they were hostile as I submitted my civil case in the Supreme Court, the California Superior Court. That's gang stalking me by helicopter under that fake sun over my head at that court while I'm filing that suit that Thomas Garza and the gang stalkers of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department refused to provide service of process for, precluding my ability to prosecute that case while they continue with this criminal conspiracy to murder after having stolen money and my identity and my property. This is the corrupt government that's arriving gang stalking, wearing diapers, stalking me by helicopters, obsessing over my body, molesting me with impossible light, stalking me as a population while they're engaging in that conduct, and they're watching it on the internet unfold while they're still stalking. You're going to prison for all of this. Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in that. However, 1 second you don't know who I am, and then the next second you're engaged in criminal activity, which is also revealing that you know exactly who I am. Also, the pattern of conduct, the fake son, while you're lying about knowing who I am and asking me a question and maliciously gang stalking, wearing a police uniform, claiming that you're there pursuant to being called by Starbucks, when actually you're there pursuant to what is criminal monitoring with the intent to obstruct justice. And the fake son over that Starbucks is the evidence of mental illness, a psychopath that is lying through his face while he's engaged in gang stalking, where that uniform, J. Chu and Rodriguez are monitoring, including while these demons are molesting with light. So let me document again. This third party that's on video is engaged in prolonged surveillance as an entity. That other third party runs off, engages in what is seeking to avoid being documented, and another demon assuming the same exact position. Okay, they're stalking 8BJL796 is engaged in surveillance, stalking with light in particular. This is a male, a psychopath, a demon crossing path as I walk in the parking lot, stalking with light, PACESS, and stalking with light is 9TQB175. And the entities engaging in this parking lot. The adjacent properties are all monitoring as well. This demon is engaged in what is aiming light on me. This is psychopathic. These are also the demons that engage in what is molesting, and while they're monitoring my vagina in the bathroom, they're stalking with light. That's the purpose of the fake sun. While they're outside, maintaining flashing of light, maintaining ongoing aerial surveillance, maintaining engineer light, pacing in and out of the bathroom, they're doing the same thing with regard to what is aiming with light while they're monitoring genitalia, engaging in surveillance in places like bathrooms, exhibiting severe mental illness while they practice that pattern of conduct. This is P.O.C. Again, the demons engaging in surveillance are acting as one. This is a Latino male wearing a white cap with the blue lid top. License, hold on, this third party, they're sharing in surveillance in the parking lot. That video that I'm capturing, gang stalking, 5:21 p.m., ongoing surveillance, 5:34 p.m., prolonged surveillance, and the entity's doing so as a population. So you have the one demon after another, it's this Satan that's using different people, the same demon possession. And it's the public entity, a multiplicity of people, same criminal pattern of conduct. It's the same actor, okay? It's the state. So license 9TQB175, stalking with light as well, while the entities engage in that. And these pictures that I'm taking, you're going to pay attention. They're in engineer light. You can see the shadow, the magnified appearance of the shadow of the gate, while the entities engage in what is aiming light, very mentally deranged behavior. Also aiming light on me, very mentally deranged behavior. This is the conduct of demons that are monitoring you. Monitoring is... the integral aspect of monitoring is the engineer light, where Satan has surrounded everything and covered everything with actually what is engineer light. And this is not the natural environment that the Lord God created. This is a fake sun. This is a fake moon at night. And this is all engineer lights, not sunlights, not headlights, not artificial lights, not street lamps. It's engineered light, directed light. Okay, creating what is impossible light activity pursuant to monitoring. And the government is stalking while it's monitoring. The government has no authority under the law. And all of that iteration of that pattern of conduct, you're going to prosecute for the malice with which the government's surveilling you, stalking you, targeting you, in furtherance of murdering you, in concert with the mentally ill people of the state. It's 5:36 p.m. This is P.O.C. All of this is speaking to what is Jason Fields' inevitable prison sentence. He's going to federal prison. Okay, this is P.O.C. This is somebody that's engaged in what is abusing a position in the military, the federal government, targeting me with regard to stealing from me, stealing my money, lying about having any relationship with him. This demon has no relationship and has never had a romantic relationship with me. Never. He had a sexual relationship, a disgustingly perverted sexual relationship, long term, with my mother, who's over 60 years old. He's disgusting. He is the light-slinging gargoyle, the vagina-monitoring sex offender that is demon-possessed. Okay, a cockroach, an upright cockroach, pus-filled, infected demon. Never had a relationship with me, lied about it because he was stealing from me, and he is in a position of the federal government targeting me in order to accomplish murdering me. He's a cold-blooded murderer. All right, and he bet on my death in order to get away with the criminal acts that he's committed against me, and he's going to prison for it. And I am maintaining an investigation to prosecute him while the entities gang stalking me, while J. Chu, the Ontario Police Department, are targeting. They're doing so acting in concert with Jason Isaac Fields, with targeting me in concert with Tracy Banks, summoning that agency, gang stalking me in concert with that agency, the same people of the state. And this is the government that's engaging in this pattern of conduct throughout the country. We're under surveillance. And this is what Jason Isaac Fields targeted me with because he wanted my money money and property. Lying about a relationship with me that does not exist, never giving me any money. I don't even talk to this demon about money. I never told him about property. It's the same with Tracy Banks. She's not supporting me, never telling me about money and property that belongs to me. Stealing it, this 60-year-old woman, and people are believing that she's me, over 20 years younger than her. Are you kidding me? The light slinging gargoyles are the only ones that would believe that. That's an alibi, and it's an unpersuasive one. This is surveillance. They weren't lied to by Tracy Banks. They were gang stalking me with Tracy Banks. And this government thought that it was so elite and so intelligent and so powerful in numbers that I would be overwhelmed and that it would never be known. And they bet wrong. They're all going to prison. Every single last one of them are going to prison. It is currently 5:38 p.m. This is P. All right, molesting with the Ontario International Airport. This is a sex offender. Another African-American sex offender, 9UUB 801, P.O.C. All right, the entities engaging in the pattern of conduct. Black people are gang stalking just like Latinos, just like Asians, and just like white people. Satan does not have a race. They are equally mentally ill. They are equally stalking, and they're equally sick and criminal. Okay, and they are not my brother because they're black. Eric Spencer is not my brother because he's blood related to me. They're demons, and they're engaged in gang stalking with the corrupt demons of the Ontario police, black folks in California. Okay, he's engaged in what is the sex offense while the entity simultaneously stalks with what is light activity, doing so pursuant to the pattern of conduct. This demon pulls up at the exact same time that the entity sounds plain activity. That's mental illness. And that's, again, I want to be clear, black people that are engaging in what is conduct pursuant to what is murdering each other while they want you to claim that Black Lives Matter. That's the Nephilim that are providing what is a basis of dividing us in California while they're targeting American citizens. They don't care about the Black Lives Matter movement. They don't care about black people that have been murdered by law enforcement in this country. They're a part of that criminal system. And they use the fact that they're black to perpetuate that. Okay? You need to understand that that's Satan. That's Satan that pulled up, molests with light. The entity engages in stalking by airplane. This demon gets out of his vehicle, pacing, goes back to his car and pulls off. Okay, doing so with the same demon. I already read their license plate. That's a psychopath, stalking, aiming, light on the wall. Co-defendants arrive in the parking lot, sitting around engaging in surveillance. This is mental illness. Very sick behavior. This is the mental illness that J. Chu suffers from. 9PXW840, P.O.C. It's 5:45 p.m. The entity's doing that as I review my evidence that is going up on the internet. These are the mentally ill that are engaged in light slinging. Okay, Starbucks, all of the demons inside of that cafe are psychopaths monitoring in the same way that they are outside. This is the entity engaging in light slinging outside. They're engaged in light slinging on the inside of that Starbucks. And those psychopaths, those defecating, eating baristas, engaged in what is criminal summoning, and they're going to prison for it. Okay, they're absurdly psychopathic. P.O.C. It's 5:46 p.m. All right, this is common sense, but I'll just point this out to you. The fact that the entity is gang stalking, following what is criminal summoning, that's criminal surveillance. You're directly rebutting the evidence that you got a call about what you're not engaging in surveilling. It's directly rebutted by this evidence of the entity gang stalking by the airport, by helicopter, by the facilitating venue under the fake sun. That's the direct evidence. Outside of my own pattern of conduct, the evidence of that, the ongoing consistent evidence of the P.O.C. is speaking to what the J. Chu and Rodriguez committed today with Starbucks, the malicious iteration of the P.O.C. criminal summoning, and the evidence of them gang stalking now is evidence of them committing criminal summoning while they encountered me, seeking to intimidate, threaten, and harass while I'm engaged in what is this ongoing investigation. J. Chu's going to federal prison. The Starbucks employees are subject to federal prison, and Rodriguez are as well, while they're engaging in what is threatening to kidnap me while I'm maintaining this investigation. And I want to be clear, the prosecution of the federal government, demons like Jason Fields, he's going to federal prison. Every threat that I'm subject to, every kidnap that I've been he's going to prison. All of these demons that are threatening your life and safety while they're absurdly psychotic, stalking you because gargoyles and nymphomaniacs like Jason Fields wants to steal your money and property while abusing a position in the military and can solicit this system. he's going to prison for that. The federal government is being prosecuted for that. And the entity that's gang stalking now, this is the entity that was gang stalking while Jay Chu and Rodriguez were engaging in it with them together. That's what criminal summoning is. And the entity that's engaging in this is directly speaking to the pattern of conduct, like I stated, was the case. But the gang stalking that's underway right now is the gang stalking that they were doing while Jay Chu and that agency is engaged in that pattern of conduct inside of Starbucks today. And that's the mentally ill that engage in that level of malice as one. And all they are doing is obsessively stalking me and my vagina. That's it. That's all you're doing, and you're going to prison for it. P.O.C. It's 5:50 p.m. Ontario police stalking again. They're doing so while I'm uploading the video onto X at, this is very sick behavior. Very sick behavior. Oh my goodness, they're psychotic. License 6 Sam Paul George 186 is stalking in the path with light, obsessing over me, molesting with light, while the demons of the Ontario police molesting with light, stalked by helicopter as I'm uploading video onto X about them stalking this morning. Also stalking with the police in furtherance of murder. Psychopath. 7 Sam Zebra Charlie 796 associated with the corrupt institution U.S.C, who you need to know are demons. U.S.C is under a fake sun. They're a bunch of gang stalking college students, just like the gang stalkers that want to be attorneys and they're not going to be practicing law. That's a puppet of Satan, gang stalking with a U.S.C plate with the police. License 9CLA380, 7WXX685. Very sick behavior. So disturbing. This same employee, license 7ZIW028, is going to prison. They're going to prison. They're over here stalking, just stalking galore, just like they did when they summoned the police. This demon's gang stalking in the Best Western parking lot, 8EWI317, while the demons of the Ontario police are gang stalking, flying over by helicopter as I begin uploading onto X. Okay, that's the entity that's engaging in the pattern of conduct while they are monitoring in real time. And Jay Chu is exhibiting his psychopathic and antisocial disorder while he's claiming that he's there representing Starbucks pursuant to their just random right under the Constitution to request that I leave for no reason whatsoever, when what Jay Chu is doing is vagina monitoring, stalking, light slinging, gang stalking under a fake sun. He's being a demon. He's being a psychopath. He's engaged in the conspiracy to murder me by gang stalking me in that exact manner. And that's very disturbing. Criminal and mentally deranged behavior. It's currently 6:04 p.m. This is uploading right now onto the drive. The Ontario police are gang stalking on video at 8:34 a.m., which you already know. I will, because it's uploading onto the X, I'm going to show that. You already know because they're already engaged in a pattern of conduct, and I captured it again today on video at 8:34 a.m. The fake sun, as I was pointing out, is not over the OVITT Family Community Library. And these demons that are very psychotic just come engaging in all manner of ongoing collage of just light all over the place, light all over me. Their mental illness while they're stalking. This is literally, I'm angry. I'm gonna shine you with engineered light. They're very sick, very sick. The entity does that by aiming engineered light at your genitalia. The entity does that by aiming engineered light and blinding you in your face. The entity does that by surrounding you with engineered light and touching you all over your body. Doing so while you are subject to what is monitoring. This is the conduct of Satan that engages in acts of hostility with engineered light while they're engaged in hovering surveillance. This is letting you know, okay, let's step out of this. The surveillance underway by LAPD. They know exactly what that young man was doing on the skateboard, where he was at, and what he has done on more than one occasion. And they engaged in what is turning on the sirens to run him over, which is the intent to commit murder. It's reasonably foreseeable that this is going to occur. When you turn on your sirens, you intend to step on the gas. You engage in sirens, which is light activity, audible activity by these demons that are monitoring, molesting with light, stalking in helicopters while they're paying attention, stalking, monitoring everything I put on the internet, including if I were on a skateboard in the middle of the street, knowing exactly where I am and what I'm doing. In the same way that they're gang stalking now, this was murder committed in Los Angeles. Okay, murder by the same entity that's gang stalking in Ontario, engaging in what is surveillance with engineered light. Those demons were in full effect. While they sounded their sirens and used those lights, they were monitoring, meaning they knew exactly where he was at and what he was doing, and went into the middle of the street intending to run him over, to take his life. That is proven by the criminal surveillance by J. Chu and by Rodriguez, and the demon that's gang stalking of the Ontario Police this morning at 8:34 a.m., where this entity is stalking by helicopter, where the fake sun is present, remaining in the afternoon, where it is, again, as of late, remaining outside of the doors of the OVITT Family Community Library. And what do the psychopaths do? They're going to put it right there outside of that entrance door tomorrow, like this never happened. Those are the demons that are going into mental asylums. Okay, and the purpose of the fake sun is the mentally ill population are stalking while they're stalking with light. That's what's happening at nightfall while they're stalking with impossible light activity, and they're engaging in surveillance. This is murder that LAPD engages in, as they're exposing what is a news story pursuant to surveillance. It's P.O.C. The entities engaged in what is monitoring and aiming light, while the video of the entities engaged in what is stalking with light, and the airport is, I'm at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. If the plane activity is lessening because you're supposedly taking off, why is it occurring over the Ontario Town Square when they're flying miles away? They're not at the Ontario Town Square yet. They're engaging in what is a cartwheel in flight, but they're engaging in the cartwheels and the taking off like they're taking off over the town square. If you hear the plane activity as though they took off, right? What is happening miles west from this location, northwest, over the town square? Those are the demons that are engaging in stalking and helicopter and acts of, I'm gonna sling light. These are the mentally ill that eat their own feces. Okay, that's what's stalking me with light. P.O.C. And the demons that are mentally ill doing things such as eating their own feces, and don't want you to know about it, okay? Cleaning up very well so you don't smell the feces on their breath, so you don't smell it under their nails. They engage in what is wearing police uniforms and calling themselves the Los Angeles Police Department while they commit murder, turning on their lights and sirens. While they're engaged in monitoring your genitalia, they are stalking you, not only physically, they're stalking you with light. They know exactly what you're doing. They're monitoring you. P.O.C. The entity stalking by planes and helicopters at the Starbucks, and doing so pursuant. These demons are going to prison for that. It's P.O.C. 609. P.O.C. Here's the entity flying over the top of my head. Let me show you pictures of that. Very clear targeting. Very clear targeting. I'm taking pictures while you're listening to the podcast. This is also evidence letting you know that these are demons that are sharing a mental illness, and they are stalking me specifically with the light activity. Okay? Pattern of conduct is underway. Starbucks is gang stalking. Doing so, is this the same demon that was playing the gangster music? This looks like him again. Stalking with the Ontario Police. License 9SXR780 is indeed stalking with the Ontario Police that fly over the top of my head at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. 7WXX685. And the demons of the Starbucks, they're engaged in the pattern of conduct. While you hear that helicopter activity, the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking. These demons are scared to death, but yet they're still stalking. Okay? Oh, but they're scared to death. They're gang stalking me while they're engaged in criminal summoning. You're going to prison. They're gang stalking, flying over the top of my head. There's no coincidence doing that at the bus stop, at the town square, while I'm in the parking lot behind the OVITT Family Community Library, doing that while I am at the Starbucks at Holt and Vineyard, flying over everybody else. They're flying over the top of my head. While I just so happen to be uploading video onto X about the Ontario Police stalking me this morning at the intersection of Lemon and D Street, D as in dog. Okay, where that fake sun is on the opposite side of the same library where it was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday, where today at the same time at 3:18 in the afternoon, it wasn't at that entrance of that library. But then again, in the natural environment, it wouldn't have been there in the first place because the sun wouldn't be at the same location like it was where the agency that's stalking me daily and nightly by helicopter is under a fake sun engaging in criminal summoning like they were today at Starbucks with the intent to obstruct justice at 8:38 a.m. and still at 3:18 p.m. That's where that entity is stalking me, pursuant to knowledge about surveillance. Jade Chu and Rodriguez are exhibiting the threat regarding mental illness that is closeted amongst those engaging in secret surveillance while they murder and kidnap people under the malicious guise that Jade Chu demonstrated today, and also the malicious guise that Rodriguez demonstrated today. They're both going to prison, and so are the demons inside of Starbucks, gang stalking, engaging in criminal summoning with them. It's currently 6:15 p.m. This is P.O.C. Those images are going to be uploaded to the drive while they're flying over my head again. I took a picture of that. That's the entity that's gang stalking. You'll see those images, and the entity is engaged in what is targeting me while I'm uploading the video onto X. And guess what? It's still going up on X. It's at 28% while they slow down the internet. It's going up on X, and so is this evidence, which is serving for federal prison for the demon gang stalking in the Ontario police vehicle this morning at Lemon and D Street. Federal prison for J. Chu and Rodriguez gang stalking me at what is the Starbucks this afternoon while they're engaged in the pattern of conduct and seeking to remove me from a facility by harassing me and threatening to kidnap me while I'm engaging in what is documenting them, enforcing my rights about their criminal conspiracy to murder me while they're stalking me, including conspicuously in that manner. While the entity is engaging in this POC, this is what Jason Fields, by the way, is going to prison for. He's not getting out of federal prison. He's not. He's going to federal prison. This is the long and short of it. And my ongoing investigation about you conspiring my death with this government equals federal prison and mental examinations for Fields, for his sex partner, his satanic kingdom spouse, 62-year-old Tracy Banks. Okay, must have been the greatest elderly sex that he ever had in his life, because he lost his liberty for it. He's going to federal prison for it. Well, I hope he can think about it every day and night, because he's going to prison, thinking about the best sex he ever got from that old lady. Okay, it's currently 6:17 p.m. where the Ontario police are targeting me at yet another venue, flying over the top of my head. And this podcast coexists with these images that I'm capturing. It's 6:17 p.m. This is the POC that J. Chu and Rodriguez were engaging in, and their audible activity, which is malice, shared by targeting me by Starbucks, a documented pattern of targeting me, conspiring my murder, and gang stalking me and profiting from it in concert with this agency, with the people, while engaging in this criminal system, and then targeting me while I'm enforcing my rights against that. That's the POC. It is currently 6:18 p.m. at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. The reason why you still hear helicopter is because those demons are targeting me like they are at Ontario Town Square, targeting me at 111 North Vineyard Avenue. Those are the demons that, again, don't have a strategy. They don't have a means whereby they can avoid being proven as stalking me. And there is no evidence of stalking, which is what this is, that falsely depicts the character that serves in what is maligning the character of the American citizen. This is what the Ontario Police Department committed, criminal defamation. They're also going to prison for that. That's why, by the way, they're gang stalking me. But stalking, as I've also shown you, and as the practice of medicine must follow, which, again, an actual practitioner of what is medicine is not defaming you by diagnosing you when you're not even their patient, when you're there pursuant to criminal activity by the government, which they are sharing in, and also maliciously sharing in and disregarding the criminal activity that the entity that's acting with it has committed so that they can defame you. Stalking is never bearing any reflection on your character. Stalking, in this manner, is actually showing the true character of the stalker, which is psychopathic. This is the entity that's going to be both diagnosed and criminally convicted. And Mike Lorenz's pattern of conduct and his mental illness is both proven by this agency gassing up helicopters and putting on uniforms and wearing guns on their hips while they're stalking me in furtherance of murdering me. They're going to prison for monitoring my vagina and then being in my face as though you don't know my name when you're stalking. You are stalking me. You're going to prison for that. That's a combination of malice with the intent to murder. This is POC. The reason why you hear that helicopter is because that entity is stalking, pacing, mentally ill behavior. While I'm documenting those demons in this parking lot, exhibiting severe mental illness, the entity that's stalking by helicopter is confirming that for you. That's the agency that they're gang stalking me with. They're demons. That's the Nephilim. And those are third parties, and they're working inside of Starbucks, and they committed a threat to kidnap me today. Oh, you're going to threaten to kidnap me while you're stalking? No, you're going to prison for that. That agency, Mike Lorenz, committed a criminal pattern of kidnapping, while stalking, guess where he's going? I'll go ahead, because if you're intelligent, if you're smarter than the 5th grader, which the Nephilim are not, if you're smarter than the 5th grader, I've said it enough times, that's speaking to a pattern. What's my pattern regarding what the entity is going as they engage in this criminal system? Gang stalking, police officers are subject to what? Say it with me. Federal prison, okay? That's where Mike Lorenz is going. And so is every kidnapper, every stalker, like J. Chu, wearing a gun, wearing a badge, wearing that uniform, in those vehicles, in those helicopters, stalking. And further into this criminal conspiracy, you're going to prison. So this is the entity that's gang stalking again, circling around the Starbucks at Holt Boulevard and Vineyard. With regard to targeting me, just like they are at the town square. There's no question about who you're targeting. Everybody knows you're targeting me, while the entity engages in keeping a fake sun and a fake moon at that square over me. And that's what they're doing inside of the OVITT Family Community Library. And that's what they're doing at the bus stop at 537 North Euclid Avenue. That's what they're doing when I'm walking up and down the street and you're stalking. You're stalking while you're monitoring what I'm uploading on the internet. That's what all these facts are speaking to. Inevitably, federal judge that's listening, federal court that's going to provide justice, there's no other alternative. They're going to prison. Proving that a police department is stalking mandates federal prison. That is terrorism. That's not just an individual stalking, that's an agency. That is gang violence. It is domestic terrorism. And the people of the state are engaging in it with them on their behalf, pursuant to a very specific and a very deranged pattern of conduct. In fact, it's demonic. Demonic is relevant to the diagnosis of mental illness. It's relevant to their behavior. Their behavior that poses a threat to the public and themselves. P.O.C. at 6:22 p.m. The entity is engaged in what is psychopathic pacing. Let me show you that. This is the entity. Let me give you another picture. Stalking in the path. That's the entity that's not going anywhere, stalking me. And let me show you what's in the path in the parking lot. A demon stalking in the path. That's psychopathic. They're always maintaining a method of light activity in the path. There's nobody at the San Bernardino County Child Services. They're stalking in that empty parking lot of San Bernardino County at what is 6:22 p.m. while the Ontario police are pacing around me in helicopter like they are at the Ontario Town Square. They're going quite a distance to be over here pacing around me in helicopter in the pattern of conduct by the people of the state. This is what they're doing, stalking at the Ontario Town Square, stalking along Euclid Avenue, stalking coming, driving out of the Sarah's Regis downtown Ontario luxury apartments, stalking with light. P.O.C. That's the mentally ill, cooperative criminal conduct of gang stalking by the demons, and they're going to prison. They committed criminal summoning today, and they're monitoring while this video is going up on X. It's going up, and so is a video on YouTube. This video I'm publishing at 3:19 p.m. Where the entity is gang stalking, and the sun is not outside of the entrance doors of the OVITT Family Community Library at the same time. That's the entity that's engaged in what is monitoring that as well. This is P.O.C. I'm going to go ahead and let you listen to the evidence that's putting Mike Lorenz in federal prison for his criminal pattern of conduct in the United States, targeting as a corrupt police department that's engaged in criminal surveillance that they didn't tell any of us about. And the reason for that is because they target American citizens like myself while they're masquerading as a police department that you would never ordinarily associate with criminal surveillance, with criminal activity, with gang violence. But that's exactly what they are and what they're doing. And they're going to prison because that's malice, while they're engaging in criminal conduct in a manner that has never even been before articulated under federal law. And it is that which is exceeding any individual person. It's gang violence, while the entity is engaging in that's terrorism under the Constitution. That's terrorism. The entity is engaging in what is domestic terrorism, and they're going to prison. They use helicopters. You know why? Because they're engaging in what is seeking to terrorize an American citizen that they're sexually violating. License 9 RZG 604, and engaging in what is stalking with a possible light. This is a psychopath, sex offender, license plate 291ZBM, Nevada, coming around to sharing the sexual violence with the agents of the agency, the Ontario Police, who are psychopathic stalking in helicopters. What they're doing, they're pacing. And the entity's pacing while molesting with light. The entity's pacing while molesting with light. The entity's pacing while molesting with light. That's the pattern under the fake sun. J. Chu, like I stated, J. Chu and Rodriguez are going to prison. Okay, that's the pattern of conduct. The entity's inside of the parking lot of the Child Support Services at 6 in the evening on a Veterans Day, where nobody's parked there. They're stalking in the path, just like they were hiding behind the dumpster, stalking in the path with light activity, just like they were while the fake sun stayed right over here after 3 p.m., after 4 p.m., after 5 p.m., stalking with light. In doing so, I want to be clear, the entity that's clearly engaged in surveillance is doing so while that entity engages in that pattern of conduct. I'm going to go ahead and connect these images to the upload that's going on to X right now. It's currently 6:25 p.m. So when you look on X, you're going to see the images of the Ontario police gang stalking me during the 6 p.m. hour, and that's directly relevant to the criminal surveillance that Jay Chu is engaged in while he committed the malicious iteration of this P.O.C. by criminal summoning. Criminal summoning is a federal offense regarding domestic terrorism, and it's going to be recognized under federal law, and you're going to federal prison. It is the pattern of conduct where American citizens are murdered and kidnapped, falsely accused of crimes that they didn't commit. It's the entity is stalking you and doing so while masquerading as engaging in the duties that are executed by officers. And it's not, it's all surveillance. It's all criminal surveillance. It's high malice where the entity intends to take your life and control the narrative after. They're going to prison for it. I'm going to attach these images to the video that's going to be published on X and shared on Facebook and shared on Threads because this is going to be used in court regarding real-time surveillance that this agency is engaged in. I document, they engage in more criminal monitoring, threatening conduct as I publish, and that is evidence that's relevant to the real-time criminal conduct that I'm subject to. This is also putting the demons inside of Starbucks in prison because they were gang stalking, and they're gang stalking now, and they were gang stalking while I was inside, and I already have the evidence of them stalking with impossible light. All they did was add on the threat to kidnap. Who are you threatening with regard to a federal investigation? Who do you think you're threatening? You're going to prison. Since you're so mentally ill, you're going to be subject to mental examinations, and you're going to prison to get that mental examination. This is P.O.C. 6:27 p.m. All of this is serving for what is federal prison for Jason Isaac Fields. It's currently 6:27 p.m. Listen to that helicopter activity. This is the targeting that this agency is engaging in every day. Flying over the top of my head, 6:27 p.m. Yeah. And in the same way, at 8:34 a.m., this agency was stalking, and you know that because engineer light was in the middle of the intersection. Engineer light is not sunlight. And while you're looking at the supposed sunlight on the ground, you're looking at what is light, concentrated light on top of that sunlight that doesn't disappear when you walk in it, where it's supposed to create shade. That light luminesces in your shadow. That's what these demons of the Ontario police are driving in, gang stalking me, under what is a fake sun that's at the same address 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 7 hours later in the specific environment. But that specific environment follows where I go. That's why it wasn't outside of that same library today, which is not evidence that's helping the demons. It's enforcing what is the pattern of conduct that I told you that they're engaging in. Because if it was the natural environment, but for evidence that precedes that, but the natural environment is consistent, meaning the sun would be in some position substantially similar to what it was yesterday, outside of the doors of the OVITT Family Community Library, where they would like to claim that that's sunlight, and that everything that I'm documenting means nothing. That's sunlight, and that's the sun. But not when I'm at Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, because the sun's over me while perfectly aimed over the roof of the Starbucks. And then it's over Holt Boulevard in alignment to me, and that's where it stays. I captured on video to prove that. That's not over the entrance, seen through the entrance, aiming any light in near the entrance, and it's not going to be there in the absence of the sun. In fact, that engineer light doesn't even have anything to do with the sun. That's not even the sun. That's the fake sun. That's why it's over Holt Boulevard. That's why the agency is stalking by helicopter. That's informing what Jay Chu and Rodriguez were actually engaging in today. And it's a federal offense, a series of federal offenses committed in furtherance of murder. They're going to prison for that. Okay? And the entities engaging in this while they are psychopaths stalking me with light, stalking in this dark parking lot, driving in, making U-turns and driving out, driving in, aiming light on me, getting out of their car, pacing, getting back in their car and driving off, sitting in the parking lot like a psychopath, a weirdo freak of nature, aiming light on the wall for 20, 25 minutes and then driving off, and the next demon coming and doing the same thing. Stalking in a helicopter at the moment that I begin uploading video onto X, which is not going to stop me from uploading the video onto X. These demons are going to prison. These are the demons, like I stated, that are still spiritually attacking as well. Jason Fields is mentally ill. Okay, he's a witch. In addition to that, he engaged in this criminal pattern of conduct. He's going to federal prison. His mental illness is proven by virtue of engaging in the criminal acts that he's committed against me. But moreover, he's mentally ill while he's spiritually attacking because he's fearful of going to prison. I want to be clear, this criminal pattern of conduct is not helping him avoid federal prison. The entity is so sick. They are so sick that they're engaging in this conduct because of the fact that they don't know what else to do. That's how sick they are. They know that they're going to prison. They know it. P.O.C. The entity is engaging in what is feigning a takeoff at 111 North Vineyard Avenue, and they're doing the same thing at 224 North Euclid Avenue, miles away, northwest, where they are stalking at that square. Just like the airport is, so is the Ontario Police Department. That cooperative engagement in targeting me. Yeah. That's P.O.C. This entity is engaged in targeting together while I am downloading right now the images that are going to be uploaded with this picture regarding Ontario police terrorizing and threatening me. That's what criminal summoning is, the purpose of that today. Terrorizing and threatening me while wearing a gun on your hip and telling me that I have to leave Starbucks for no reason. Absent what is the gang stalkers telling them to come to the restaurant to remove me, or you're going to kidnap me. Those are the demons that are going to prison. Let me get this license plate over here. All right, stalking on behalf of the Ontario Police inside of the parking lot of the Child Support Services. License plate 8 Edwards Sam Wendy 679. Stalking and furtherance of murder, mentally ill behavior where a population, the public, is conspiring your murder by gang stalking with the police. They've been engaged in surveillance, doing so with the airport that you can hear, and doing so with the police department. That's the entity that's going to federal prison, J. Chu and Rodriguez. And the people of the state engage in criminal summoning with them. They're going to federal prison. That's the population that engages in traffic stops together. You think getting a traffic ticket is going to be, it's not. You're going to federal prison for criminal summoning. You're going to federal prison for criminal summoning where they summon, just like Starbucks did, to the venue. That's a malicious iteration. The Ontario police are already engaging in surveillance. They're already monitoring me there, which you know because that's why the fake sun is there and the impossible light is there. The entity is engaging in what is that malicious iteration targeting you together. They're going to federal prison. That's the Starbucks employees, okay? That's the P.O.C. That's the entity that's gang stalking together, and this is going up on X. The entity that's stalking by helicopter, stalking in concert with the people of the state, stalking in that parking lot with a method of light activity in my path. That's mentally deranged behavior. This is what the entity is doing while they are monitoring. That's what's relevant regarding the fake sun documentation. This is literally the evidence exposing mental illness that's shared by a whole population, okay? While they're engaging in that pattern of conduct. It's currently 6:33 p.m. This is P.O.C. The entity is still stalking by helicopter. They're very much triggered while this is going up on X, and it's going up on X. J. Chu's going to prison, and so is Rodriguez, and I'm glad he was so rude today. You can be as rude as you want, sir, because you're going to prison. You can go, you're going to prison, and I'm sure that there are actually real men in prison that aren't going to like the way you were talking to me. They're not going to like that. You're not going to be treated very nicely, I surmise. Okay? The entity's engaged in this conduct, and these are diaper-wearing pansies, like I stated, stalking a woman, and they're stalking somebody that they thought didn't know what they were talking about, meaning they thought that they could outpower me by numbers because there's a lot of demons. Every single last one of them together are equaling idiotic. Millions of them together. It does not matter what because they're all demons. All of them are defeated. And the ones that are wearing police uniforms, they're going to prison for stalking me. You're going to prison for that. The ones that are wearing those police uniforms stalking me with the people of the state, they're locked in hands together targeting, criminal summoning, you're going to federal prison. Okay? You're going to federal prison. Those that sat in court, kidnapping me with this entity through the court system, with the sheriff's department, you're going to federal prison. That's where you're going. The people of the state that are gang stalking out here in the streets, they're exhibiting what you're doing, gang stalking me. What you were doing while you were defaming my character, gang stalking me. You're going to prison. That's what you get for targeting with a bunch of psychopaths. They don't have any strategy. They don't have any self-control. This was bound to expose itself. It's unraveling all over the internet, and you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. It is currently 6:34 p.m. This is P.O.C. License 9GTY446 with the airport, stalking, molesting. And license plate. Comfort Suites, that hotel, they're gang stalking. With the airport systematically monitoring. License plate Gang stalking at the Quick Mart. This is license plate. They're in relevant position. License plate 8UIG282 P.O.C. It's 7:32 p.m. All right, surveillance, license, stalking. This is mental illness, stalking. License 9HOZ844, severely mentally ill. Just sitting in the parking lot, aiming light, monitoring with the government. The Ontario police are still stalking over here by helicopter. It is uploaded to the to the X, the video of the Ontario police that were stalking this morning. And the reason why I attached it to the images of them stalking in real time, they're doing that while I'm uploading the video. The pattern of conduct is such that while they are engaged in surveillance on our devices and on the internet, the entity is engaged in what is threatening and gang stalking and terrorizing me using helicopters in particular, criminal summoning, etc., while they are engaged in threatening behavior while I'm exposing them. So that's why you're seeing the video from 8:34 a.m. This agency stalking. The entity always doing so with the people of the state, and the entity at 6:16, 6:13, 6:22 p.m. stalking by helicopter while I'm publishing that video onto X. And psychopaths like this sex offender stalking with impossible light activity. License plate. I'm going to prosecute. Is this Pizza Hut? Pizza Guys, sex offenders, 9 Barry Henry Victor 723, pacing with Best Western in the adjacent parking lot, pacing with this sex offender, this demon. License plate 9 Charlie Yolanda Thomas 743, going into the drive-thru with regard to criminal monitoring. All right, because stalkers want to look like they're doing something, not like they're just coming to stalk you. You look like you're just coming to stalk me in the engineer light, however. Their illusion is unpersuasive and it's unintelligent. And they're demons that are nonetheless engaging in that with impossible light. So it doesn't matter what you're doing when you're doing it with impossible light activity. These are the demons that are slinging light out here like gargoyles that they are. And the entity is engaging in that criminal pattern of stalking while they're stalking with light. Going into the drive-thru is a federal RICO case. It's criminal facilitation and it's mental illness. Feces eating people, demons, severe mental illness, with the airport, with the police, P.O.C. at 7:36 p.m. Okay, stalking, one demon after another, surrounding, adjacent to the dumpster stalking, and in front of me stalking adjacent to the Best Western property. These are demons engaging in surveillance, surrounding kind of very disturbing behavior, very threatening. License 9 Victor Charlie Nancy 216. This is a female that is stalking. She's got white hair. She's engaged in what is stalking in the path, aiming light on me. That's a sex offender. She's a psychopath as well. This is psychopathic conduct such as you can associate. I can give you the best picture that I can describe to you where you understand, oh yeah, crazy, the type of crazy that digs into its pants and eats its own feces. That's the mental illness you're dealing with here. 9FIW082. It's wearing police uniforms, it's flying planes, and it's engaging what is stalking using helicopters. It's engaging what is trying to present as sane while they are the demon-possessed criminally monitoring. Okay, and they conspired to murder me, and I'm exposing in a public investigation a failed sacrifice and a criminal system of monitoring, and they're doing it cooperatively. The entity's maintaining these demons in position in front of me, light activity to the side over here, surrounding with light, while the entity's pacing by planes. I'll show you that right here. That's the entity that's driving into the parking lot. I'm taking a picture of that. And while they're driving into the parking lot, the entity's engaged in cartwheels. This is plane activity, stalking. This is what the entity's doing over the town square. This has nothing to do with any takeoffs, landings, plane stalking. By plane, I mean PLAIN. Obvious, just ongoing surveillance, rising right here, stalking in the path, amplified noise, surrounding me in the perimeter with light activity. These are demons. These are demons. Starbucks at 111 North Vineyard Avenue is sharing in terrorism in furtherance of murder. The Ontario International Airport is engaged in what is terrorism in furtherance of murder. The entity is engaging in, I did take images of what is right here at 7:46 p.m. So I'm going to go ahead and share the location where the entity is targeting me with plane activity. That's aerial surveillance monitoring by demons using commercial planes. These commercial airlines are domestic enemies, okay? They're monitoring us, they're stalking, and then they're also simultaneously maintaining a business where they sell flights to destinations. While they are engaging in that business, they commit murders. They commit sacrifices, crashing these planes, which are not accidents. They're not malfunctions. They're not tragic mishaps. They're engaging in what is this system that I'm exposing. They're demons that are engaging in this system of surveillance, which is also speaking to no accident. And they're also engaging in the system of surveillance while they commit intentional acts of harming American citizens, even those that are demons. These demons, they pay for flights, they get on planes, those planes are intentionally crashed. Okay, these demons are engaged in monitoring me together. These demons engage in murdering each other. They engage in targeting with regard to any demon that's a part of this system is like the third party. I want to be clear. The young man in the middle of the street, he's a third party. LA is full of demons. They're gang stalking. This government is engaged in what is killing of its own entity. Just want to be clear on that. It is nonetheless improper for the government to, first of all, be engaged in surveillance like LAPD is, and then they're engaged in what is taking your life and you're understanding the malice of that system, how it's appearing to us that are ignorant about surveillance, and you're no longer ignorant, and then you're looking at how that malicious system is operating in plain view, telling you that it's an accident, telling you that the officer is unaware of what is in the middle of the street, which again, I'm not a demon and I don't know what's in the middle of the street. I'm not engaging in surveillance either. The entity is maintaining aerial surveillance. The entity is maintaining surveillance through the people of the state. The entity is monitoring on communication devices, maintaining surveillance through the operation of all of our devices. The entity is also demonic. So they're monitoring your physical body. They do know where you're at and what you're doing. They are monitoring your genitalia. They do know when you're in the middle of the street on a skateboard, and they do know what your habits are. They do know that you get off work at a specific time and you take a specific route home, and that you routinely get in the middle of the street as you're in the midst of listening to your music or whatever you're doing. And they engage in premeditated murder under those circumstances where you don't know about surveillance and you don't know about the fact that they're demons. Okay? That's what's stalking me by helicopters and by planes at the Ontario Airport Plaza. Okay? That's the entity that's gang stalking. So I took pictures of that. I'll upload it to the Google Drive. These demons are engaging in surveillance in concert with the government. These are the same ones that witnessed that act of murder. This is an unspoken system. They'll at the same time be, oh my gosh, call the ambulance. You hit him. Oh my goodness, call the ambulance. They're all engaging in surveillance together. That's the mental illness. That's the demon that's stalking me in the parking lot. They're engaged in demonic activity, murdering each other. They're engaging in what is knowledge of surveillance. That's unconstitutional, unlawful. Where they are engaged in targeting American citizens. And they're also engaged in what is presenting as what is sane. Okay? And I'm showing you how that presentation isn't even normal, and it's not sanity. Look again. No, it's not. It's not sanity. And this is not normalcy, and it's not the natural environment. Look again. This is the P.O.C. These demons are the mentally ill that you associate with eating your own feces. They're psychopaths, and they're going to become increasingly violent, increasingly aggressive, acting that out against each other. The lawlessness in this country is going to increase. And these are the demons that have been engaged in surveillance for decades, unbeknownst to us, and these are the demons. This is the Nephilim. These are demonic spirits that are possessing people, and that's what's wrong with their behavior. Not only is it criminal, that's what's wrong with them with regard to their mental illness associated with feces, eating your own feces. That's the mental illness that's stalking me with light, stalking wearing a police uniform, and acting like you're not gang stalking me. You're going to prison for that. That's an unlawful threat to an American citizen. Okay? It's 7:51 p.m. This is P.O.C. 9 RPA 505, 9 CLA 380. You can hear the ignition start as I read license plates. They're stalking in the path. They're surveilling while I upload video to X right now. All right, and the Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Police are monitoring to that psychopathic conduct of molesting with engineer light. These are the demons engaging in sexual violence by the state. That's an old white man. This old dirty bastard with license 9 Robert Paul Apple 505 is a sex offender. And this dirty bastard as well, this white woman wearing this white wig with 2 dogs is gang stalking. 9V Charlie Nancy 216. There's a psychopath stalking me together. While the government, this is why Mike LORENZ is going to prison. These are sick people. They're demons. They're sick. P.O.C. 7:52 p.m. They're sitting around stalking, moving as I move around in the parking lot, aiming light. Very severely unstable. Okay? These are the homosexuals consuming my body fluids, going into the bathroom, stalking me in the bathroom stall. That's why this demon is out here molesting my body with impossible light. She's a sex offender. Okay, obsessed with my vagina. P.O.C, she moves in the parking lot to where I'm moving to the front of the store. She moves her vehicle to the front of the store to aim light on the wall. She's a psychopath. P.O.C. It's 7:53 p.m. The entity is stalking. So let me read these license plates. Oh, excuse me, I read these license plates. Let me give more clarity about the facilitating venues that are sharing in surveillance in relevant position to me, in the zone of relevant position right around me. This is state conduct. The entire state is keeping me under surveillance, okay? Starbucks, 111 North Euclid Avenue. Excuse me, 111 North Vineyard Avenue. Let me get this. This is 111 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario, California, 91764. The fake sun over me at the same time it is at the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library today at 3:18 p.m. The fake sun over me at the same time it's over me at the Bethel congregation as I took that pivotal screenshot of same time, same zenith presence over the top of my head. Two clearly different addresses. And remember, the fake sun is that which is hovering over the roof. So it's hovering over the roof of Starbucks at Vineyard and Holt, and it's hovering over the Bethel congregation at the same time. Okay, that was November 9th, and today is November 11th. I'm not coming anywhere near the Starbucks, this intersection. I didn't get on the bus. I didn't go on Holt Boulevard. I did go to the United States Postal Service at 7:45 in the morning, and the fake sun's over me at 12:41 in the afternoon when I'm on this same street at 7:45 in the morning. That's the P.O.C right there, where Jay Chu, the Ontario Police, stalking me by helicopter this afternoon and tonight as I'm uploading evidence on the internet, as I'm taking damning probative images while demons are stalking me with light in the parking lot. That's the entity that's already surrounded by evidence, and they're going to be diagnosed as the feces-eating demons that they are. Okay? They're out of their mind, and they commit murders. They engage in conduct, and they don't want to be associated with the mental illness that they actually, the demon-possessed, the Nephilim don't want to be identified. That's what they've been doing, hiding amongst us. The Nephilim are put on the map. They're here, and they're psychopathic people who are demon-possessed. Okay? It is 7:55 p.m. Starbucks is, again, 111 North Vineyard Avenue. Also, this is occurring at what is... Let me see. I'm done uploading images onto the drive. Also, let me see. At what is Mr. Fry's Man in Ontario, at what is 111 North Vineyard Avenue, Suite B. So it's the same address in this plaza. Starbucks is inside of Suite A. Mr. Fry's Man is, which is the people of the state, gang stalking, Suite B. This is, and they're engaged in criminal summoning at the time that the Ontario Police are gang stalking me at this restaurant by criminal summoning through Jay Chu and Rodriguez. Quick Gasoline at what is, and they're all committing the sex offense together. 101 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario, California, 91764, engaged in the perpetual sex offenses. So is that demon's license plate. That's the employee's license plate that I already read. It's a white SUV. Also, Comfort Suites, Ontario Airport, fake sun over me, gang stalking by the Ontario Police, by a helicopter, criminal summoning, the perpetual sex offense, ongoing stalking by the Ontario International Airport, psychological torture, ongoing obstruction of justice. Comfort Suites is doing so, facilitating, making money off of that. They're gang stalking me while I'm at the United States Postal Service, just to let you know that the entire state is engaged in it. I'm here on Holt Boulevard, 7:45. That's why I'm reminding you about Burtnick, who's going to prison as well. Burtnick's gang stalking, 7:45 a.m. I go to Holt Boulevard, across from the United States Postal Service, 1555 East Holt Boulevard. The entity's keeping the fake sun where this Starbucks is at on the same street. That would not be anything but the P.O.C. The sun is not going to be on the same street, let alone at the same person. The same person documenting. And the entity is engaging in what is keeping that fake sun over me while I'm nowhere near the OVITT Family Community Library, nowhere near the Ontario Town Square, where the sun is next to the clock. Okay, where the entity's flying over my head and you're not targeting me. That's the entity that's engaging in science. It's speaking to a scientific degree of certainty because there's no reasonable doubt that the entity is engaged in gang stalking me. Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison, and it's beyond a reasonable doubt, and it's to a certainty with regard to science that he is conspiring my murder and that he's also of the Nephilim, and he's going to federal prison. okay, based on the weight of the evidence regarding this public investigation that I am sharing as terrorism is being exposed, as the Nephilim are being put on the map, and as domestic terrorists like Mike Lorenz are going to federal prison. It's Comfort Suites Ontario Airport Convention Center. And that facilitating venue, fake sun over me, documenting in that parking lot. The entity stalking me by plane and helicopter. That's located at 1811 East Holt Boulevard in Ontario, California, 91761. And they're monitoring now. They're sharing in the sex offense now while psychopaths are stalking me with light. And the airport is repeatedly patrolling, engaging in psychopathic pacing. That's what stalked and maintained what is a crime scene with regard to crashing a UPS plane. These psychopaths that are pacing, stalking in planes, that's what crashed in Kentucky. Feces-eating demons. That's what crashed in Kentucky. That's what hit that young man on the skateboard in Los Angeles, sounding the sirens and lights on the LAPD vehicle. A feces-eating demon. It was not an accident. I am exposing what LAPD, what UPS, what these terrorists that are engaging in what are maintaining airline companies and engaging in terrorism using law enforcement. I'm exposing what they are and what they're doing. It's murder. And it's surveillance that they're not talking about. It is murder. That's why they're not telling you about surveillance. I told you about it. And they're going to prison. They're going to prison for it. Because everybody knows now. And this is changing the landscape in this country. VIA Grill and Bar Cantina. Yeah, they're gang stalking. And they're on the record before 2025 gang stalking me. And they're located at 201 North Vineyard Avenue, Ontario, California, 91764. They're gang stalking with the Ontario Police, with the Ontario International Airport, with Starbucks engaging in criminal summoning. They're engaging in what is harassment, the perpetual sex offense while I'm being accosted, while I'm being harassed and targeted and terrorized while the entity is monitoring my evidence that is being published on the internet. VIA Grill and Bar Cantina is engaging in all of that criminal activity, every single last aspect of it. I'm just at Holt and Vineyard documenting what is a statewide pattern of conduct. They are never not a part of the prosecution. I'm showing you how there is no exception. That's what's relevant to me today, identifying this facilitating venue via Grill and Bar Cantina. I don't have to name them every day while I'm at the OVITT Family Community Library documenting Yesenia and John and Alan and Brianna and Alexander and all those demons inside of the OVITT Family Community Library where the entity's keeping the fake sun. And they have some delusional sense of comfort of engaging in criminal monitoring and domestic terrorism at a facilitating venue of the city of Ontario as opposed to Starbucks, and equally are criminal and requiring federal prison, each of them. There is not anything that's less criminal while the government at a facilitating venue of the state versus the government at a facilitating venue of the people of the state is engaged in any less criminal monitoring and criminal surveillance in furtherance of the same murder by that entity. That's the entity that's going to prison, however, okay? That's behind Starbucks engaging in what is just anything, just get her out of here, because they don't want to be documented engaging in the P.O.C, and they are, including while they do that. You are. You're the ignoramuses that don't understand I'm prosecuting all of you at the same time. That's you. And you know why? Because you belong in federal prison. That's the Lord's will. That's why you committed it. It's a part of what his plan is. You're going to prison. Okay? It is currently 8:01 p.m. Also, the Child Support Services. This is a state facilitating venue. It is what is 191 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario, California, 91764. And Jack in a Box, located across the street in relevant position. I'm documenting the fake sun over me at this Jack in a Box while they have it over me at 12:41 in the afternoon, and at ongoing presence on the same street at 3:18 in the afternoon. The fake sun is over me in the morning at 10 o'clock while I'm facing this Jack in a Box. I'm on the same street. In 2022, I'm here at 7 o'clock in the morning. Like I said, this is all evidence that's just on the record while they're sitting out here openly being demons, stalking with light, with the airport, with the police, just having a field day. They're going to be prosecuted. So that's the entity that's engaging in that. This is P.O.C. It is 1840 Holt Boulevard, Ontario, California, Jack in a Box, gang stalking. And adjacent to that is the Candlewood Suites in Ontario, the Ontario Convention Hotel. And they're located at 1818 East Holt Boulevard. And that's in Ontario, California. 91761.
All right, license plate 8 Bob Thomas Edward 847. And I got all these. The same demon with the white hair, still stalking, engaging surveillance, aiming with light. And the demons are surrounding the parking lot while I am uploading this evidence. They're sitting around surveilling, stalking, while I'm just publishing evidence online and processing. Coming in the path, stalking as I move around, stalk. This is satanic conduct. This is what they're doing concerning my vagina. License 9 George Nancy Charlie 349. A vagina monitoring, light slinging psychopath that eats their own feces. License 5 Henry Kelly Victor 224. License plate, the one that's still engaging in surveillance, aiming light, stalking, psychopathic. On behalf of the Ontario Police are better capable of stalking and monitoring with the aid of this co-conspirator of murder. License 9 Victor Charlie Nancy 216. Just having a field day gang stalking. That's relevant toward the prosecution of terrorists. P.O.C. It's 8:12 p.m. License 9 Paul Henry Apple 186. Whew, psychopaths. It's very sad. Very sad. Okay, also Spire's restaurant in relevant position, monitoring with all this demonic conduct, pacing, psychopathic conduct of what is pacing, and the pacing is recognized in the environment where the sun is following me. These are demons that are pacing all around and stalking all together. And this is where it also makes it obvious because that's where the government is stalking by planes and helicopters. The documented pattern. Molesting and pacing. License 9VVY665, 9PHA186. That looks like an Asian male, subject to deportation. If that's not a natural-born citizen, deporting that terrorist, that sex offender. 8XKC958. P.O.C. engaging in sexual violence while they are monitoring me with the police in furtherance of murdering me. And this is why immigrants are in this country, by the way. Conspiring murder of American citizens, gang stalking with the government. And that's why the immigrants are being deported. They're engaged in terrorism. And you need not be dismayed when they're being deported out of this country because it may save your life. This is a criminal surveillance system and they need to go. All right, it's 8:14 p.m. Third-party facilitating venue, the Sabah McCall, some Fidelity truck and auto insurance services. They're gang stalkers. Located at 116 North Vineyard Avenue, Ontario, California, 91764. And the Ontario Police is gang stalking me with them the exact same manner that the OVITT Family Community Library, CHEVRON, ARCO, Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, the same exact pattern of conduct. Same exact population of demons, stalking with light, impossible light, under the fake sun, remaining over and remaining until I leave. I don't leave, that fake sun doesn't leave. Okay, and the pattern of stalking with light is shared by the demons that engage in conduct such as eating their own feces. That's the mentally ill that are stalking with light. Okay, it's the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct that's absurd and with regard to how demented and psychotic it is. Very demented behavior. Very. Pursuant to, detailed, diligent stalking, obsessive stalking. You move your index finger stalking. Okay? They're tracking everything that you do. That's with regard to knowledge of everything that you're doing. You don't have accidents in that with regard to that surveillance. The police aren't accidentally hitting you with their car where they have their sirens on. Not when you have that level of surveillance. By demons. Okay, Azura Hotel and Suites, trademark collection. Located, they're gang stalking, located at 1945 East Holt Boulevard in Ontario, California, 91761. And so is the Folk Inn, located at 204 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario, California, 91764. To facilitate and venue, they're engaged in criminal monitoring. So is the Best Western. Gang stalking, crossing paths, stalking with light, stalking with the Ontario Police, sharing in the sex offense, engaging in criminal summoning today as an entity, threatening to kidnap me and harassing me while I'm documenting them. 209 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario, California, 91764. Monitoring my vagina. Sex offense committed by the population, including that corrupt business. And Best Western is documented gang stalking me in Orange County, by the way, off of Newport Boulevard.
where the fake sun is remaining from morning until after 4 p.m. during daylight savings time. That's never going to be over me in this parking lot. It's never going to be at the OVITT Family Community Library, while it's over me at that hotel entrance, while the entities engage in the same pattern of stalking with impossible light inside of that hotel, which is where I documented. Costa Mesa, California, where Costa Mesa police are engaged in the same surveillance system. Not accidentally hitting anybody with their sirens on in the middle of the street. Premeditated murder in order to murder somebody that they know is routinely engaging in what is perhaps unsafe, but that is not an excuse with regard to surveillance, and then engaging in what is hitting that person intentionally, because that's what you're doing while you're engaged in this surveillance, while you're a monitoring demon and you're gang stalking, targeting in this manner, because that's what LAPD is doing. All right, the Motel 6, gang stalking. It's located at what is 231 North Vineyard Avenue in Ontario, California, 91764. They're engaged in all of the pattern of conduct, every single last aspect that I document that I'm subject to. The pattern of conduct is also underway by I'm getting what's in relevant position right now. While the airport stalking, all of these businesses are stalking as well. All of these businesses are keeping me under surveillance as well. Circle K, located at what is 1850 East Hope Boulevard in Ontario, California. That's located within the 76 gas station, 76 and Circle K. They're gang stalking together at 1850 East Hope Boulevard in Ontario, California. And I'm going to prosecute that business because of its criminal monitoring. The people of the state are out here gang stalking me and engaging in what is a threat to my life, stalking me with impossible light, stalking with an airport, stalking with the police department, and vice versa. Because of that government's criminal engagement in that pattern of conduct, facilitating that, you have corrupt businesses like Circle K engaging in criminally monitoring me, conspiring my death, conspiring my murder, while a population, including that business, is gang stalking me. Okay, this is the entity that's a civil and criminal prosecution, and Circle K and 76 are engaging in that right now, and they're doing that on a daily basis. That's why I can come to Hope Boulevard and Euclid Avenue. That's why I can juxtapose that with what LAPD is doing while I'm at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles and prosecute Circle K. That is targeting me in that specific environment with that government in furtherance of murder. And that's also a federal RICO case that I have against Circle K and 76. P.O.C. That's going over the location where I'm at, where the entity is engaged in gang stalking, and all they're worried about is the here and now, the 2 seconds where they're slowing down the internet while they're still going to prison, and every last ounce of my evidence is going online. This is the pattern of conduct. The demon wants to sit over here next to me on the benches while the entity is stalking in the path. That's what's sitting over here next to me. Those are the demons that do so in the bathroom as well. They want to be next to me while my panties are down, while I'm nude, while I'm in the bathroom, while they're psychopaths stalking an engineer light. Those are the demons that eat their own feces, that are stalking me with light, stalking in helicopters and planes, and stalking as a police department, wanting to be taken seriously wearing those uniforms. It's nothing but Satan, and Satan is the spirit of psychopathic disorders. It's a spirit. P.O.C. License 8XKC958, 9SSL 828, 8WIN139. The entity is sitting still in the the parking lot of the drive-through Starbucks, monitoring while I'm uploading. 9JXD195, and again, their business is surrounding me. The moment that I start moving toward the drive-through line, it's been sitting here stagnant. The moment that I start walking toward to get license plate, then it starts moving, which is stalking with activity. Not just trying to get out the way, but monitoring crossing path light activity. 7NOE362. They're never ceasing to engage in the pattern of conduct. Okay, and the entity is never ceasing to engaging in what is gang stalking. They fully run head first into federal prosecutions, federal prison time, in order to keep me under surveillance. That's how obsessed with me they are. Just want to point that out. Anyway, this is P.O.C., the entity maintaining that drive-through while I'm uploading onto Facebook. This is what the demons are focused on. Let me get this demon's license plate. While their Starbucks is just holding the line. Starbucks is targeting while stalking with light, engaging in monitoring on the internet via the drive-through line. License 9PWM286. P.O.C. All right, stalking with light. This is mental illness. 7P Mary David 412. 7 Paul Mary David 412. And engaging in surveillance in the parking lot. Just gang stalking, conspicuous stalking, conspiring your murder right in front of your face with the police. License plate KOBEE10. P.O.C. It's 8:43 p.m. Stalking with the VMR Grill Cantina. Impossible Light, license 9 ppm 487 and license 9EJX905. Stalking with Impossible Light. These are demons in the parking lot, and light is fanning across this Impossible Light activity while these are demons that are engaging in surveillance. And they are, just like they are sitting at the town square, Carlos and Robert Rivera and the African that wears, that has the electric bike, the demon that's with the neon jacket, the overweight Latino male, the serial stalker that goes into the OVITT Family Community Library with way too much baggage and equipment. It's got a whole bunch of extra stuff. I'm describing demons that I've clearly documented, serial stalkers. This is what they're doing in the parking lot. They're doing it while I'm in the parking lot of Starbucks, and this is all state action. And then you have Jay Chu and Rodriguez that had the audacity to come here engage in criminal summoning while they're engaged in this surveillance system. This is mental illness. License 9MLC739, 9RNU654. Demons that are stalking with light. I have 3 shadows in front of me while they're engaged in light fanning out across. That's not their headlights. All right, those are sex offenders, and those are feces-eating, vagina-monitoring demons that the Ontario Police Department are gang stalking me with. P.O.C. It's 8:46 p.m. and they're all engaged in criminal summoning the entities surrounding with sirens, while the city of Ontario is criminally facilitating their conspiracy to murder by gang stalking as a bunch of demons together with Starbucks. Starbucks is inside of 111 North Vineyard Avenue, gang stalking, just like they were earlier today, and they're going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. This is exactly what you're talking about. This is the entity that is stalking from place to place. This is the exact same elevation and volume when they're stalking at the 111 North Vineyard Avenue. Following to the Ontario Town Square, where the entity is stalking by flying what is northwest over the square while they're stalking while I'm at the 111 North Euclid Avenue, and they're hovering at Vineyard and Holt, rising up over the Candlewood Suites hotel, that Ontario Plaza, like they're taking off right there. This is much more west, and the entity is flying diagonally over this apartment building, stalking. Okay, Southwest Airlines hovering, flying at heightened elevation, inconspicuously at that same parking lot, while the entity is feigning takeoffs adjacent to me along Hope Boulevard, and then I'm at the town square, and the entity is hovering over in alignment to me. This is stalking by the airport. And the airport is stalking because Mike LORENZ is maintaining criminal surveillance by that agency that committed criminal summoning today, in concert with the people of the state that are stalking in the venue, stalking with light. This is demonic activity. These are the feces-eating demons that are stalking in planes and stalking with light, impossible light activity. While they are doing so in the environment, this is my shadow here, and this is my shadow here. This is impossible light activity, okay? That doesn't cause my shadow to be on both sides of my person. This doesn't cause my shadow to be in front and behind me. This is the entity that is stalking. That's the pattern of conduct, and that's a demon that knows what I'm stating. There are also demons that are sex offenders monitoring my vagina inside of that library, engaging in what is surveillance at this venue where I also documented the fake sunrise and set. The entity kept that fake sun over what is the Starbucks today, which was not outside of the entrance doors of this venue, the OVITT Family Community Library. This is P.O.C. It's currently 9:36 p.m.
This is the Ontario Police Department. Jay Chu and Rodriguez, another set of demons who are going to prison, and this is the Ontario Police stalking from place to place. This is the 3rd time of them flying over my head begging for attention. They're doing so, as I just published, as of 10:55 p.m. the podcast. They're going to prison. And this is the pathetic feces-eating, diaper-wearing, vagina-monitoring, light-slinging gargoyles. This is not a police department, and they are being embarrassed on top of prosecuted. They're going to prison and mental asylums where people that eat their feces belong. That's where they belong. That's where they belong. Where the people eat their own poo, that's where these psychopaths are going. That's where they're going. That's what's wrong with Mike LORENZ. That's what's wrong in the explanation behind his obsession with my vagina. Okay? This is P.O.C. They follow to the Ontario Town Square where this is impossible light activity. This is the pattern of conduct.
This is the same psychopathic stalking in a whole helicopter that is shared by the government, the City of Ontario. The City of Ontario that's not going to have a fire department, a police department, an airport. The airport stalking over here, following. The police department stalking, flying over my head, repeatedly doing so as I published that very damning podcast today. And Michael Lorenz is going to prison. A whole group of demons are going to prison. The demons gang stalking at 8:38 in the morning yesterday, they're going to federal prison. The demon gang stalking at the intersection this morning at 8:34 a.m., he's going to federal prison. The demons gang stalking at the Starbucks this morning, Jay Chu and Rodriguez, they're going to federal prison. The demons that are stalking in helicopter, following me around, all around in the City of Ontario, while the entity keeps a fake sun and a fake moon and stalking with the psychopaths that eat their own feces as well, the people of the state, they're going to prison. It's P.O.C. It's 10:58 p.m. and the entity is engaging in stalking as I continuously document that while I'm publishing my evidence. And the evidence will also show an ongoing correlation between the stalking that I'm documenting by helicopter, by that agency, and my documentation that is published online. This is P.O.C. It is currently 10:58 p.m. at the Ontario Town Square. Following me, crossing paths, stalking with the people at Chevron and ARCO, flying over the top of my head, following again. When I say they're stalkers, when I say stalkers, that's what I mean. And this is Mike Lorenz, his pattern of conduct, his mental illness, his criminal stalking that is shared by the demons that include Jay Chu. They've been added to the roster of those that are going to prison. And Rodriguez at Starbucks, where the entity was stalking me by helicopter, and it's on podcast and in images, flying over the top of my head, pacing all around me as I'm publishing evidence on the internet, following me from the Ontario Town Square, and conspicuously stalking, just following, having a feel. The entity's going to federal prison. You're going to prison. This Starbucks engaged in kidnapping with them, and they're going to federal prison. While the entity's engaged in that, and they're at Starbucks gang stalking. They're in the path. They're monitoring right now. Those demons engaged in kidnapping on July 4, 2025, and they're gang stalking right now. They're going to federal prison. That's Ocean, Patty, Amelia. They're going to federal prison. This is when I say stalker. I mean, it doesn't get any more blatant than that. The entity is flying over my head in the Chevron, in the Chevron parking lot. These are the demons that are stalking. This is the impossible light activity. They're demons. They're all monitoring, and they keep a fake sun over me while they're all stalking. They're stalkers. This is the Nephilim. And this is the Nephilim that's going to be put in mental asylums. They're going to federal prisons. They're going to create facilities where the mentally ill that are engaging in this criminal monitoring system, engaging in what is a government system, murdering and kidnapping people, they're going to create facilities to lock them up. Mike Lorenz is going to be inside of one of them. He's going to prison. P.O.C. This is literally the police following me from place to place. When I say wearing diapers, when I say pathetic, when I say stalker, when I say feces eater, diaper wearer, that's what I mean. They're stalkers. They are stalkers. P.O.C. I'm going to prosecute Chevron. The gang stalking immigrants, Balbier, German, Hardy, they're being deported. This is P.O.C. If those ARCO employees are immigrants, they're being deported. They don't have to be here for me to prosecute them. This is the pattern of conduct they're engaging in at all hours. This is the P.O.C. the entity is surrounding right now and engaged in the same pattern of conduct, stalking in the same exact manner. This is the pattern of conduct. This is P.O.C. It is 11:13 p.m.